Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry Potter became Daphne Greengrass's last and most powerful salvation. Here is short summary. To save her sister, Daphne must rely on Harry in ways neither of them expected, binding their fates together in a fight against time, love, and destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. P.S. Give Pansy our best. She didn't know how to feel. On one hand, enthusiastic support was certainly welcome, especially after the knockdown drag-out fights over her all scores before the term began. On the other, the dig about her former best friend remaining on their payroll, all the while Draco was making overt threats, hardly felt right. Daphne slid down the wall outside the headmaster's office, crumpling the letter in her hands and burying her head in her arms. She just needed one thing, something or someone that unconditionally supported her. It was so hard to shoulder all of this, to bear this load by herself. Her breath hitched, just once, but she stifled the sob and carefully brushed away the tears welling up in her eyes. It was fine. She could handle this. Wiping her eyes one last time, she stuffed the letter in her pocket and pulled herself to her feet. Time to get ready for potions. Welcome, welcome. What a delight to once again stand before such bright, inquisitive minds. Slughorn greeted with a wide smile. Shall we get right to it? Potions kits out, books open. Daphne, partnered with Harry at a table with him, Ron, and Hermione, pulled out the equipment she'd received earlier. She looked mournfully at the beat-up cauldron, dull paring knife, and rusted scales in front of Harry. By the end of next year, you'll be fully qualified to brew most advanced potions, including these I've prepared before you today. Now, can anyone tell me what it's in this one, here? The students all craned their necks to peer at the colorless liquid inside the first cauldron at the front of the class. Yes, you in the front row. It's Veritaserum, sir. Correct. Take 5 points to Gryffindor, miss. He trailed off expectantly. Granger, sir. Who can tell me what this next one is? The second cauldron was a thick, dark, muddy paste that was slowly bubbling. Hermione's hand shot into the air once more, but to Daphne's surprise, both Ron and Harry's weren't far behind. Let's give someone else a shot, shall we? No introductions needed for a Weasley. Ron's face flushed slightly, but his answer was confident. That's Polyjuice. Oh ho, I see Gryffindor came prepared. 5 points, Mr. Weasley. This one's a little more difficult, but let's give another house a chance. The third cauldron, giving off spiral trails of smoke, was intimately familiar to her, so Daphne raised her hand. Yes. Go ahead, Miss Greengrass. It's a Mortentia, sir. Exactly. 5 points to Slytherin. I trust you recognized its mother of pearl sheen, yes. She gave a weak smile and nodded her head. This is widely regarded as the most powerful love potion. Something of a misnomer, I'm afraid, as the feelings it produces should never be mistaken for actual love. Slughorn looked around the class, as though imparting the seriousness of that statement, then waved his wand and sent the cauldron floating through the aisles of the laboratory. There's another distinctive tell when it comes to a Mortentia, can anyone guess? Distracted smiles appeared on most of her classmates' faces as the potion floated by. As the cauldron bobbed next to her table, Daphne took a deep breath, feeling a blissful sensation accompanying the scent of broom polish, summer breezes, and a familiar, earthy undertone. Go ahead, Miss Granger. A Mortentia smells like what attracts us, what we desire most. Very good. All right everyone, turn to page 10, we'll be giving the draft of Living Death a go today. Sir. Padma raised her hand. What about the fourth cauldron? Oh, this. Slughorn feigned surprise, dipping a spoon into the last unnamed cauldron, filled with a shimmering golden liquid. I suppose I didn't give Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff a fair shake. For 10 points, can one of you identify this? The 4 Ravenclaws huddled together, briefly conferring with each other while the Hufflepuffs collectively shrugged. Is it liquid luck? Su Li asked hesitantly. Very well done, my dear. Indeed, this is Felix Felicis, a luck potion. Incredibly difficult to brew, but it guarantees good fortune for anyone under its influence. Things will seem to miraculously go your way with but a sip of liquid luck, making it well worth the expense and labor. I've had the luxury of drinking it twice in my life. 2 perfect, magnificent days. He stared into the distance as though in a pleasant daydream, then refocused on the class. And that is what the person who brews the best potion today will receive. A perfect day, 12 hours, enough from dawn to dusk, to have everything work out exactly as it should. A collective gasp rippled through the laboratory. You may begin. There were a few murmurs here and there, but for the most part everyone was quiet, hyper-focused on their work. In between cutting and stirring, Daphne glanced over to check on Harry's progress. She was dismayed to see him squinting at the used textbook he'd received the night before, the pages criss-crossed with scribbled handwritten comments. Why don't you share my book? That one's barely legible, she whispered. It's fine, he muttered, then stubbornly proceeded to stir in the incorrect direction. It's not fine, she hissed. You need a good grade in this class if you want to get into the DMLE. Here, just let me help you. She leaned over and closed his book, plopping her own on top of it between them. Wait, why'd you do that? Harry stilled his stirring, shoving her copy aside and scrambling with his own book to get back to the right page. By the time he did, his potion was smoking ominously. You've ruined it. I didn't, you weren't following the directions. Don't fret, Mr. Potter, it's common to get tripped up on that part of the brewing process, Slughorn commented, walking around to observe the class's progress. How are we doing back here, boys? She heard Zabini grunt in reply, then Draco quietly mention a relative acquainted with Slughorn. Their new professor wasn't impressed. Yes, I do recall him. Your potion's looking good, Mr. Malfoy. Stay focused, came his disinterested reply. Daphne did her best to follow the book's direction, but Harry's frustrated glare didn't help, and before long her own potion was a semi-solid gloop. Ron thumped her boyfriend on the shoulder. Relax, mate, it's a lost cause all around, I think. Speak for yourself, Weasley, Hermione muttered, and sure enough, when Slughorn called the period to an end, it was her potion that was the closest to the light pink color the draft was supposed to be. She proudly pocketed the small vial of Felix Felicis. I'm really sorry, Daphne said as they walked out of the classroom. I shouldn't have, I didn't mean to get in your way. It's fine, Harry said, exhaling with a loud huff before smiling and taking her hand. At least Malfoy didn't win. I've got a lot of practice at being outdone by Hermione over the years. If you want, you can make it up. To me, though. Oh. Being instantly forgiven made it easy to return his smile. He pulled her to a halt, hands resting lightly on her hips while hers slipped behind his neck. Let's go to the library after dinner. I missed you this morning. You missed me. But we hung out till curfew just last night. He laughed at her teasing. I know, feels like it was ages ago, doesn't it? Let's go, I'm starved. Ron called out from up ahead. Daphne let him go, but Harry held onto her for a moment longer, briefly leaning towards her and slowly inhaling against her hair. She stilled, freezing in place. Harry, come on. I'll see you later, he said, with one last smile before running to catch up with his friends. Oi, keep your pants on, Weasley. She watched him go, unconsciously twirling an ebony lock around her finger. What are you doing here? Daphne half turned, curling the tips of her hair with her wand. I needed to shower and get changed. Shouldn't you be leading your half-blood around by his leash? Pansy had her hands on her hips, standing at the entrance to their bathroom. Daphne pursed her lips and didn't reply, looking back at her reflection and pretending to touch up her cosmetics until Pansy left. She thought she'd be able to get in and out of her dorm room before the others got back from dinner, but apparently she'd miscalculated. Grabbing her school bag, she slunk out of the bathroom and down to the common room. Francis Roll, Jaina Mulciber, and Theodore Knott stared silently, their gaze dogging her steps as she slipped out into the dungeons. She did her best to put her housemates out of her mind, choosing instead to focus on the excitement at seeing Harry. Her enthusiastic greeting when she reached the library was mostly sincere, even. Hey! Daphne ignored both his friends and the open seat next to him, slipping directly onto Harry's lap. She heard Ron laugh. Like I said, you've got more important things to worry about. Keeping your girlfriend happy, for example. Curling herself more closely against him, Daphne turned and acknowledged Ron and Hermione. What's he worried about? Nothing, Hermione said, but unlike last term, her tone wasn't snide or guarded. Harry's chasing shadows. She felt him tense beneath her. It's not nothing. He's up to something. Daphne understands, she knows him better than any of us. Who? Malfoy. It took considerable effort to keep her expression neutral. When's the last time he left us alone? He's preoccupied, distracted. We've got to figure out what he's up to. Daphne turned away, pretending to pull at a loose thread on Harry's shirt. I don't know. He's always got some silly scheme in the works, doesn't he? See, this argument had been ongoing for a while, judging by Hermione's exasperated tone. Haven't I earned the benefit of the doubt? Harry asked angrily. Remind me again, when was the last time we made it through a year in this castle without almost dying? That doesn't mean you're always right, though, Hermione said. I mean, it's Malfoy. Ron snickered. If he acts up, Hermione'll just pop him in the mouth again. No one else laughed. Hermione's fingers curled around the book she held, squeezing it tightly. I'm not saying you haven't had good reason to be cautious, but you've been a little, since Sirius. Harry went completely still beneath Daphne. Go on then, Hermione. Speak your mind. Even Ron looked uncomfortable now, fidgeting while Hermione chose her words. All we're saying is you should be focused on other things. Like your lesson this weekend with the headmaster. Dumbledore is training you. Why don't we let them have some time alone? Ron said, standing up and offering to take Hermione's bag. Though he groaned under its weight as soon as he did. Oof. You realize you don't have to carry every book you own everywhere you go, right? Quit whining. I carry that bag all day long. What does it say about you that you're complaining the second you pick it up? That I might not be as dumb as everyone thinks, Ron immediately shot back, before grinning at the two still seated. Remember, Quidditch tryouts are tomorrow, don't stay out too late. Once they were alone, Harry gave her a gentle squeeze before shifting her to the empty seat next to him. I don't understand why they all of a sudden think I'm paranoid. If anyone should understand where I'm coming from, it's those two. What makes you so sure about Draco? Harry quickly recounted following her housemate into Nocturne Alley over the summer, and the conversation he eavesdropped on. I see. I need you to believe me, Daphne. Please. This was her chance. All she needed to do was tell him Hermione was right, there was nothing to worry about. A few simple words, and she'd have the freedom and safety she needed to save Astoria. But the really important things in life were never that easy. I believe you. Harry let out a heavy sigh, grabbing hold of her hand while a huge smile lit his features. Thank you. So what's the deal with you and the headmaster? You didn't tell me he was giving you private lessons. My first one Saturday. I don't really know what to expect. He was still smiling, and Daphne was suffused and warm. She'd made him this happy. Want to get out of here? Already? Oh. If you need to head back to your dorm I can just get started on our potions homework. No. I meant, do you want to get out of here with me? But if you want to do some studying, I'm fine with that, too. Beats listening to Ron obsess over tryouts tomorrow. Lead the way. Hand in hand, they left the library, Harry leading her through the corridors. So Weasley's trying out for the team, then. For what position? Ron's going for keeper, and I think Ginny's going to give chasing a shot. Really? She tried to keep her voice light, unaffected. Ron must be a good brother, to let his little sister tag along with everything he does. Harry laughed. I wouldn't let her hear you say that. She's a real spitfire. He started to tell a story about the Weasley girl assaulting some Hufflepuff on the express. Daphne didn't find either the recollection or the way he laughed about it amusing. You're saying you wouldn't let your sister hang out with your friends? Stewing in her irritation, she ignored his question and kept walking even after Harry abruptly came to a halt. What's the matter? He stood in front of a door, cracking it open to take a peek inside. Is that a broom closet? His face flushed, and he rubbed the back of his neck. Yay. I thought, it might be a good place to have a private chat. She liked the sound of that very much, immediately transported back to her imaginings at the end of the previous term. Okay. Though the interior of this one was the same as the one she'd found Harry's firebolt in, having him there with her was a radically different experience. They were pressed tightly against one another, every movement he made brushing against her body by virtue of the limited space. Daphne had never been so consciously aware of him in such a tactile sense. It was exciting. Harry whispered a silencing charm, tracing the doorframe, then blinded them both when he cast a Lumos. Sorry, he muttered, quickly extinguishing the light. I guess we don't need to see each other to talk. Do we even need to talk? She asked, fingers tracing a path up his neck that her lips followed. We do. She blinked in the darkness. About what? She asked warily. I like you a lot. I really like you. What was this? On my birthday, when you asked when we talked about the prophecy, I wasn't completely honest. I mean, it is vital that Voldemort not find out the whole thing, but I was afraid you might not want me anymore if you knew. That you might figure you're better off being shot of me in this whole king mess I call my life. Daphne stood on tiptoes, pressing her forehead against his. I'm not going anywhere. Maybe I didn't bring it up in the right way over the summer, but the thing I'm scared of is losing you. Do you really think I could just walk away? No matter what, even if you have to fight the Dark Lord in single combat, I'll be at your side. A strangled sound rose from his throat, and she couldn't discern whether it was amusement or anguish. It's funny you'd say that. No, she whispered. No, it can't be. Her knees were suddenly made of rubber, legs too wobbly to hold her up, but Harry was there, easily supporting her. It's okay. How? She asked. How is it okay? You haven't even graduated, oh, gods. This is what the lessons are about. Dumbledore, he's going to march you off to war, just like that. No, at least, I don't think so. He's got a plan, I'm sure of it. We talked last term, and he believes in me, believes I can win. We can run. My father was born in Helsinki, there's got to be some family friends still there. We'll be safe, we can hide. Daphne. His voice was calm. I'm not leaving. He has to be stopped. Don't do this. Please. Her tears choked off any further pleas for sanity. Shish. Harry cradled her face, stroking her cheeks with his thumbs. It's okay. Now, listen carefully. The prophecy was given the year I was born. You obviously know some of it, but... He took a deep breath, quietly reciting from memory, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have the power the Dark Lord knows not. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. This power, do you know what it is? I'm not sure. Dumbledore has some ideas. She couldn't muster the energy to call him out on falling back on vague responses, too in shock from what she'd learned. These ideas, they're what you'll be working on with him. Probably. I think so, at least. Okay. Daphne took several deep breaths, running her hands over him, needing to touch him, feel him, a mad desperation overtaking her. Okay. Are you Alriam? He stumbled backwards, as much as possible in the cramped closet, when she latched her mouth to his. There was no finesse to her key, no teasing or tasting. Daphne couldn't explain the aggressive need she felt, positive only that she had to assure herself he wasn't going anywhere, that he was safe so long as he was in her arms. Time seemed to still, the world outside this confined space ceasing to exist. She lost herself in the sensation, the feel of him against her. He was safe, as long as they stayed here, in this tiny refuge. Harry matched her intensity, meeting her frantic touches with his own, breath hot against her throat as he beat gently beneath her jawline. She needed more, wanted him in ways she'd never imagined she'd feel. Her skirt rode up as he pressed her against the door, her leg curling around his waist to pull him tighter, harder. The door suddenly opened, and they tumbled out of the broom closet, falling to the unforgiving castle floor. Gross, I could have done without seeing that. I don't know, Parkinson, seems like there's an unanticipated benefit to prefect duties, another familiar voice drawled. If you don't look away, she'll be the last thing you ever see, Harry ground out. Jumping to his feet and pulling Daphne behind him. She belatedly realized one strap of her dress was dangling at her elbow, her brassiere clearly visible. What are you doing here? Patrolling. It's almost an hour past curfew, which you're currently in violation of, Pansy replied, disgusted sneer still curling her lips. How long were we in there? She idly wondered, straightening her clothes and running a quick hand through the tangles in her hair. Well, what's Zabini doing here? Malfoy turned in his badge, he answered, eyebrow raised at her disheveled state. Professor Snape gave me his spot. Speaking of, Pansy said, I think he'd be interested to know what you've been doing. This way. They followed mutely, Harry buttoning up and tucking in his shirt as her housemates marched them to the dungeons. Despite the hour, Professor Snape was seated at his office desk, reading over various pieces of parchment. He glanced up, nodding along as Pansy explained the circumstances she'd found them, then dismissed his prefects to continue their patrol. So, flouting the rules again, Potter. I suppose you've started taking the nonsense the prophet spouts off about you for fact, then. It wasn't his fault, Professor. Silence. 50 points from Gryffindor, and I think I'll add another day to the detention you're already serving for your cheek in class this morning. Fine. You're dismissed back to your dormitory. What about Daphne? The look Snape gave him was as dry as the Sahara. I believe Miss Greengrass has her own bed to sleep in. I'm not leaving her here with you. Then I'll have another 50 points for your insolence. Despite what others may think, there's nothing special about you, Potter. Get out of my office, or I'll have you in detention every night for the next month. Harry made no move to leave, instead crossing his arms and glaring at her head of house. It's okay, Harry, I'm fine, really. I'll see you at breakfast. He grabbed her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Together. A fluttery feeling exploded in her chest at the thought of sharing a meal and getting a precious few more minutes with him. I'd like that. He nodded, casting one more suspicious look at Professor Snape as he left, the door swinging shut behind him. The newly minted Dada professor leaned back in his chair. 20 points to Slytherin. It took her a moment for her brain to re-engage her mouth for a response. Sir, your dedication to your mission, extending even to such distasteful circumstances as these, is truly admirable. You deserve more than house points for enduring what you have. Do you mean, are you talking about my housemates? I try to stay out of their way, tonight notwithstanding. His coal-black eyes narrowed. No, I referred to you putting up with Potter's no doubt fumbling gropes for your sister's sake. Oh, she felt her face heat up. He isn't who I thought he was. Is that so? She nodded, chancing a glance at his face, seeing his eyes lock onto her own. A dull headache formed, but even the discomfort wasn't enough to repress her thoughts about Harry, confiding in her, trusting her. Professor Snape cleared his throat and looked away. Miss Greengrass, Daphne. It would be best if you were to remain focused on the task at hand, and keep other, distractions at arm's length. Sir, I don't understand. In the real world, there are no happy endings. Don't forget, while you save Astoria, to guard yourself. You are young, but the wounds left by love lost do not heal. What are you saying? She couldn't make sense of his cryptic statement. I'm telling you, begging you to act like a Slytherin. Potter will no doubt face his destiny like a true Gryffindor, for the first time. Snape made that sound noble, and you need to be certain you're ready for that eventuality. Self-preservation, Miss Greengrass. A cardinal trait. Professor, Daphne fell silent. There was something lurking beneath the surface of his words, something horrible, but she didn't know how to suss it out. She wasn't sure she wanted to. You should get back to the dorms. Good night. Good night, sir. She shut his office door and started the short walk back to the common room. Hey, you all right? Harry's disembodied head appeared out of the ether, floating alongside her, and Daphne was barely able to contain a shriek of surprise. Merlin, I nearly wet myself. He grinned. Sorry. Pulling the invisibility cloak the rest of the way off, Harry fell into step beside her. Snape wasn't too hard on you, was he? No. Probably doesn't want to damage Slytherin's chances at the House Cup. Figures. Daphne took his hand, winding her other arm around his. Can I ask you something? Sure. Why did you change your mind? About telling me the you-know-what? Illuminated by the torches in the corridor, she couldn't miss the way his features softened, the tiny smile that flashed across his face. You'll think I'm silly. I won't. Yes, you will. It's so corny you'll lose all respect for me. Oh, hush, she slapped his arm. Just tell me already. We both know I've got you wrapped around my finger. Harry laughed quietly at that, his smile lingering even as he stared ahead, assiduously avoiding her gaze. It was today's lesson, in potions. He used his free hand to touch a strand of her hair, playing with it for a moment before tucking it behind her ear. The potion. The one that reveals what we desire most. The fluttering from before was back, but now with the strength of a hurricane. Yes. Oh, here we are. He pressed a lingering key to her cheek, then another into her hair. This is your stop. I'll see you in the morning, yay. He swirled the invisibility cloak around himself, disappearing from view. The Amortentia, it was her. She'd done it. She'd actually done it. Good night, Harry, she softly called out. The next night, Daphne stared at her bed with her lips pursed and wand extended. It was the Caro twins. She spun around at the whisper, seeing Tracy peeking out from behind her own bed curtains. I already tried to vanish it, it's charmed against that somehow. Sorry. Looking back at the wet, viscous mud coating her sheets and pillows, Daphne eventually shrugged. Don't worry. It's not really a big deal. Of course there'd be some blowback. This wasn't surprising, and it hardly mattered. Not after the way today had gone. Daphne, Tracy whispered again, more urgently. It wasn't just your bed. They were messing with your trunk, too. What? Hurriedly pulling her school trunk from beneath her bed, Daphne opened the lid and nearly retched at the overwhelming smell of manure. Oh, gross. With the entire point of dung bombs being to harass and inconvenience, all her clothes would need hand washing. Why'd you let them do this? Tracy didn't answer, and one look was all it took for Daphne to understand. Her roommate had her own precarious balance to maintain, the way the older Slytherins were organizing this year, combined with the war raging outside the castle walls, and Tracy's own blood status, never mind. It's not your battle to fight. I appreciate you telling me, really. She nodded, and the curtains around her bed slid shut once more. Daphne shut her befouled trunk, getting down on her hands and knees to drag out her second trunk. Thankfully, it remained untouched. The Caros must not have realized she brought two to school with her. Where was she going to sleep? What was she going to wear tomorrow? The mattress squelched beneath her knee, instantly soaking her stocking as Daphne tentatively climbed into her bed. Gross. Still, there weren't exactly a lot of options. Wincing at the discomfort of the cold, wet muck, she disrobed and gingerly laid down, curling up into a ball to minimize the surface area her body touched. This was fine. She could handle this. I'm sorry, Hermione gasped, letting out a breath she'd been holding. I need to go. Daphne involuntarily hunched forward, unconsciously drawing into herself as though reducing the space she occupied would lessen the stench. They couldn't have known when they decided to vandalize her things, but whoever had pranked her certainly managed to ruin her first visit to the Gryffindor table. Stupid, immature little brats. Hermione. Harry hissed at his departing friend, forcing down the cross look on his face before he turned to face her. It's not that bad. I mean, not to say it's nothing, but she's being dramatic. No, she's not, Daphne said, pushing away her breakfast of a single poached egg and dry toast. I'm the one who should leave. I'm ruining everyone's meal. You're really not, Harry said earnestly, although his own plate was empty and his eyes watered as he scooted closer to sling an arm around her shoulders. How can you say that? She gestured to the half-dozen empty seats on either side of where she, Harry, and Ron were eating. Look, I'd be angry and embarrassed, too, but all of us want you here. This is why they pranked you, to make you feel isolated and alone. Let's prove them wrong. Harry pressed a gentle key to her temple, but his cough afterward diminished the kind gesture. Isn't that right, Ron? They both looked across the table, where Ron was noisily chewing a mouthful of waffles. He paused to swallow before he answered, damn right. Daphne and Harry each goggled at his unaffected appetite. The stench from Daphne's clothes was eye-watering, and when she showered this morning, she found someone had replaced her shampoo with bubo tuber pus. It was treated, so it didn't burn her, but the smell soaked into her scalp and lingered like a putrid cloud. How are you just sitting there? She asked, dumbfounded as he cleaned his plate and reached for a platter of sausage links. Ron dipped a forkful of meat into the leftover syrup from his waffles, pausing with his fork raised to reply. I grew up with Fred and George, remember? If I lost my appetite every time something smelled foul, I'd be Creevy's size. Harry rolled his eyes, and before long the two were occupied with a discussion of the upcoming Quidditch tryouts. The sheer normalcy of their banter did more to cheer Daphne up than a dozen showers would, and she couldn't repress a smile as she slid her hand into Harry's. I don't understand. Didn't you make an agreement with your housemate in exchange for your safety? It was less an agreement than it was a threat, Daphne muttered, glancing over her shoulder every few seconds to make certain the door to the empty classroom she'd brought Alicent to remained closed. You've followed the terms, though, haven't you? The memory of Pansy confronting her in their dorm's bathroom earlier in the week popped into her mind. Mostly, yay. Then just do what they ask. Now, explain to me again the significance of this potion that's got you so excited. Daphne was eager to change the topic, so she launched into a brief lecture on immortentia and the conclusion she'd drawn about what, and who, Harry desired most. It was nice to talk about something positive with how her day had begun. Someone vanished all of the toilet seats in the 6th year's bathroom, so Daphne fell in, first thing in the morning. She tried to warn Tracy about the pranked facilities, but her roommate wouldn't meet her eyes and mumbled something about having already used the 5th year's bathroom. It was an unpleasant reminder of how alone she was in the dungeons. Even though, since encountering Pansy, Daphne had set neither hide nor hair inside the Slytherin dormitories before curfew, the pranks weren't stopping. To top it all off, her monthlies had started this morning, a full week early, at that. The cramping and aches were awful, much worse than usual. You were so skeptical of using potions before, for very good reason. What changed? That's the thing, I didn't potion him. It smells like me to him because I'm what he wants. Daphne's excitement weakened somewhat at another pulse of pain running through her abdomen. Trust me, it matters. Very well. Stay the course, you're almost there. I mean, isn't now the time? If he cares for me this much he won't refuse me. Desire is not the same thing as love. You've spent, what, less than a week actually with him since you began your courtship. No, it's too soon. Daphne shifted in her seat, uncomfortably aware of the wetness between her legs. It wasn't normally this bad, the stress must be affecting her body. Have you forgotten I'm working with a limited time frame? Astoria can't wait forever. Alicent's voice sharpened. You only get one shot at this. You've fooled him so far. If you're overeager he may start to ask questions, or worse, decide to simply find a woman with fewer complications. It's not as though there aren't better options than you. Right. She might have had a more biting reply at her ancestor's cruel remark, but Daphne was drained, tired from the lack of sleep in her body's aches and pains. She felt sluggish, slow, and nauseous. Okay. Replacing the portrait in her trunk, she shrank it down with a spell and tucked it safely away in her robes. After her school trunk was vandalized, Daphne realized she couldn't risk leaving her only ally unprotected in her dormitory and began carrying her second trunk with her everywhere she went. With that task accomplished, it was time for household charms. The day wore on, and she continued to feel worse and worse. She nodded off several times in class, embarrassingly even in nude arithmancy, her favorite subject. Thankfully, Hermione woke her with a gentle elbow. Are you all right? You're white as a sheet. Fine, Daphne mumbled. It's my period. Hermione's expression was sympathetic, and they both refocused on the problems Professor Vector was working through on the board. Once the lecture ended, they started working on their in-class assignment. Are you going to the Quidditch tryouts this afternoon? Hermione nodded primly. Of course. It's Harry's first real outing as captain, and I'd like to cheer Ron and Ginny on. I'm sure they won't need any encouragement, though. How many open spots does he have to fill? Daphne went to most Quidditch games, and even enjoyed being a spectator, but that didn't mean she paid attention to which year various players were in. Pretty much the whole team. Harry and Katie are the only holdovers, and Ginny, I guess, although she only played as Harry's backup, till now. Great. That meant the tryouts would take significantly longer than she'd hoped. Want to go to the library after class and get some books to read while we wait? Wait, you want to come to the tryouts? Does Harry know? What was so surprising about that? He's my boyfriend. Of course I'm going to support him. Right. Yay, I guess we could go to the library. Hermione turned back to her assignment, a slight hint of color on her cheeks. The mood was suddenly awkward, but why? How's it going over here, ladies? Any questions? No, Professor, Hermione dutifully responded, and Daphne took Vector's arrival as a cue to get back to work herself. When class ended, they packed up their materials and shouldered their bags. It was only as they left the class together, walking side by side towards the library, that Daphne realized what was so unusual, why Hermione had been so odd before. Somewhere along the way, they'd become friends. The stuffy, pureblood heiress and the uppity muggleborn. It was a marvel, a stunning testament to how much things can change in a year. You really do look terrible. Then again, Daphne thought with annoyed grimace, maybe she was just imagining it. Thanks, I really needed to hear that. Have you taken anything? Like a potion? It's just my monthlies. It'll be over soon enough. Hermione swung her bag around, digging inside for a moment. Here, try this. She passed over a pair of small, white tablets. What is this? Muggle medicine. It'll help with the cramps. Daphne eyed the medicine with considerable skepticism, but then a fresh wave of discomfort swept through her. I just eat them. Here, Hermione gestured to a nearby lavatory. Swallow them with some water. You'll start to feel better in a half hour or so. If it worked as she said, Daphne thought she might gain a new appreciation for Muggles. The tablets certainly didn't taste as bad as a pain-relieving potion, at the minimum. After their brief detour, they made their way to the library, perusing the shelves independently for anything interesting. Eventually, Daphne found a book on transfiguration that caught her attention, and joined Hermione, who had a stack of books a foot high, at Madame Pance's desk. Are you sure you want to come? Maybe you should go back to your dorms and lie down. No, it's okay. I think I'm starting to feel better. She wasn't, but what else was she supposed to do? Sit in the library and feel sorry for herself while Weasley's kid sister sidled up next to her boyfriend. She grasped the railing as they walked down the stairs towards the entrance hall, feeling beads of sweat break out across her brow. The glare from the sun practically blinded Daphne as she stepped outside. Something was wrong. She heard Hermione talking, but it sounded like she was speaking from across the castle. Daphne closed her eyes to block the sun's brightness, but her eyelids weren't doing a great job shutting out the light. She staggered, then stumbled, falling to her knees. Don't tell Harry, she mumbled, then everything went dark. Give her some space, I think she's coming around. Daphne felt like she was floating on a cloud. No trace of her earlier discomfort, only the light, airy feeling of pain-relieving potions. Miss Greengrass, how do you feel? Madame Pomfrey. Daphne took in her surroundings. What am I doing here? The school's healer put a calming hand on her shoulder, pushing gently against her efforts to sit up. Miss Granger brought you here after you collapsed outside. Her first instinct was flushed indignation. It was hardly that serious, but quickly swallowed that feeling. This obviously wasn't normal. What happened? You were under the effect of a hex that causes excessive menstrual bleeding. The Muggle pills you took likely had the unfortunate effect of thinning your blood, worsening the spell's impact. Pomfrey took a seat on the edge of her bed. You didn't realize something was wrong. You had to have been bleeding quite heavily. I thought it was just stress from. Daphne trailed off, putting in a determined effort to fight through the potion's effects. My period was due in a week or so. Sometimes it can be bad, and it's not like I knew I'd been hexed. The school's healer was quiet for a long moment. Perhaps we should wait for a bit, then, until Professor Snape can join this conversation. Why? I'm better, aren't I? This hex is a mean-spirited bit of nuisance magic. The sort of thing a bully uses to humiliate their victim. It's not the sort of thing someone on the receiving end doesn't notice. She paused, seeming to struggle for a moment, grasping for the right words. Unless, for example, they were asleep at the time it was cast. A gasp came from just outside Daphne's view, and both she and Madame Pomfrey turned in that direction. Mr. Potter, I'm with a patient. I'll thank you to respect her privacy and. Harry ignored her, striding around to the other side of Daphne's bed. His hair was wild, a sheen of sweat present, still clad in his Quidditch robes. It's gotten this bad. His voice was low and furious as he stooped next to her, taking her hand with one of his and using the other to stroke her hair. This is what Malfoy's been doing, isn't it? He's turned the whole house against you. I'm going to. Please don't. I can handle this on my own. Madame Pomfrey looked between the two of them with a baffled expression. Daphne, you're getting cursed in your sleep. I said I'll take care of it. And with Harry there, looking ready to burn down the castle for her sake, she actually believed her own words. Having him worry for her, caring for her was better than any potion. She mirrored his position, her hand coming up to cradle his face as his did hers. Trust me. A light cough reminded them both of Madame Pomfrey's presence. I'll be speaking with Professor Snape, regardless. I'll allow you a few moments to chat, but I know you're familiar with what constitutes proper conduct in the hospital wing. She gave a very firm look at Harry as she said that, then stood up and disappeared into her office. You're supposed to be at Quidditch tryouts, she said, shifting her arms to wrap around his neck. How do you know what happened? Harry straightened, using her grip on him to lift her to a seated position. While Hermione was bringing you here, she ran across a couple of third years in the corridor and had them come tell me what happened. I told her not to, Daphne grumbled, but there was no feeling in her words. Not while Harry was holding her. Do you really think I'd keep running tryouts while you're hurt in the hospital wing? It was just a prank. Daphne, let me handle this. I promise if I need help, you'll be the first person I turn to. It's the first week of school, and it's already this bad. I'm worried about you. Exactly, we've only been back, together in public view, for a week. But the slight tremble in her voice, audible even to her own ears, gave light to that assertion. Daphne cleared her throat, and when she continued her tone was firm. I'm going to take care of this. You have more important things to be worried about, remember. Hey, you coming back, or what? They both looked towards the entrance, where a frowning Hermione stood behind a handsome, vaguely familiar older student. I tried to stop him, Hermione said to them, looking supremely irritated. The older boy's eyes lingered on Daphne before his gaze turned back to Harry. You ran out on us halfway through the keeper runs. His girlfriend was sick, you absolute tosser. Hermione looked ready to strangle him, assuming she could wrap her hands around his thick neck. She looks fine to me, he quickly replied. Look, Potter, maybe you're not ready for the responsibility being captain involves. Come back to the pitch, and you'll see not only am I the best keeper, but that I can help you run things, take you under my wing and show you the ropes. You know what, McLaggen? Harry practically snarled. Ron gets the spot. What? He's not fit to carry my broom. Even if that were true, which it's not, I'd rather lose than put up with you all season. You're making a mistake, McLaggen ground out, clenching his fists and taking a step towards them. Harry crossed his arms, staring down the larger boy. And you'd know that, how? Pretty sure the team trusts my 5 years as a starting player over somebody who sat in the stands for 6. Now K off. You little. He abruptly went quiet, and a moment later Daphne understood why. Hermione stepped out from behind him, her wand poking into the 7th year. Team rosters are the purview of the Quidditch captain, McLaggen. That'll be 10 points from Gryffindor for being a loser, sorry, a sore loser. And if you don't get out of here, right now, we'll go have a chat with Professor McGonagall. So what's it going to be? With one last scowl, he stormed out of the hospital wing. Thanks, Hermione. She grinned, looking inordinately pleased with how that played out. Been wanting to do that for years. If you want, at this, her smile turned a tad too innocent. I could go tell Ron the good news, so you could stay here. I should probably be the one to. Harry paused when Daphne squeezed his hand. Sure, that's fine with us. Okay, she said brightly. I'm really glad you're okay, Daphne. Alone once again, Daphne pulled Harry closer to forestall any continuation of their prior discussion. Judging by the look on his face when Madame Pomfrey finally arrived to interrupt their snogging session, she'd bought herself enough time to try and work out her issues with her housemates on her own. Malfoy. He stiffened, but relaxed when he looked over his shoulder and saw she was alone. What do you want? She'd hidden outside the defense classroom, thankful he'd been held back by Professor Snape long enough for the rest of the students, Harry included, to leave for their next class. We need to talk about our deal. I don't have time for this, he muttered, continuing past her. Daphne fell into step beside him. Then make time. You said if I stayed away from the dorms, you'd leave me alone. Instead, I'm getting hexed in my sleep and having my belongings vandalized. Like I just told Snape, I didn't have anything to do with that. Maybe not, but you can make it stop. Draco rolled his eyes. Of course, the whole world revolves around you. A few pranks and here you are, whining and throwing a tantrum. Listen to me, Malfoy, if you just shut up, already. He hissed, coming to a halt. You really think I have time to plan out ways to annoy you? Talk to Pansy, you're her problem. And with that, he resumed his path to his next class, increasing his stride to outpace her. Daphne watched him walk away, off-kilter at how anticlimactic the whole encounter was. She'd imagined bravely confronting Draco, facing him down and regaining the upper hand. Instead, he could hardly have offered less of a reaction. One more incongruity to add to the pile that was starting to accumulate around her housemate. Draco rarely turned down the opportunity to taunt those in a vulnerable position, so why did he brush her off with hardly a glance? She recalled his expression in Umbridge's office, when their former headmistress had pointed her wand between Harry's eyes. The excitement, the wanting, the desire to see a young man, one the same age as Draco, be tortured in front of him. Whatever changes he'd gone through, she was certain they weren't good. Harry was right to be worried, and sooner or later, they'd need to think up how to work out what Draco was up to. But first, she needed to use his remarkable map. Pansy never was the sort of girl to spend time alone. When she wasn't with Malfoy, she tended to keep company with friends and roommates. A product of being an extrovert, Daphne supposed, and a feature she'd once valued in her former best friend. Given her present circumstances, though, that trait was an unfortunate barrier in securing a private chat. Thankfully, Harry's magical map allowed her to unobtrusively surveil the sixth-year Slytherin girls, watching their dots crowded around a table in the library. When Pansies began moving in the direction of the lavatory on her own, though, Daphne carefully folded the map and moved to intercept her. A scowl darkened her features when she opened the stall door and saw who was waiting. "Is this where you've been spending your time? I know you're the one behind the hexes and pranks. So, you made an agreement. If you want to blame someone, the mirror's right there. I've done my best to stick to it. Do you know how hard it is to not be able to go to the dorms? To never be able to get any of my things. To carry the supplies for all my classes the whole day." A ghost of a smirk flitted across Pansy's face. "I didn't think coloring books were so heavy. Or are you still playing with blocks in your remedial lessons?" Daphne ignored the jibe. "I spoke with Draco." Pansy's scowl returned, deeper than ever. "You're the one who broke the deal. What's he going to think when I go to the headmaster about the suspicious goings-on in the dungeons?" "You wouldn't dare." "Oh no. What makes you think there's anything I wouldn't do for my boyfriend, any more than you're doing for yours?" To her utter surprise, Pansy's face crumpled at her words and a moment later she broke out into heavy sobs. Daphne didn't know how to respond to the abrupt swing, standing awkwardly while the other girl cried into her hands. "What's wrong?" she eventually asked. "It's Draco, he dumped me. It's like he doesn't even care about me." Daphne let her cry. A year ago, hell, even 6 months ago, she would have tried to comfort her, to tell her Draco was a fool, that he didn't know what he was giving up, that he'd wise up and come crawling back. But that was then. "You mean all of this, the way you've been treating me, it's because, what, you're jealous that I have a boyfriend and you don't?" Pansy sniffed and wiped her eyes. "What do you want, for me to be as miserable as you? You think that's going to set things right between us?" "No." Pansy slowly collected herself. "I want you to be miserable because it's what you deserve. You don't get to be happy, not after you threw me over for that pompous, big-headed half-blood." "You don't know anything about Harry," Daphne said quietly, letting Pansy's vitriol wash over her. "We didn't know anything about him. And if you were ever really my friend, you wouldn't be attacking me for finally seeing him for who he is." With that, she turned on her heel and walked out of the bathroom. Another week passed. The pranks lessened in severity but were unrelenting in their frequency, making for an unwelcome and constant distraction to her daily life. "There, I think that's all of them." Luna set down the textbook she held, then lay back onto the grass and spread her arms. "Just in time to watch the sunset." "Thanks for your help," Daphne said, putting down the roll of blank parchment she'd finished spelling. All of the caps of her inkpots had been loosened overnight, enough that 3 of them had opened inside her school bag during the walk to her first class. Cleaning it up had taken a considerable amount of time. Harry was currently at Quidditch practice, so Luna volunteered to help. They sat at the edge of Black Lake, enjoying what remained of the warm season before the Scottish chill descended. "It was awfully bad luck, all your inkpots opening like that. Have umgubulars/kilters infested your things?" Luna said, then sat up to look in her direction. "Or maybe you knew that Professor Flitwick was covering the wiping spell next week, and you wanted to make sure I knew it." Tergeo. A small column of water siphoned upward from the lake's surface, standing upright for a moment before collapsing with a light splash. Daphne couldn't hold back a smile at her exuberance. "Come here, let me braid your hair." Luna quickly scooted over to take a seat in front of her. "How have your classes been going?" "Great. I do wish we still had DA meetings, but I suppose Professor Snape does know quite a lot about the dark arts." Daphne quickly and efficiently threaded the younger girl's ashby-owned hair, trying to finish before the waning light faded entirely. "The DA? Is that what you called the dueling club last year?" Luna started to nod, but thankfully realized this wasn't the best idea, given the hold Daphne had on her hair. Yes, I really liked being part of it. But it's okay, I have friends now. That's right, you do. Daphne conjured a tie to hold the braid as she finished. There, all finished. Thank you. Luna pulled the tail of her braid over her shoulder, running her fingers over the play. We should probably get back inside, don't you think? You go ahead, I'm going to stay out here for a bit. Are you waiting for Harry? No, he has a transfiguration essay he's got to finish. Luna stood up, but she didn't leave. With the light from dusk already fading, it was difficult for Daphne to make out her expression. What is it? You're not supposed to be out here after dark. The professors say it's dangerous. Daphne forcibly shoved down any memories about her last venture into the forbidden forest. I'll be okay. Still, Luna lingered. It wasn't slashkilters that loosened your inkpots, was it? You don't need to bother with this, you should go back inside. Luna hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision and sat back down alongside her. If you don't want to go back in, we can stay here. I've long suspected the giant squid is actually part vampire, and so it's more likely to rise near the surface at night. Slipping an arm around the small girl, Daphne leaned her head close and smiled into her hair. You should go and finish your homework. Trust me, your owl year isn't something to take lightly. I know that from experience. Go on, I'm fine. The truth was, the longer her exile from the dungeons went on, the harder it was for Daphne to find things to occupy herself with. Household-level courses didn't assign much homework, given they were intended for remedial students, and Harry couldn't spend every moment outside of class with her. There was only so much reading she could do in the library, and her social circle at the moment consisted solely of Luna, Hermione, and her boyfriend. She missed being able to relax, to throw on a pair of pajamas and lounge in bed. Or hearing her roommates gossip, the sensation of feeling comfortable in a crowd rather than on edge. All of the isolation was starting to drive her a bit mad, if she was being honest. Daphne couldn't hold back a rueful smile at the way she and Luna had exchanged roles. What would be her nickname? Daphne. Wasn't all that catchy, she silently mused. I've got it, Luna said, startling her out of her rambling thoughts. Come on. What? Come on, let's go. I've got something to show you. Luna was pulling at her hand, trying to drag her to her feet. Wait, give me just a moment, Daphne protested, lifting up her bag and patting her pockets to ensure her shrunken trunk was still safe. Okay, what's your hurry? You'll see, was Luna's only reply, and they made their way back to the castle. As they climbed the grand staircase, Daphne slowed down. Are you taking me to Ravenclaw Tower? I don't think that's a good idea, I don't want you to get in trouble. No, don't worry, we won't get in trouble. Come on. Luna led her down a largely deserted corridor on the 7th floor. Various portraits hanging from the walls greeted them, with many a, "Hello, Luna," and, "Good day, Miss Lovegood," heard as they walked along. In the middle of an unremarkable stretch of the hallway, next to a blank portion of the wall, Luna came to a halt, turned around, walked a few steps, then repeated that action again and again. Daphne opened her mouth to ask if she was all right when a door suddenly appeared where there most assuredly had not been one before. What is this? Luna pulled the door open, gesturing for Daphne to step inside. This is where we had our meetings last year. Daphne took a cautious step inside, feeling more confused than ever. But isn't this, your room? She looked behind her, and sure enough, there was Hogwarts outside the door. Did you transfigure part of the castle to look like your house? No, silly. Luna giggled madly, as though the suggestion were ludicrous. This is what I asked the room to be. Walking over to the bed, Daphne carefully tested the mattress with her hand, making certain it was real before taking a seat. You talked to the castle. It wasn't the most insane thing she'd heard, but it was up there. No. The room can be anything. Luna squeezed her eyes shut, and a few moments later the walls of her bedroom began to blur, transforming in an instant into the courtyard where Longbottom celebrated his birthday, with Luna's bed still in the center. See, it's amazing, Daphne breathed. I've never seen magic like this before. Here, let me show you how it works. They walked back out to the corridor, and Luna explained the method of summoning the room. You have to picture what you really need. Daphne thought for a moment, and then, feeling like a fool, walked back and forth 3 times in front of the blank wall. A door appeared. Luna bounced over, excitedly reaching for the door handle, then paused and looked over. Is it all right? I mean, can I? Sure, she said softly. Go ahead. The door opened, and they stepped inside to a large room, walls painted a light blue color, with carpet so thick their shoes sank into the plush fabric. Sunlight, so real Daphne could swear she felt the warmth, shined through a picturesque window, the rays of light falling over 2 twin beds that were pushed together. It was just as she remembered, all those mornings, laying together and talking for hours. Astoria's first room, before she'd fallen ill. Oh, Luna said, taking in the layout she'd created. Are we having another sleepover? After a long, shaky inhalation, Daphne gave her a watery smile. I think I'd like that. The room of requirement, as Daphne came to know it through Harry and his friends, brought a welcome respite to the pressures of Hogwarts. Having a place to come home to every night gave Daphne the chance to catch her breath, to collect herself in preparation for another day. It was also a fantastic place to snog. Harry, she trailed off when he cupped her cheek in his hand, protests vanishing as he dipped his head to key her again. Before he could distract her further, though, she pulled away more insistently. You've made a mess of my makeup. You look lovely from where I'm standing, he said in a rough, throaty voice that made her want to forget their plans and spend the rest of the evening pressed against her vanity. Or any surface he chose to key her against, really. You're wearing more of my lipstick than I am, Daphne replied, using her fingers to try and wipe away the evidence of their brief interlude. Now I'll need to reapply it. You stand over there. Harry ran a hand through his eternally messy hair, flashing her a quick grin and moving across the room to where she pointed. You really do look stunning. Checking her appearance in the mirror, she folded a tissue in half and pressed it to her lips to absorb any excess cosmetics. And you look like you should have let me buy you a new outfit. What's wrong with this? I like it, he stated, checking out the red shirt and black slacks she'd bought him at the start of summer. You've got exactly one outfit that fits you, and I doubt this is the only party we'll be attending. I'm only going so I can meet this woman who knew my mum and Sirius. Yay, you've only said that a few dozen times, Daphne replied, rolling her eyes as she finished repairing her makeup. It might be fun, though, and I'm certain Professor Slughorn will have more of these get-togethers. Harry took her hand, and they left the room of requirement, starting the long trek to the dungeons from the 7th floor. I can think of better things to do than be paraded around a bunch of gawkers. It's bad enough how he treats me in potions. Maybe, but you have been brilliant this year. Grumble all you like, he's obviously brought out the best in you. Harry didn't reply to that, so she continued, and like it or not, we'll be going to lots of parties like this once we're out of school. My family's rather wealthy, and you're famous. We'll be sought after as guests, and it wouldn't do to alienate the high society types. His pace slowed, and she shot him a questioning glance over her shoulder. Harry, she started with not a little exasperation. Come on, we're already going to be late. He tugged her to a halt, still holding onto her hand. You mean we'll go together? After Hogwarts. Of course, she said, as if it were obvious. It was obvious, right? Is everything okay? A slow, brilliant smile lit his features. Yay, it is. Daphne returned his smile, albeit a little hesitantly, but Harry's previous reticence about the Slug Club appeared to have vanished. They arrived at their classroom fashionably late and were immediately pounced upon by their professor, shepherded from introduction to introduction. While Slughorn, call me Horace, dear, this is a party. Showed them off like a pair of collector's items, Daphne catalogued the decor and environs. Breathtaking paintings by, she presumed, famous artists littered the walls, and there were moving photographs of Slughorn with various figures of considerable import and notoriety. There were horse dwarves and fruity beverages, non-alcoholic, she discovered, though the adult guests held glasses of wine. A charmed gramophone played an upbeat, jaunty melody, and the room was well populated in spite of what appeared to be a powerful expansion charm tripling the square footage. After they'd made a complete circuit of the room, Cynthia Marble appeared as if by magic, and she and Harry found a quiet corner to tuck away in and talk, Harry's reward for politely tolerating Slughorn showing him off in such a way. Daphne made her way towards the refreshments while they spoke, having previously spotted some prosciutto-wrapped figs that looked divine. The other students gave her a wide berth, whether out of dislike the Slytherins or distrust everyone else but that suited her. Hermione was present, but deeply focused on a conversation with an officious-looking man with a closely trimmed beard. Best to leave her be, Daphne decided, polishing off 2 figs. She was in the midst of an internal debate about whether her diet could afford her a third when a privacy charm muted the sounds of the party. "Professor, how are you enjoying the party, Miss Greengrass?" Daphne took another fig and placed it on the small plate she held. "Just to look at, not to eat. It's lovely, sir, better than I imagined. Yes, I dare say we could all do with some frivolity in times such as these. It's always a joy to see my students, new and old alike, interact with each other." He sipped his wine, making a show of looking around the room. "It's not all for fun, though. Some of the connections made in this room might well cement careers, form professional associations that completely change the trajectory of a wizard or witch's life." She nodded, taking a tiny bite of the small appetizer. "The woman Mr. Zabini is speaking with, for example." Daphne looked in the direction he gestured towards, seeing her housemate engaged in conversation with a middle-aged woman in a resplendent evening gown. "She is a couturier operating outside of Brussels, one that's even started competing with the Parisian brands. Securing Madame Zabini as a customer would be quite a boon. And what does Blaise get out of making her acquaintance? I suspect, if all goes well, he'll be offered an internship after Hogwarts." Daphne snorted. Zabini was sharp, no doubt, but she never took him for a willing or enthusiastic employee. "I can't really see him as a seamstress, sir, no offense." "No." Slughorn's chins jiggled as he cocked his head, seemingly pondering her skepticism. "I suspect he'd rather enjoy the clientele that come for fittings. That she couldn't deny. He'd be right at home in a room full of models. Do you pair everyone off that comes to these meetings?" No, you make it all sound so sordid. I merely make an introduction, here and there, and let fate take care of the rest." "I see. Is there someone here for me to meet?" He chortled, then stood a little straighter, his prominent belly pushing out his robes. "Indeed there is. Me. Much as I've tried my best, I think Harry's the better option when it comes to potions brewing, sir, but I'm flattered." "My dear, I'd have thought such a promising student would understand me better than that. Potions are not my trade, connections are. And you currently hold the most prized asset in that field." "I'm not sure I understand," she said, despite his meaning being obvious. The privacy charm suddenly made a lot more sense. "There's no need to be coy. I'm well aware this is likely the first and last soirée Mr. Potter will attend, and I had to cash in my most effective chip to get him to appear. He's not one to embrace his celebrity, is he?" "No, he's not." Daphne felt decidedly uncomfortable, setting down her plate and the half-eaten fig. "I suppose this is where connections come into play." Indeed. Slughorn looked across the room to where Harry was listening intently to his new acquaintance, expression torn between a hungry desire and forlorn longing. "An old student of mine, Eldred Wurple, has a lucrative proposal for young Mr. Potter. Unfortunately, he's out of the country at the moment, and won't be returning for another 2 months." "What sorts of proposals does Mr. Wurple deal in?" "Eldred is a writer, an author of some repute. In our last correspondence, he expressed interest in penning Harry's story, putting the ordeals and triumphs our young hero has endured to the printed page. I'm sure it's not news to you that such a book would be an instant bestseller. I don't think Harry has the time to spare for something like that, but you're welcome to ask him yourself." "I most certainly will, of course. But a word of encouragement, here or there, from someone he's eager to impress would go a long way to helping him decide." Her discomfort was rapidly transforming to disdain. "Professor, while you may traffic in connections, I don't. I'm not sure what possessed you to think I'd help you manipulate my boyfriend into helping you earn a mountain of gold." At this, he made to protest, but she overrode him. "Don't bother denying it, sir. You wouldn't be so eager about this proposition if there weren't something in it for you." Slughorn's genial smile turned decidedly calculating. "I must say, I'm surprised. If that's true, I don't know whether that says something about you, or about me that you expected any other response. I say I'm surprised, because you never asked what you might get from such an arrangement. Hardly a shining example of Slytherin house, are you?" She couldn't hold back a derisive snort. As impolite as it may be to say aloud, Professor, my family could buy and sell you in Whirlpool without batting an eye. Yes, Cecil has proven to be masterful at handling international trade. But that doesn't mean there's nothing I can offer you. And you think you've got something up your sleeve to change my mind? She asked, amused at his tactless attempt at negotiation. I do. You forget, I've had 6 weeks to observe you and Mr. Potter, although to be honest I hardly needed that much time. Slughorn paused, as though savoring the moment before his assumed victory. You see, I've noticed a few things about you and your young paramour. Such as the fact that you desperately need something from him, and I'm not talking about teenage affection. Daphne narrowed her eyes, ready to respond with a biting retort, but he went on before she could. It's all as clear as day. Your hesitation to disagree with him, the way you constantly seek his approval and to prove your usefulness. The way you quail at even the slightest hint of earning his disfavor. You need something from him, my dear, and you're terrified you won't get it. I don't know what you're talking about, she said, but inside Daphne felt a growing unease. I can help you. I've spent a half-century honing the skills you require. I can teach you how to manipulate him, to not only obtain what you seek, but to do so in a way that makes him believe it was his idea all along. She didn't say anything, partly out of her fear at the way Slughorn saw right through her, and partly out of the horrible desire to give in and go along with his scheme. Their new professor was indeed everything she'd guessed, that first time they met. Just something to think about, Miss Greengrass. Oh, look, here he comes, Slughorn said, bringing down the privacy charm with a subtle movement of his wand. Harry approached, a middle-aged witch in tow. Big smiles, now. Hello, Harry. He was flushed, looking excited as he reached for Daphne's hand. Hello, Professor. Daph, Cynthia wanted to talk to both of us for a bit. Still discomfited from her encounter with Slughorn, she was slow to respond. With me, too. Of course, Cynthia Marble said, not a strand of her well-coiffed hair falling out of place as she bobbed her head enthusiastically. You should see his face when he talks about you. It's like James, chasing after Lily all over again. I'd love to hear your side of the story of how he finally won you over. I think it's more accurate to say she won me over, Harry said, laughter sparkling in his eyes. How delightfully unorthodox, Cynthia said. You must tell me all about it. Oh ho, I won't keep you a moment longer, Miss Greengrass, Slughorn said, beaming with pride, or some facsimile of it, at seeing another connection come to fruition. You three enjoy yourselves. As Harry led her away, she couldn't help but throw a glance over her shoulder, seeing the portly potions professor raise his glass in salute. This is why Hogsmeade weekends should be scheduled earlier in the year, Ron muttered, staring out the window of the carriage. Bet there'll be a bloody blizzard when we go in February, too. You should be grateful we get to go at all, Hermione said. If you ask me, it's well worth waiting an extra 2 weeks for the ministry to put additional security in place. That's not it at all, Luna chimed in. The delay was on account of elements of the Rotfang conspiracy wanting shorter daylight to appease the heliopaths. Harry nodded along with Luna's words, but Daphne caught the flash of a grin on his face as leaned back to sling an arm over her shoulders. The first Hogsmeade visit of the year had been pushed back, from the first week of October to the 3rd, and to all of their misfortune landed on a day when a torrential downpour was soaking northern Scotland. Honeydukes, then the 3 broomsticks? Ron asked in the ensuing silence that followed Luna's pronouncement. I want to go to the bookshop, Hermione said, and Luna eagerly nodded. Me too. No doubt you two'll be canoodling in Madame Puddifoot's, Ron said, waggling his eyebrows. I don't know, Daphne replied. I'm worried Harry might make a habit of walking out on his dates if I force him to take me to the tea shop. Their eyes locked, both of them remembering his disastrous Valentine's outing with Chong. It felt like it happened ages ago, that was the first real inkling she'd had of the sort of man he was. She really was lucky. Are you going to Key? With your tongues now? Luna's innocent question startled them both out of their impromptu staring contest. Please don't, Ron groaned. It's bad enough seeing half the girls in the school sigh every time you walk past. He wasn't exaggerating. Witch Weekly, courtesy of Cynthia Marble, had run a glowing feature on The Chosen One's Chosen, a clunky title if ever there was one, 2 days after the Slug Club's first meeting. Many of the younger years were suitably impressed with her and Harry's star-crossed romance. Good point, Ron, perhaps we ought to give them some privacy, to really get the whole Hogsmeade experience, Hermione said with some amusement. Luna, want to come with us today? Okay. But can we go to the Hog's Head? I haven't seen Mr. Dumbledore since the DA met there. That place is a dump, Ron grumbled, but then, in a louder voice said, I guess we can. His butterbeer's cheaper. The Thestrals came to a halt, and they all raised the hoods on their cloaks. See you later. So, where to first? Gladrags, Daphne said firmly. He made a face, but nodded and took her hand, leading her to Hogsmeade's only clothier. A half-hour later, Harry looked ready to mutiny, groaning audibly when she held out another shirt for him to try on. I refuse to believe there's a single piece of clothing here I haven't already tried on. Keep it up, and I'll have a dress for you to wear next. She said with a smile, though it dimmed a little at her next words. Are you sure you want to go to the next Slug Club meeting? Yay, why not? Didn't you have fun? I'm just a little surprised. You weren't looking forward to it before, and you've got Quidditch and your lessons with the headmaster. She took back the shirt she'd just given him, replacing it on the rack. Maybe we could skip a few of them and spend more time in the room. Just the two of us. Oh. His face went slightly red, but he nodded enthusiastically. Yay, you're right. Great. Her cheeks felt warm, too. Okay, I think you've got enough. Want to head to the Three Broomsticks? They fixed the clasps on their cloaks before heading out into the rain, his purchases shrunk down and safely in his pocket. Can we go to Honeydukes, then the post office? I want to send my sister some sweets. Why didn't she come to get them herself? She's, what, a fourth year now? Daphne stumbled, inadvertently stepping into an ankle-deep puddle of water on the street. Yes, but she's not at school right now. She got sick, so she's at home. Harry gave her a puzzled look. Madame Pomfrey wasn't able to help. She cursed herself for initiating this line of conversation. Given Harry's upbringing, asking questions about her relationship with her family rarely came up organically, but she'd gone and practically gift-wrapped an invitation to a topic she'd rather leave alone. My parents like to throw their gold around, so they hired private healers. Oh, but she's going to get better. Yes, she's going to get better, Daphne said with certainty. She was quiet while they purchased their sweets at the candy shop, and their conversation remained stilted while she affixed the package to an owl and paid the fee to send it off with a short note. She had to snap out of this. Harry would only grow more suspicious if she didn't perk up, and Astoria definitely wasn't a topic she was ready to discuss with him. Not yet. Daphne did her best to inject some false cheer into her voice. Okay, I'm all set. Ready for some butterbeer. I'm desperate for one, he said, and they hurried through the crowded streets to the Three Broomsticks. Once they got inside, they hung up their cloaks and started walking through the inn, seeking out an open table. Only, midway through their search, a familiar and unexpected voice called out his name. Fleur, what are you doing here? Allo, Ari. Unlike everyone else who'd come out in this miserable weather, the Vila didn't look at all bedraggled, instead appearing as if she'd stepped off of a model's runway to pop in for a drink. I was hoping to speak with you. Right, well, that might be a problem. This place is packed to the rafters. I secured a private room upstairs, so we will not be overheard. Harry was suddenly alert. Is something wrong? Did something happen? Not what you are thinking. But I must speak with you alone. Fleur looked significantly at Daphne as she said that. What is this about? You can trust her. Please, I only need a few minutes of your time. If you still want to see her after that, I will not keep you. That comment didn't go unnoticed by Harry, either, for he squeezed Daphne's hand tighter and stepped closer to Fleur. Look, whatever you tell me, I'm going to tell her as soon as you leave. So let's just get right to it, shall we? Very well. This way. Daphne walked alongside Harry, ascending the stairs behind the villa. If the Weaselette is waiting upstairs, I swear I'm going to lose it. She thought, furious at the intrusion to her date. Thankfully, there was no one else in the private room, merely a table and a waiting pot of tea. Okay, we're here. Harry took a seat, his body language screaming irritation and annoyance. So let's hear it. What do you want? Fleur slid a folder of parchment across the table, pouring herself a cup of tea while Harry opened it up. Looking over his shoulder at what was inside, Daphne saw rows of numbers, what looked like vaults and galleons. Bank transfers, she slowly realized. What is this? After Lucius Malfoy was imprisoned following the events at the Department of Mysteries, since he was a known Death Eater, the Ministry began tracking his financial dealings. She tapped a series of 500 galleon deposits, beginning in June. This money, here, has been coming in steadily, from the Parkinson vault. So Pansy's family has been paying Malfoy's bills. Non, this is unlikely. Fleur's level gaze settled on Daphne. The Parkinsons would be hard-pressed to afford such a large sum once, much less multiple times. Isn't that true, Daphne? Oh no, a twisting anxiety gripped her insides. She cleared her throat. The Parkinsons aren't very well off, no. Harry looked between her and Fleur. So, someone is funneling gold to the Malfoys through the Parkinsons. Yes, this is so. From there, the Malfoys have been spreading the gold to other suspected Death Eaters. Look here, 1,700 galleons to Borgin and Burke's, a noted dark arts dealer in Nocturne Alley, I know. Harry gripped the parchment harder, straining the page in front of him. I saw Malfoy there, while I was doing my school shopping. Where's Parkinson's gold coming from? Vault 622. The Greengrass family vault. The triumph in Fleur's voice was unmistakable. He slowly turned to her. Daphne. His voice was faint, hesitant. Disbelieving. She felt like she'd been petrified. Denial sprang to her lips, but she couldn't force the words out. Daphne. He asked again. Did you know about this? My parents, I knew they'd given Pansy some gold, but she didn't know what to say, how to make this right. She didn't tell you, did she? Fleur reached across the table, putting her hand on Harry's forearm. Bill and I, and everyone at the Burrow are very worried. You know who will stop at nothing to get to you, you must realize that. Would you just shut up? Daphne cried out, beyond furious at this bloody by.ch trying to sabotage her relationship yet again. This has nothing to do with you. I should call the Aurors, you had no business snooping on my family's banking. Her anger may have been justified, but it was absolutely the wrong reaction to have, judging by Harry's expression. He pushed the folder away, like he couldn't bear to touch it any longer, then ran a hand over his face. What am I supposed to do about this, Daphne? Give me a chance to explain, please. She reached for his hand, but he pulled it away before they could touch. It's not what you think, my parents they didn't know what Pansy would do with it. We got together in June, he said, the words hollow and distant. When your parents started giving money to Death Eaters. You don't understand. They aren't Death Eaters, tears welled up, blurring her vision. They only wanted to keep me away from you. That's why they paid Pansy, to keep an eye on me. To stop me from spending time with you. Whatever he was going to say next, she'd never know. Screams sounded from the street below, and Harry leapt out of his chair, running to the window. Whatever he saw that caused the terrified cries set him running out the door and down the stairs. How could you do this to me? Daphne whispered, turning to the woman seated across from her. To us. It is better for both of you that he learns the truth now, Fleur said, standing up. This isn't the truth. And how could you possibly think it's better for me this way? If you had any idea what I've given up for him. Enough. Fleur's voice was as sharp as a blade. Count yourself lucky whatever you planned to do to him did not succeed. Any hurt you cause him, I will pay back tenfold. This is the last warning I will give, Greengrass. And with that, she left the room. Daphne, left alone with nothing but cooling tea and the evidence of her parents' guilt, shrank the documents down and staggered to the window on unsteady legs. A crowd had formed on the street, a large circle of students that Aurors and the professors were trying to disperse. A circle surrounding the bodies of two girls, the color and gold trim on their scarves clearly visible from where she stood. Wake up. Someone was shaking her, and Daphne groggily tried to snap from an exhausted sleep to alertness. Wah Harry. He was still in the clothes he'd worn to Hogsmeade, although they were rumpled and creased. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and his coloring was gray and pale. Harry looked almost as distressed as when she'd last seen him, glaring daggers at her while the ministry collected Katie and Leanne's bodies to return to their families. But he was here. He came for her. I'm so sorry for your loss. You were close with her, weren't you? A single nod was the only reply she got. I'm glad you came. I was afraid I thought, with what happened in the Three Broomsticks. His face was carefully neutral, but she could see the way he was tightly coiled, rigidly suppressing his anger. "We need to talk." Daphne squeezed the blanket in both hands, suppressing the urge to pull it tighter around herself. "I know. Are your parents Death Eaters?" She started to answer, but he quickly followed up before she could. "Even if they don't have a dark mark, do they support Voldemort?" "No. I don't think so." Given what happened that day, the fact that one of his friends had died, Daphne tried to expand on that. "The family is very pureblood, and very rich. We run in the same circles as you know who's followers, do business with them, socialize with them. It's how it is in Britain, Harry. He wouldn't be so dangerous if the elites didn't back him." "Is that a yes?" he asked, words coming out in an almost hiss. "No, it's not. The Greengrasses only recently came back to Great Britain, when my father was a boy. For more than 200 years, our family lived in Finland, so he's not involved enough in this country to join a civil war. The truth is, I don't know exactly what my parents think of Muggles and Muggleborn, but I'm willing to guess you probably wouldn't approve. That doesn't mean they want you know who to win. Did you know what Malfoy was planning?" She couldn't hold back a gasp. "Draco killed them." "Yes." Harry met her eyes unflinchingly. "The cursed necklace, the one they both touched, was in Borgin and Burke's when Draco met with Borgin. He did it. And you think my family paid for it?" Daphne looked down at her hands and took a slow, deep breath, as though bracing herself for an attack. "I swear, whatever you might think of them, my parents had no idea the money would go to Malfoy." She chanced a glance at his face, easily reading the suspicion written all over him. "I know how it must look, but please think about this from my family's perspective. Pansy saw me help Weasley in Umbridge's office after you and Hermione left, and she confronted me about my feelings for you. She's the one who told my parents I went to your Muggle relatives. For that, I was grounded all summer and forbidden to speak to or mail you. Why do you think I needed Dobby to get letters to you? If my family was trying to trap you, wouldn't it be easier to just tell you, rather than sneak around?" A bit of the tension seemed to deflate from him, and she doggedly pressed on. "My mother, both my parents really, they're afraid for me. They think being associated with you, being with you is going to make me a target for you know who. And, because of Astoria, she fell silent, wanting to tell him why her parents were willing to do anything to protect her, but worried about the timing, given what happened today. What if he thought she was only telling him about her sister's illness for his sympathy? Thankfully, or not, Harry didn't pursue more information about Astoria. What really happened, at the start of the term with Malfoy? I know you've been holding back. That's not an option anymore, not if he stumbled over the words, and Daphne almost sobbed in relief. If we're going to be together. She mentally filled in the blanks, hope swelling inside her. He told me to keep you away from him, or he'd make things difficult. He said he told me you specifically weren't under any threat. For the first time since he'd woke her, Harry looked away, staring at the walls of her room, grief and misery flashing across his features. Why'd you lie to me about that, then? When I asked you, point blank, if you thought he was doing something dangerous, you said yes. So why hide his actual threats? Maybe I could have stopped it, saved Katie." Harry sniffed and wiped his eyes, fighting his emotion down. Daphne's fingers twitched, wanting to touch him, to comfort him so badly it was practically a physical need. "I just don't understand you, Daphne. I'm trying, really trying to not think the worst, but I don't understand why you did this. You were still hiding the prophecy, and I thought I could handle it on my own. And I was scared," she finished, her voice dropping. "I'm always scared now. For you, for me, for my friends and my family. I might be a coward, but I'm not a traitor." They sat in silence for a long time. Eventually, she couldn't hold back any longer, and slowly reached out to take his hand. This time, he didn't pull away. "Hermione and I had a blowout in the tower. She doesn't believe Malfoy is behind Katie and Leanne's murders. Did you tell the professors?" He nodded. "McGonagall said he was in detention, never left the castle. But I know he's responsible somehow. I don't know what Hermione's problem is. Maybe it's easier to not believe someone you've shared classes with for 6 years is capable of killing 2 people." Harry shrugged. Did you tell her about what happened at the Three Broomsticks? Of course, her and Ron. They're my best friends, I tell them everything. Oh. Harry let go of her hand and stood up. I think we're going to need to talk more about this, but not tonight. I don't think I can handle anything more right now. Don't go. She surprised them both with that, but Daphne recovered faster than he did, lifting the blankets and shifting to one side of the bed. Can you just stay? Just for tonight. Everyone is really upset in the tower. I should be there for them. His words, if they were written down, were valiant and commanding, but instead they came out grief-stricken and tormented. What must it have been like for the Gryffindors, after two of their housemates died on the Hogsmeade streets? No surprise they'd look to the Quidditch captain, to the boy who lived, to the chosen one to comfort and reassure them. But who was there for him? It's late, no one will notice if you're gone a little longer. Stay. For a moment, Harry looked like he might ignore her and simply walk away. She watched his Adam's apple bob as he swallowed heavily, then he sat down on the edge of her bed and began unlacing his shoes. Pulling off his jumper next, he slid into her bed in his undershirt and trousers. He lay down on his back, stiffer than the wooden frame of the bed they shared. Daphne scooted closer and put a hand on his chest. He felt like a solid mass of tensed muscle. Daphne, look, as far as you and I go, I don't know. Shish. We can, tomorrow we can figure that out. Not tonight. She felt his heartbeat increase beneath her palm, then she tugged on his shoulder to pull him against her. He turned to her and buried his head against her chest and let out a soft, agonized whimper. It's okay to hurt. I know, baby. I know. Harry sobbed against her, clutching her so tightly she was sure she'd wear his handprints beneath her clothes tomorrow. Whispering soothing words, Daphne let him cry, running her hands through his hair and holding him. Beneath her blankets, ensconced within a secret room in a magical castle, her world condensed down to the young man she held in her arms. No matter what happened in the morning, he needed her right now, and she needed to care for him. That's what you do, she realized with a surprising amount of calm and acceptance, for the people you love. She was in love with Harry Potter. In a sane world, Daphne would titter with her friends, sigh dramatically, hold her hands to her heart when she thought of him. She'd stumble through a confession, they'd key, and fumble their way through love-making together, and maybe get married and have kids and live happily ever after. But there was nothing sane about the world she lived in. Harry was gone when she awoke, so she spent nearly the entire day after the disastrous Hogsmeade outing alone in the room of requirement, even to the point of asking Dobby to bring her food there. None of this was part of the plan. She was supposed to seduce him, win his heart, save Astoria, and then get back to her life. Simple, straightforward, and efficient. Instead, Daphne had fallen tragically and irrevocably in love with Harry Potter. Everything was going wrong. Okay, she mumbled to herself, pacing the length of the room, mentally tabulating a list of obstacles that needed overcoming. Got to keep an eye on Malfoy. Keep Slughorn at arm's length. Deal with the fallout from that King Vila. Figure out how to get Astoria's cure. Help Harry, Merlin. Help Harry beat you-know-who. She let loose a manic laugh at the absurdity of that last bit. Well, she was almost an adult, time to start acting like one. Even the longest journeys began with a first step. Daphne would simply have to find a way forward. This was fine. She could handle this. The next morning, Harry wasn't at breakfast. Daphne stood at the entrance to the Great Hall, awkwardly hovering near the door. Where was he? Glancing over the assembled student body, she didn't know where, or even if, she fit in. Certainly not with the Slytherins, who were obviously not an option. Ravenclaw offered the chance to see Luna, but judging by the way she was already eating alone, a more open association with Daphne wasn't going to benefit her. She knew no one in Hufflepuff, and the Gryffindors were in sparse attendance, no doubt still grieving in their dorms. Without Harry, she didn't know where she belonged. Where was he? Classes the first day after the traumatic Hogsmeade weekend were cancelled, so without another option, Daphne wandered outside, heading for the Black Lake. Only, when she arrived, she found it already occupied in spite of the chilly autumn morning. But I've already told you what you need to know. Harry ground out, frustration audible. Tonks, one of his watchers, over the summer, held her hands out in a conciliatory manner. He was with a professor when the murders occurred. His wand was checked like every other student's. What do you want us to do? Interrogate him. Lock him up. Something. That's the sort of attitude that got Stan Shunpike sent to Azkaban, the tall, dark-skinned man next to Tonks chided. We can't go around arresting people over their proximity to dodgy shops. Stan didn't kill anyone. Malfoy did. Harry. All three of their heads swiveled in her direction. Daphne, he acknowledged with a short nod of his head, before refocusing on the red-robed Aurors. Just give him Veritaserum, then. Let him prove he had nothing to do with Katie's murder. On what grounds? The black man asked. It was one thing to check every student's wand. We need some evidence if we're going to select one student to potion, though. Unless you think we'd get away with dosing each student. I've got nothing to hide, Harry immediately fired back. If it meant we didn't have a murderer roaming the castle, I think most students would likely agree with me. That's so. Tonks raised an eyebrow, tilting her chin in Daphne's direction. He's right, Daphne said, trying to be supportive, but judging by the way Tonks' eyes lingered on her, she must not have managed to mask her thoughts as well as she'd hoped. Listen, I understand you want something done immediately, the taller man said. But that's not how law enforcement works. We're still investigating, but we'll put the pieces together and get to the bottom of this. Trust us. The two of them left the lake shore, heading for the path to the gates. He has the dark mark. Harry called out after them. All you need to do is raise his sleeve. The Aurors paused, then returned to where she and Harry stood. How do you know Malfoy has taken the mark? He lashed out at Madame Malkin when she was measuring him for his robes. He was hiding his arm. The summer, again. And no one's noticed it in the months since. Who would tell, if they had? Daphne spoke up. Another student, whose father is in the cell next to Draco's. The man exchanged glances with Tonks. You're saying Slytherin House is actively working with you-know-who? I don't know. But the older students, they've been different this year. Different how? Daphne shrugged helplessly. It's just a feeling, they haven't said anything specific. He made a show of looking at her robes, silver and green trim. Really? Since Daphne made her loyalties clear, she's been pushed out of the dorms. They even hexed her in her sleep. Harry cut in, taking a protective step in front of her. Is that how it was when you were at Hogwarts? It's not all that different from checking their wands, Shaq, Tonks said quietly. And it would cross Hogwarts off and allow us to get back to checking the village. Fine, we'll go talk to Dumbledore. While the Aurors started the walk back inside, Daphne tried to catch Harry's attention. Do you have a second? What is it? He asked brusquely. It's just, she took a deep breath. Are we okay? Harry's eyes hadn't left the retreating Aurors. Yay, it's fine, he said, before offering a distracted farewell and hurrying to the castle. That night at dinner, the headmaster announced that Aurors would be returning in the morning and conducting checks for the dark mark. When the Aurors arrived, though, Draco Malfoy had already disappeared. Mother, if you continue to send gold to the Parkinsons, you might very well lose both your daughters this year. Stop it, now. I turned 17 in January. It's time for you to start trusting me, like I'm trusting you to do the right thing now and listen to me. Give Astoria my best. Daphne. Hey, can we talk? Almost 2 weeks had passed since Daphne encountered Harry outside the castle, and they hadn't spent any meaningful time together since. Oh, he'd been around, certainly. But he was aimless, drifting to and fro, distracted even when they were doing nothing at all. Harry didn't initiate physical contact with her any longer, and was stilted and awkward when she tried to do so. Sure. He stood up, following her deeper into the stacks to a deserted portion of the library. What's up? I was hoping we haven't really spent much time together, not since, she trailed off meaningfully before she continued. You've been different. Things haven't exactly been going great, he started, but Daphne couldn't stop herself from interrupting. I think the normal reaction to hard times is spending more time with the people you care about. We spend time together, he mumbled. You're physically here, but you might as well be on the other side of the castle. And it's always just you and me, you never bring me around your friends anymore. So what is it? Do you not want to be with me? Daphne intentionally allowed irritation, rather than hurt or worry, to bleed into her words. She had her pride, after all. He didn't answer right away, and she felt her insides seize up in terror. Is that why you didn't go to the party on Sunday? There had been a slug club gathering the prior weekend, all very tasteful, most assuredly. After such a dreadful loss, Professor Slughorn had told her that he'd skipped a squeeze in an extra Quidditch practice. But you said you still wanted to be with me, you said you believed me. I still want to be with you, he said, leaning against a shelf of books on potions ingredients. I just didn't feel like going. All right. Okay, she said in a small voice, unwilling to push him, too unsure of just how precarious their relationship was. I told my parents to stop paying Pansy. They haven't replied, but I wanted you to know. Harry straightened and concern flashed across his face. They won't. You won't be hurt, will you? Of course. Her abusive home, where she supposedly suffered the same sort of mistreatment Harry received from the Muggles. So many lies, the weight of her deception pressed down on her, and Daphne curled her arms around herself, unwilling to meet his eyes, feeling her own burn with unshed tears. I'm sorry. Harry's voice was rough, and she felt his arms close around her, gripping her tightly in his secure hold. It was the first time he'd really held her in days. I didn't mean to upset you. It's just you don't understand. My parents, they don't understand, she started to say, but how could she finish that sentence? Panic clawed at her, and she could hold back her tears no longer. What if she was in too deep? What if those girls dying, and her family's culpability, stole away any chance at earning Harry's forgiveness for her dishonesty? You're okay, it's all right, he mumbled into her hair, gently rocking her back and forth. Daphne gathered herself as best she could, carefully wiping her eyes and taking a deep breath, then another. No, she wasn't going to fail. She'd save Astoria and her relationship with Harry. I missed this, she said, matching his embrace. And you don't need to worry about me. My parents will. Once they meet you, they'll get over it. They only know you from the Prophet. Right. She glanced up to gauge his expression, seeing his jaw set. Probably imagining the likelihood of meeting my parents and not exchanging spells, she thought. Harry. Raising herself on her toes, Daphne pressed her lips against his neck. Can we go back to the room? Well, her key. Went from slow to heated, tongue flicking out to taste his pulse point. We haven't finished our potions essay. I need you. Her words were breathy. Please. He met her halfway when she tilted her head towards him, and she reveled in the taste of him. But our bags are still at the table. Pulling back, Daphne swiftly pulled her wand from her sleeve, focused on their school bags, and muttered, Accio bags. When they came zooming towards her, she shoved Harry's into his arms and pulled at his elbow. Let's go. Harry started to slow down as they approached the grand staircase. Maybe we should just call it a night. Rather than respond verbally, Daphne pushed him alongside a suit of armor in the corridor and promptly shoved her tongue into his mouth. She couldn't explain why she was acting so wanton, so desperate. All she knew was she needed Harry, needed him to want her. They stopped twice more to snog in the corridors. On their way up to the 7th floor. Unfortunately, the peculiar method of entrance to the room gave him time to collect himself. Stop, Daphne, hold on. It was her second turn, one more to go. What's gotten into you? There. The door appeared, and she tugged at his hand. What do you mean? He allowed her to pull him in, but once they set foot in a facsimile of her bedroom at home, he stopped. 1 minute you're crying in the library, and the next you're trying to, take me to bed. Was that what she was doing? Daphne, for once, didn't try and close the distance between them, her gaze resting on the familiar bed she'd slept in most of her life. Dotting Harry, feeling him against her, feeling wanted had, if only for a few blissful moments, chased away the fear and worry and stress and how far would she go to pursue that feeling, that security? As far as he'd let her, she realized. I'm sorry, she mumbled, still not meeting his eyes while tears tumbled once again from her own. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I've missed you, and I thought. Shish, he said in a soothing voice, pulling her into his arms. It's okay. It's really not, she hiccuped. I don't want to lose you. I can't. Is that what all this was about? You felt like if you didn't. Daphne glanced up at him, seeing Harry's cheeks flush with the unspoken words. Please don't. If you and I, get there, it should be because we both want it, not because you feel like you have to. Things have been different. You've been different. Harry released her, stepping away and taking a seat on the edge of her bed. You're right, I have. He ran a hand through his hair and exhaled a huff of air. Do you remember, before the first Slug Club party? When I met Cynthia? She sat down next to him, not bothering to respond. Of course she remembered. He went on. You said you talked about the things we'd do after school, in the future. Our future, together. It was the first time we ever mentioned anything like that. I meant it, she said quietly. She still did. Now you do, sure. But what comes next? Even if I survive the war, what happens after that? Your parents will never accept me. You've already given up all your friends, are you really willing to cut yourself off from your family? She opened her mouth to reply, but he shook his head. I think that, I mean with everything that's happened in my life, I sometimes make things bigger than they are. What are you talking about? What things? You and me. He gestured between the two of them. That day in Hogsmeade, what Fleur told me, losing Katie and Leanne like that, it all made me realize how dangerous loving you is. How hard this would be even if Voldemort weren't coming for me, and… Wait. Stop. You love me. His stare was unblinking as it fixed on her. Yes. Daphne closed her eyes, an incomprehensible happiness swelling inside her. Harry loved her. They loved each other. I love you, too, she said, keeping her eyes shut. I love you so much. No, you didn't let me finish. She couldn't hold back a smile, wanting to jump up and down on the bed like a little girl. I don't care. We have each other, nothing else matters. She finally looked at him, seeing concern and reluctance on his face. As long as we're together, everything else will work itself out. Daphne had never been so happy as she was at that moment. It wasn't until later, after Harry left to return to Gryffindor Tower, that she belatedly realized what this meant for Astoria. Everything was going to be fine. Do you think they're done with practice yet? Her companion didn't react to Daphne's question, motionless except for her eyes tracing the words on the page. Hermione. Glancing up, a comical smudge of ink on her bottom lip, Hermione was slow to react. I'm sorry. I asked if you thought Quidditch practice was finished by now. What are you so focused on, anyway? Potions. And as for the practice, I don't know. Harry's been keeping them late, what with the first match this weekend. Daphne leaned forward to see which book Hermione was reading. We don't have an essay due this week. You're acting like you've got a newt tomorrow. I'm just trying to read ahead. What's the problem with that? Nothing at all, Daphne said. If you're having trouble, you should ask Harry for help, he's leagues ahead of the rest of us. Hermione's nostrils flared. For now, maybe. And only because he's so obviously Professor Slughorn's favorite. Daphne couldn't deny that, but still rose to Harry's defense. True, but it's not like Slughorn's brewing for him. Harry's still doing the work. Yay, well if I received private lessons, I'd do just as well. What are you talking about? Hermione slid a bookmark between the pages and slammed her book shut. He told me about how Slughorn has been giving him one-on-one instruction. It's silly, really, like the Aurors wouldn't take him no matter what his potions marks are like. When, exactly, are these lessons taking place? A few times a week, when he's not at Quidditch practice or with you. This didn't make sense. Harry never mentioned any of this to Daphne. Do you remember the last time he went to one? Hermione gave her a strange look. Last night. He'd told Daphne he was spending time with Ron and Hermione. Don't tell me the reason he's actually doing this is just to impress you. She forced a smile through her discomfort. That's probably it. Where was Harry really going? And why was he lying to her? Miss Greengrass, a word after class, if you would. I'd like to talk to you about your essay. She nodded, and Slughorn continued roaming the aisles, observing and supervising the other students' potions. Don't look so concerned, maybe he was just really impressed with your work, Harry offered, pausing his stirring to briefly squeeze her shoulder. Maybe, she agreed, although Daphne suspected an altogether different reason. The class came to an end, and she packed her things and approached the teacher's desk once everyone else left. You wanted to see me, sir. Have you given any thought to my proposal? Slughorn asked, confirming her earlier suspicions. I didn't need to think about it. Harry has more important concerns than releasing a book. She hesitated before continuing. In case you haven't noticed, Professor, there's a war going on, and Harry's at the center of it. You'll have to make your pitch without me. I'm sorry to hear that, Slughorn eventually said. Very well then, I suppose we have nothing else to discuss. You're dismissed. Daphne left, her shoulders back and her head held high. She was almost there, soon there'd be no more lies between her and Harry. I've been wondering when you would deign to consult with me. Alicent sounded cross, and Daphne couldn't blame her. She'd barely thought about her ancestor's portrait, much less spoken to her over the last few. She gave a brief synopsis of what transpired since their last conference. I've done it. He confessed, he loves me. The irritation vanished from Alicent's expression. Truly. How did you accomplish this? Does it really matter? I suppose not, the portrait agreed, wearing a very unusual look. Affection, Daphne realized, thinking how foreign a positive expression was on her ancestor's beautiful face. I'm proud of you, child. I know how hard this was. It was worth it. Astoria's going to recover, Harry's going to win this war, and then everything's going to be fine. There's still the matter of obtaining his blood. Yes, there is that. I was thinking about what you said, the first time you told me about Potter. About how ignorant he is of our customs, how he tramples all over our tradition. It took Daphne a moment to remember exactly what she'd said. It felt like a lifetime ago. Had she really been so unkind and dismissive? It isn't his fault, he was raised by muggles. He never had the chance to learn the things he should have known. Exactly. He has no idea what it is to be a proper wizard, and can only rely on what others tell him. Alicent looked pointedly at her. Others, like you. Just tell me what you're proposing, Daphne said, uncomfortable with the way this conversation was going. Have you ever heard of hand fasting? What? No, wait, Daphne's mind worked, trying to recall where and when she'd heard reference to that word. Old memories of children's fables and fairy tales slowly trickled back to her. Isn't that some kind of marriage? Something along those lines, Alicent confirmed. It is a form of betrothal, where a couple agrees to a magically binding commitment for a year and one day. By the time I was born, it had already fallen out of practice. For wizards and witches of substance, marriage contracts rose to prominence. For those of lesser stock, naturally there was no difference in their behavior either way. Daphne didn't appreciate the implied aspersions against her boyfriend. Lesser stock? You mean, like the man you ended up marrying? Alicent glared hatefully at her for several seconds. May I continue? Fine. What does hand fasting have to do with Harry's blood? What does he know of a long-forgotten magical ritual? Simply tell him you seek a betrothal, and that you require his blood in order to do so. You want me to ask him to marry me? Daphne squeaked, feeling blood rush into her face. Yes. I can't. He'd never. He would. The confidence in Alicent's voice made Daphne narrow her eyes. How can you be so sure? Because of everything you've told me over the last year. Because he is a sad, lonely orphan who lost the last of his family less than a year ago. Because he is a child, one even younger than yourself, who has a death sentence over his head. He will see you as his only chance at a family of his own. The cool, dulcet voice of the portrait did nothing to stop the way Daphne's skin crawled at such BPD calculation. Harry, he's more than that. You don't know him, not the way I do. You need to keep your wits about you, to think with your head and not your hormones. Alicent's rebuke was sharp and pointed. Countless family members have died because of the Potters. Your sister, should you fail, will die because of the Potters. Whose side are you on? His or hers? Both of them. I'm on both their sides. But even Daphne could hear how muted her words were. That hopelessness, the anxiety that had been dwelling inside her reared up, sinking its claws into her spirit. Okay. I need to know everything you ever heard about hand fasting. It was fine. She could handle this. When's your birthday? January 5th. Why? Planning on buying me a gift? Harry laughed. Am I that transparent? Apparently not, she thought in irritation. So she asked in reply, what did you do after dinner last night? They lay together in her bed, Harry between her legs with his back to her while she lightly trailed her nails through his hair. His voice was thick and relaxed. Just hung out in the tower, did some homework, the usual. With Ron, or Hermione. Even if Harry hadn't told her the whole sordid affair, no one could miss the way his two best friends could barely coexist in the same room any longer. What day is today, again? Thursday. She tried to keep her voice light, inconspicuous, but she could practically feel the wariness radiating off of him. Hermione. She helped me with Transfiguration. Lies. Daphne had, in fact, sat with Hermione in the library the night before. Ostensibly, they were studying potions again, but in reality the outing served more as an excuse for the Gryffindor girl to make subtle jabs at her roommate's new relationship with Weasley. Are you seeing someone else? What? Why would no? I'm not. I know you weren't with Hermione because I was. I know you're lying to me. Harry sat up, running a hand through the hair she'd thoroughly mussed. I mixed up the days, that's all. I was with Ron last night and Hermione the night before. Daphne was incensed. Do you have the map with you? Why? Because I'm going to find Ron right now and find out if you're telling the truth. Harry's eyes widened when he turned and saw how serious she was. You don't need to do that. Tell me what you were doing. He stared for a long moment, long enough Daphne actually wondered if he was seeing another girl. It's a secret, he finally said. I've kept all yours so far, haven't I? It's really not a big deal. Then there's no problem in telling me. There was a long moment of quiet before he let out his breath in a huff. He stood up and walked over to where he'd discarded his school bag, reaching in and digging around for a moment, removing an item and returning to her bed. You've got to be kidding me. You've actually been working on potions. It's not just a textbook. Whoever owned it before used it like a journal of their experiments. Brewing, preparing ingredients, spellcrafting. What sorts of spells? She flipped through the battered textbook, glancing over pages of notations and additions. That's what I've been doing, finding out. Harry's gaze was serious, level, and Daphne swallowed hard. It was a reminder of what was waiting for him, for them, outside of the castle's walls. I'm sorry for not telling you the truth. It's okay, she heard herself say, like she was having an out-of-body experience. When you love someone, you can forgive them for hiding something, as long as they thought they had a good reason. Harry cocked his head, a confused but relieved smile on his face. She prayed to anyone listening that the words she spoke were actually true. And then he said, 2 days detention, Miss Lovegood. I'm sorry. It's all right. The quirky bee-own chirped. I really shouldn't have been brewing potions unsupervised, even if they were gifts. Hermione smiled, managing to restrain her laughter, although Weasley, the female one, not Ron, wasn't able to do so. I don't think they would have appreciated those gifts as much as you think. Sounds to me like Luna had the right of it, Weasley countered, still smirking. A cleansing serum for Snape's oily mess, and a hair growth solution for Slughorn. She dissolved into laughter once more. I only wanted them to look their best for the Christmas party. Luna said earnestly. She turned to Daphne. But because of my detention, I won't be able to help you get ready. I'm sorry, I wanted to do your hair like you did mine. It's all right, sweetie. I can manage. Hermione, did you decide on a date yet? Her face showed a hint of color at the question, and Hermione glanced at Weasley before replying. I'm still weighing my options. Because of my idiot brother. You could do a lot better, Weasley said flippantly. Course, I could say the same about a lot of people in this castle. At that, her eyes flashed briefly in Daphne's direction, but she let the slight pass by without remark, keeping her focus on Hermione. She wasn't threatened by Weasley any longer. Harry was in love with her, not his friend's little sister. If you like, I could. Hey, am I early? Right on time, Daphne said with a smile, picking up her bag and standing up. I'll see you all later. A range of farewells came from the other girls, all the way from enthusiastic Luna to disinterested Weasley and distracted Hermione. For once, Harry had the entire evening free, no Quidditch or spellcasting practice. He looked relaxed and carefree as they walked, hand in hand through the corridors. Is Ron serious about Brown? Harry looked surprised at her sudden question, but that morphed to amusement shortly after. I don't know. He's your best mate, isn't he? Don't you ever talk. I think I see enough of him and Lavender together without hearing about it, too. Boys. Still, she didn't like seeing Hermione so forlorn. Okay. What did you want to do tonight? I thought we could go visit Dobby in the kitchens, grab a bite to eat. I haven't seen him much this term. Daphne had, what with all the meals she'd taken in the room, but didn't object. If Ron doesn't see a future with Brown, he shouldn't be wasting her time. Or his, for that matter. He's only 16, Daph. Exactly. He's nearly an adult now. He needs to start thinking about his future. Harry gave her a queer look. We're still in school. I don't think he's looking to get married. She pulled her hand away from his, not wanting Harry to feel how sweaty her palms were. It was time. He should be. I don't know what Muggle courtships are like, but this is the way things are in our world. Daphne took a deep breath, then spoke again. I'll turn 17 over Yule break. I already knew. Harry abruptly closed his mouth and came to a halt in the middle of the corridor. Wait, what are you saying? Easy does it, Daphne told herself, meeting his gaze. What do you think I'm saying? It sounds like you want to, get, he gulped audibly. Married. Daphne forced her face to maintain a neutral expression. There was only a week left in the term. She'd allowed herself to procrastinate, to give in to her nerves and dawdle and delay as long as she could. I want to have a future with you. Don't you want that with me? Harry staggered backwards, seemingly bracing himself against the wall. I mean, yay, but Merlin. This feels a little sudden, don't you think? For marriage, yes, but a commitment. Harry's brow furrowed. I thought we already were committed. I'm talking about something more than snogging in broom closets. A sign that what we are is going to last beyond Hogwarts. For all that she'd been dreading this conversation, Daphne found it a surprisingly easy argument to make. Because I want this, she realized. For Astoria, yes, but also, for herself and for Harry. I don't listen, you mean a lot to me, but marriage. We're too young, are we? How old were your parents when they had you? 20. And they were married before you came into the picture, weren't they? Yes. Harry's voice was quiet, serious, he no longer fidgeted, staring intently at her from across the corridor. Engaged at 18, married a year later, with a family a year after that. Do you know how that sounds to most wizards and witches? Normal. But we're not even done with our 6th year. I've never seen any students with a ring on their finger. What sort of ring would he give to her? Something he had fashioned specifically for her, or a family heirloom? Of course not. An engagement follows a hand fasting. What is that? A small, simple ritual that commits us for a year and a day. A signal that a relationship is more than a fling, that we are intended. Harry's eyes were still boring into her own. If, at the end of that time, a couple is incompatible, then they part. If not, then an engagement is formalized on the final day of hand fasting. And you think my parents did this? I don't know for sure, but James Potter was the sole heir to a storied pureblood line. No one told me. I thought that was why you'd asked about my birthday, but we only have a week before the term ends. Sorry, I shouldn't have assumed you knew. Sometimes I forget you grew up with those muggles. So you've been waiting for me to bring it up. Well, yes. Daphne hesitated, then swallowed any remaining doubts. I thought, since you knew I would reach my majority soon, you'd want this to happen as soon as possible. Before my parents could form any alternate arrangement. Harry lurched upright, pushing off the wall and crossing the corridor to where she stood in an instant. What? Your parents are there trying to set you up with someone else? I don't know, she said slowly, trying to choose her words carefully. Up to this point, her description of the, albeit ancient and no longer used, purpose of hand fasting had been mostly accurate. Once I'm 17, though, I can carry out the ritual myself. He didn't say anything. Daphne reached out and took both his hands in her own. I didn't mean to surprise you like this. I guess I understand it might feel sudden. But you were so worried about our future, about my family accepting our relationship. This is the best way. Why? He whispered. She released his hands and instead cradled his face. It's like magic, Harry. Intention is what counts. I want my parents to see I'm just as serious about you and our family, as I am about them in Astoria. Daphne stood on tiptoe and brushed her lips against his softly. I love you. Harry blinked rapidly and his breath caught, then he wrapped his arms around her tightly and squeezed her against his chest. I love you, too. I'll think about what you said, I promise. She closed her eyes, breathing in his scent and relaxing into his embrace. This lie was okay, Daphne decided, because it didn't have to be a lie at all. If she went through with it, then she wasn't actually deceiving him, was she? It would just be a bride price, of sorts. Like in medieval times, a payment by the groom to the bride's family. Harry would give his blood to save her sister, and then Daphne would marry him. Willingly, and with no reservations. I'm so happy, she mumbled into his shirt. Harry took a seat alongside hers, quickly pulling out his books and preparing for the lecture without a single glance her way. "I'd started to wonder if you were going to make it," she whispered while Slughorn began to give an overview of the potion they'd be reviewing. Today was the final lecture of the term, with only one more brewing session before Yule break. "I need to talk to you after class," he replied in a hushed voice, while the professor began to speak about the scintillation solution. There was a slight edge to his words, and Daphne leaned forward to look past him. Hermione and Ron sat a few seats down, next to each other for the first time in weeks. They both stared right back at her. With slow, careful movements, so as to not draw too much attention, Daphne tore off the bottom third of her parchment and scribbled a message, sliding it to Harry when she finished. "Is it about what we discussed last night?" He glanced down at her message, inking his quill and quickly scratching out a reply. "Hand fasting isn't a pureblood thing. Ron's never heard of anything like that." Of course he'd ask Ron and Hermione. How could she have not anticipated that? Harry ripped off a section of his own parchment and passed over another. Message: "I'm not angry. Just confused. Don't want to rush things if there's no reason to, you know." Shite. Should she have laid more groundwork before bringing it up? But how was she supposed to do that? No doubt as soon as class was over, Hermione would be rushing off to the library to look up every bit of information about hand fasting. Daphne needed something concrete, something to reference besides her own supposed knowledge of the custom. While her mind worked, she penned a response. "I don't mean any offense to Ron, but, and remember, I'm not insulting him, his family are considered blood traitors. I'm not all that surprised he doesn't know about what is and isn't typical." She started to slide the note back to him, then quickly added to the end, "and Hermione is Muggleborn. It's not like there's a book we all read about, how to be a proper pureblood. These traditions are unspoken for a reason." While Harry read her words, Daphne's gaze landed on their professor. Slughorn could sell this. He was an authoritative source, and she had zero doubt he could make it seem as perfunctory as actually holding hands. Harry respected him, liked him, even. But he'd ask something of her, in return. Before Harry could write a word, she pulled the note back and asked him to stay after class, to let their potions professor confirm her words. Harry glanced up from her note to meet her eyes and give a brief nod, and Daphne had to hold in her sigh of relief. Seconds ticked into minutes, the lecture stretching on and on. Daphne scarcely heard a word their teacher said, trying to anticipate how to go about the coming discussion. Was it possible she could find a way to speak with Slughorn first, without Harry overhearing? No, she thought, that would be suspicious. And what about his friends? Convincing 3 skeptics was much more challenging than just one. How could she get rid of them? "Are there any questions?" Slughorn asked from up front. Daphne leaned over in Harry's direction. "You should tell your friends to go on ahead. They might be uncomfortable staying for our talk." "All right then," Slughorn called out. "Remember to go over the brewing procedure before our next meeting." "Why?" Harry whispered back. "I just think Ron might be bothered if his family's status were to come up. I don't want to upset him." After a moment, Harry nodded his agreement and leaned back. Class dismissed. Daphne slowly gathered her belongings while Harry hurried over to where his friends sat, speaking quickly and gesturing in her direction. They peered over his shoulder at her with conflicted expressions, but obviously gave in to Harry's wishes and departed with the rest of the students. "Harry, Miss Greengrass. Did you need something from me?" "Yes sir, we wanted to talk to you." "Well, I had a question, really," Harry started, taking a step towards the professor's desk. Daphne followed and stood just behind Harry. "Yes. Just a favor to ask, Horace." His eyebrows raised, and she sent him as significant a look as she was able. A slow smile spread across his face. "Who am I to refuse 2 of my best students? It's about hand fasting, sir." Whether intentional or not, Harry taking the lead in this conversation prevented Daphne from providing any advance warning. "Hand fasting," Slughorn repeated. "Yes. What do you know about it?" A line of sweat broke out on Daphne's forehead, her knuckles turning white as she squeezed the straps of her school bag. Slughorn's calculating gaze drifted to her face before he refocused on Harry. "It's a precursor to engagement, of course." Harry blinked, and Daphne moved to his side, seeing the surprise blossom on his face. "Wait, I mean, you've heard of it?" "Yes," Slughorn said simply, then let out a Laugh at Harry's expression. It isn't employed as frequently as betrothal contracts, because hand fasting is less matchmaking than it is match testing. I don't understand. Sit down, please. They took a seat in the front row desks while Slughorn leaned against his desk. Hand fasting fell out of fashion because it allowed too much freedom for the couple involved. For pureblood witches and wizards, it was intended as a way for a suitable couple to gauge whether or not they could be happy together. Committing to a courtship for a full year offers the opportunity to see if the relationship works in both personal and business senses. So, you're saying no one does it anymore? Not at all. Slughorn quickly replied. I only meant to explain why contracts are more common. Less romance, more security, if you understand. I dare say there'd be more happy marriages in the wizarding community if hand fasting were more common. Oh. Harry looked thoughtful, sending frequent glances her way. I didn't know. Why would you? For prominent families, marriage is too often regarded as a way of cementing alliances, trading assets. Love, unfortunately, rarely factors in very often. Slughorn sat back, his bulk shifting the desk a few inches. Not like with your parents. Your mother was certainly my favorite, but I respected your father a great deal for choosing her over another pureblood. He was a good man. Harry reached over, fumbling for Daphne's hand, squeezing it tightly once he found it. Did they? My parents, were they, hand-fasted? The ritual can be carried out alone, so if they did, it's likely nobody knew. Daphne broke in here, and Slughorn's eyes narrowed at her for a moment at the word, ritual. Thank you for talking with us, Professor. Of course, he said. You're both going to attend the Christmas party, aren't you? I have several associates coming that haven't been able to attend previous events. Isn't that right, Daphne? There it was. The price for his support. Is Mr. Wupple still coming? I've been looking forward to meeting him. Wurple, my dear, Eldred Wurple, Slughorn corrected, giving her a clear nod of approval. That's right. I was thinking, though, that the party might be too distracting to have a conversation of any significance. What if the three of us were to meet with him the night before? Who's Eldred Wurple? Harry asked, but Daphne just squeezed his hand. I'll explain later. That sounds much more convenient, Professor. This way we can enjoy the party together, right, Harry? Right. Sure, why not? Wonderful. I'm glad we had this discussion. Give me just a moment to write some tardy slips for you. I fear you're already late for your next class. Slughorn quickly wrote out excuses for each of them, pausing as he handed Daphne hers. I'm very glad you came to me for help, Daphne. I'm always willing to do a favor for my brightest students. She gave a weak smile, feeling shame burn its way through her stomach. Later that night, in the midst of her lengthy trek from the kitchens to the room of requirement, Daphne ran across Ron and his girlfriend. Brown was giggling madly as she tugged the redhead towards a broom closet, though he slowed to a halt as he caught sight of Daphne watching them. "Lo, Greengrass. Hi, Ron. Give us a minute, lav." Brown looked between them, scowling. "Why? So I can talk to Daphne," he said, exasperation clearly audible when his girlfriend didn't move. "Well, take all the time you need," she snarled, storming off in the direction they'd come. Sorry." Ron rolled his eyes. "She's fine. Don't worry about it. So, what's up? What are you doing with Harry? This whole, weird engagement business, what are you up to?" She stared at him for several moments. "He told you about our discussion. Shouldn't it be obvious? We're way too young to be thinking about that sort of thing. Are we? You know what's happening outside these walls. At least I'm honest about what I want. Harry can refuse me, if that's what he wants. But I'm not going to hide my feelings from the person I care about." "Hide your feelings? What does that mean?" She gave him a small smirk. "I guess that part was more for you than it was for me." A blush exploded across Ron's face, clashing horribly with his red hair. "I don't know what you're trying to say." "Okay." Ron gave her a side eye, scuffing his trainer on the stone floor before jamming his hands in his pockets and turning away. "Right, well, I better go find Lavender. Hey, Ron." He paused. Earlier this term it would have been a lot easier for me to find someone else. Someone my old friends would find appropriate, that my family would approve of. Do you know why I didn't? Because you love Harry. No. Well yes, but I didn't know that at the time. She paused, wondering if she was overstepping her bounds, then decided to continue regardless. Being with him makes me happy, yes. But, if I were to take the easy way out, it would be making other people happy by hurting him. Ron sighed, loudly. Great, Greengrass. Guess that makes you the noblest Slytherin of them all, then. She walked towards him, coming to a halt alongside him, the two facing forward in the center of the corridor. It's probably impossible to never hurt the people you care about, but it seems an entirely different thing to intentionally do so, don't you think? Have a good night, Weasley. He didn't follow, and she didn't hear his footsteps resume as she turned the corner and made her way to the grand staircase. Hello. Madame Pomfrey emerged from her office in the rear of the hospital wing. Oh, Miss Greengrass. I was just about to head to dinner. Is everything all right? I'm sorry for the bother, but I just finished with my classes and I needed to speak with you. Of course. Right this way. The Meadowitch gestured for her to follow, leading Daphne to a curtained-off examination area. What seems to be the problem? Have you been hexed again? No ma'am. She could feel warmth radiated from her face as she forced herself to look the older woman in the eye. I need a dose of the potion. The contraceptive potion. To her credit, Madame Pomfrey didn't so much as blink. Very well. You understand that each dose is only good for 5 days, with partial protection for another 2. Yes ma'am. You're not being pressured to do anything you don't want to, are you? Witches have the right to say no, there's no shame in being unsure. I know. All right, then. Give me just a moment. Daphne played with the edges of the sheets on the bed she sat upon while the Meadowitch ducked out of view. Here we are, Greengrass. Daphne threw back the potion in a single swallow, grimacing at the taste and handing the empty vial back. How long until it takes effect? Pomfrey gave her a small smile. Not long enough that you'd need to worry. A half hour, at most. Be careful tonight, will you? I will. That task accomplished, Daphne left the hospital wing and started up the stairs to get ready for the party. Harry would be stopping by the room at 7 o'clock to pick her up and take her to the dungeons, leaving her a little less than an hour to get ready. Plenty of time. She knew just what she'd wear. A slinky, biscuit green dress that hugged her hips but flared out around her thighs. Her strapless brassiere, combined with the triangular gap in the halterneck dress would create some truly eye-catching cleavage. A pair of strappy, low heels completed the outfit. Tonight, Harry had to make a decision. Alicent had been vociferously opposed to this plan. She claimed sacrificing Daphne's virtue was needless, that the mere threat of leaving Harry if he denied her request would be enough on its own. She moaned over and over about the ill repute Daphne would bring on her family, the guarantee that allowing Harry to claim her first time would prevent her from ever finding a suitable husband. She told Daphne to wait, to save her pure tea for a man she loved. For the first time since they'd met, Daphne stunned her into silence when she told Alicent she had waited for a man she was in love with. There were still major issues that would need sorting, even after Astoria was cured. Daphne would need to be careful, to gradually ease Harry into the truth of how they came to be. There were some things he'd likely be better off never knowing, the truth about Umbridge's fate foremost among them. But there would be time to worry about that in the future, once both Harry and Astoria were safe. Miss Greengrass. Daphne came to a stumbling halt, so ensconced in her own thoughts she'd not even noticed her head of house standing in front of her. Professor Snape, sir, I need you to come with me. What? But why? She'd not spoken with Snape in months, not taking defense, combined with her abandonment of her dorm room meant their paths had no reason to cross. Greengrass, come with me. His order left no room for argument, and with no other option Daphne fell into step beside him, tracing the path down to the dungeons much earlier than she'd anticipated, and with far different company. Did your project ever come to fruition? He asked quietly as they exited the staircase. Sir. For your sister. Did you get what you needed? His office was in sight now. Not yet, but. They came to a halt outside his door, and he silenced her with a hand on her shoulder. His lips were pressed together, features pinched. Then I'm truly sorry. He opened the door, revealing her mother, the Lady Greengrass, waiting inside. Daffy, she said, cosmetics smudged and eyes swollen. Fresh tear tracks traced lines down her cheeks. Mum, what are you? What's happened? Ava swiftly approached, wrapping Daphne up and holding her tightly. I've come to take you home. The healers will be giving Astoria her final treatment, and she's asked for you to be there to say goodbye. No, 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 no. This can't be happening, Daphne thought frantically, standing still as a statue while her mother cried against her. Not now, not when she was so close. I can't. Ava sniffed, wiping her nose with the sleeve of robes that likely cost as much as the Weasleys earned in a month. I don't want this, either, but it's what your sister wants. She told me. A sob cracked through her momentary calm, and her mother cried for several seconds before she continued. She told me she wanted to wait until you came home on the express, but the pain is too great. It's time to say goodbye. Her eyes were burning, and Daphne could feel tears falling, but she wasn't crying. She wasn't crying. I can't go. Tell her to hold on, I'll be there soon. Tell her I promise I'll be there. Daphne, please. No. Miss Greengrass, Snape tried to interject, but Daphne pushed her mother away. I'm not leaving, and Astoria's not going to die. You can't run from this. I know it hurts, but this is your last chance. She's not going to wake up from the potions they give her. Please, for Astoria's sake. Daphne pushed her mother so hard that Ava fell to the ground, and then she ran. A whispered tempest displayed the time, ghostly numbers hovering in front of her as she sprinted through the corridors. 31 minutes until Harry arrived. Daphne paced back and forth inside the room. She'd made it all the way here, but surely could not risk going to Slughorn's party. She couldn't leave here until she had the cure. You always knew it would come to this. Calm down, he'll be here any minute and you're not even ready. It was true. Her hair was a mess, and she didn't even have any makeup on. The dress she intended to wear was slung haphazardly over the mirror in the corner, but Daphne couldn't bring herself to prepare. With the moment now upon her, she was completely paralyzed. You're right. Wish me luck. And with that, she shut the lid on her trunk and began to get ready. Unbuttoning her school uniform, she set it aside before unzipping her skirt and stepping out of it. Mechanically, she folded her clothes and placed them on a nearby chair before she made her way to the shower. Crouched beneath the steaming spray of water, Daphne hugged her knees and sobbed silently into one hand. She couldn't stop thinking about her sister, about Astoria lying there in agony, waiting for her to return. How she'd feel when their mother told her Daphne refused to come home. Maybe she should have gone home. If Harry gave his blood at the start of the next term, rather than the end of this one, would it really make such a difference? No. This had gone on too long, all of it. Daphne was hanging by a thread, the stack of lies she'd assembled teetering on the brink of collapse. It was truly now or never. There was a knock at the door. He was here. Daphne, are you still getting ready? She cleared her throat, but could still hear how hoarse her voice was. I'll be right there. Snap out of it. Now wasn't the time to look desperate. She had to be cool, collected. She needed to be prepared, have explanations and justifications at the ready. Everything she'd gone through for the last year was for this moment. But try as she might, staring at her own reflection in the mirror, Daphne could think of nothing except Astoria. It was as though every minute that passed brought with it another hammerblow, the grief pouring over her in waves. Would she ever hear Astoria's voice again? See her smile, hold her hand, talk about their day? Her eyes were puffy, swollen and red-rimmed. She looked pale, all the more so because her hair hung limply, dripping onto her bare shoulders. Another knock sounded at the door. Daph, do you think you'll be much longer? We're gonna be late. Harry wouldn't refuse her. He was in love with her. He was a good man, he would make the right choice, right? Daphne wrapped a towel around herself and left the bathroom. Oh, he flushed, seeing her emerge in nothing but a towel, and she watched his eyes trace a slow path from her feet, up her legs, lingering on her hips and easts. When his gaze finally completed their journey and landed on her face, though, the transparent desire vanished from his features. What's wrong? What happened? Nothing. Try as she might, the words wouldn't come. You're upset. He hurried to her side, carefully wrapping one arm around her, using his hand to tip her chin to face him. Tell me what's wrong. His concern was genuine, almost frantic. Daphne stared mutely into his eyes, seeing herself reflected in the lenses of his glasses. She felt exposed, and not because she stood before him in only a towel. I'm sorry. Why? Talk to me, Daphne. I can't go to the party. Why not? I can't deal with it. Not tonight. I'm sorry, she said again, like if she apologized enough everything would be okay. You think I care about the Slug Club? Just tell me what's wrong, please. Harry put his hands on her shoulders, droplets of water from her hair sliding down his wrists. I'm scared, she whispered, unable to tear her gaze away from his. Things have been being with you has been so. Hey, Harry leaned forward, pressing a gentle key to each of her eyelids, and only then did Daphne realize she was still crying. It's okay. Whatever it is, we'll get through it, together, alright. He leaned his forehead against her, and she took a deep breath, inhaling his scent, his presence, his love. Harry. Daphne took a step back to put him at arm's length, wiping her eyes and brushing away the bangs plastered to her forehead. We've been good together, haven't we? I make you happy, don't I? Yes, he said, watching her closely with a peculiar look on his face. I want you to know I'm never going to give up on you. No matter what happens, I'll stay by your side. Not even you know, she paused, shaking her head and then trying again. Not even Voldemort can drive me away. I need you to know that. Daphne, he whispered, and the look he gave her contained so much love, so much pride, all her doubts were erased. If Harry believed in her, loved her to this extent, there was no way she'd fail. I can't go to the party because tomorrow we're leaving. The last few months have been it's been all I wanted, to be with you, to be happy together. But out there, what's coming? She stumbled over her words, but Harry nodded like he understood. I need you to do something for me. Anything, he whispered. Daphne took 2 steps backwards, towards the bed, then undid the knot and allowed her towel to drop to the floor. Show me you love me. She lost herself in his arms. If she were drowning, before, beneath the weight of her burdens and fears, making love with Harry was like a first breath after breaking the surface. Maybe he could tell how much she needed this, needed his love. Either way, Harry wasn't hesitant or unsure. His passion for her chased away the looming dread, stealing Daphne away from the specters that had haunted her for years. There was nothing outside of this room, this bed, no world outside of the shelter of his arms, the tangle of their limbs, the sounds of their pleasure. And when it was over, with the weight of him resting atop her, Daphne knew without a shadow of doubt she'd never regret falling in love with Harry Potter. She lay beneath him, feeling his warm breath against her neck, running her hands through his sweat-slick hair. A sense of completeness settled over her. Harry, she said softly, meeting his eyes, their brilliant green unfettered by his glasses. I want this. I want forever with you. They shared a lengthy stare, stretching on for more than a minute, in total silence but for their heavy breathing. At last, he smiled and kissed at the tip of her nose. Forever. Really? You mean? Yes. He slid off of her, laying beside her. I'll do it. She sat up, leaning over him with one hand over his heart. I can prepare the ritual over break. I just need the ingredients. Harry's eyes were half closed, looking lethargic as he stared up at her. Don't I need to be there? How are we going to hand fast each other when we're hundreds of miles apart? I only need a part of you. Just some of your blood. His reaction was immediate. What? Harry pushed himself up on his elbows, eyes now wide open. Daphne awkwardly slung her leg over his waist, straddling him and leaning in close. I know what you're thinking. What happened the last time someone took your blood? I would never do anything to hurt you, you know that. I know, but, she shushed him, then leaned forward to kiss him softly. Do this for me, Harry. For us. Absolute terror flashed across his face, and Daphne knew he was fighting down the memories of the last time someone used him in a ritual, but then he closed his eyes and schooled his features. When he looked at her again, his face was a mask of control. All right. She hopped off of him, throwing open her trunk and ignoring the look Alicent immediately speared her with, reaching past the portrait for the silver knife and the 3 empty vials from her potions kit she'd prepared for this moment. Slamming the lid shut, she returned to him in the bed. Do you want to? She held the knife out, but he just shook his head and looked away. You do it. She lifted his left arm and instructed him to keep it raised. The knife slid into his flesh with almost no resistance, blood immediately welling up from the vertical cut. Daphne set the blade aside, picking up the first vial and holding it beneath where the trails of crimson liquid began to drip, slowly at first, then a more steady flow. She filled the first and most of the second in this way, but by the time she reached for the third, the amount had slowed. While his wound was still weeping blood, it wasn't flowing at the same rate. "Harry, are you done?" "Almost. But I'm going to have to make another cut." He grimaced, and Daphne waited until he gave a short nod of consent before she moved. Picking up her wand off the nightstand, she muttered a quick, "Episki," to seal the first cut before taking the blade once more and sawing into his flesh a second time. The last vial swiftly filled, and Daphne healed the second cut. This was a messy business. Her hands were sticky, coated with his blood up to her wrists, and the sheets around them were rust-colored, stained with drying blood. It seemed like for every vial, an equal amount of the warm, thick liquid escaped onto her or the bedding. Harry was pale, nauseous. "All done." "Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much," she whispered fervently, ensuring all 3 vials were properly sealed. "That was a lot more than I expected." Be it the fading adrenaline or blood loss, Harry appeared lethargic and slow. "Just rest now, you did great." "Okay. Daphne, I love you. I love you, too. Just relax, baby. It's okay." Daphne forced herself to stay still alongside him, even though she practically vibrated with urgency. Harry drifted off to sleep in 10 minutes or so. She counted to 500 before she actually got out of bed, moving carefully to not rouse him. Once she was on her feet, though, Daphne hurriedly threw on her blouse, pulling up her skirt and zipping it before stepping into a pair of ballet flats. With the 3 vials clasped securely in her hand, she carefully opened the lid of her trunk, moving the portrait aside to seek out the goblet Dobby had procured for her earlier in the term. Alicent gave her a once-over, propped up against the lid. "You've succeeded," she quietly enthused. After looking over her shoulder to ensure Harry was still asleep, she nodded. "Yes, but I need to go. I've got to get this to my sister." Her ancestor nodded, an excited smile lighting up her elegant features. The goblet in hand, Daphne closed the trunk and hurried to the door. Professor Snape would let her use his flow, she was sure of it. Just a quick trip to her home to save Astoria, and then she'd return to Harry's side. Daphne had decided, while sitting there and draining his blood, to tell him about the blood malediction and the cure he'd given them. Maybe there was a way he could visit her from the Weasleys, to actually see the little girl whose life he'd saved. Yes, it would be perfect. Her parents would be forced to acknowledge their relationship when confronted with their daughter's savior. A debt like that could not go unpaid. The Greengrass family's resources could then be marshaled to find help for Harry, to buy time for him to prepare to fulfill the prophecy. She'd spent so long, so many weeks and months desperate not to fail, terrified of being exposed, fighting to win Harry's heart with a single-minded focus, she never gave any serious thought to what would come next. Her exuberance grew with every step, going over all the ways this moment would help both her and Harry. He'd saved Astoria, and now Daphne would save him. This is how it was meant to be, she realized, pounding on Snape's door. It was perfect, a better ending than she'd ever thought possible. "Miss Greengrass." Snape blinked, going from half asleep to high alert as he looked her over. "What, in Merlin's name?" "I need your flow, Professor. I've got to get home." He stepped aside, apparently too stunned to question her, gesturing towards the hearth in his quarters. Daphne ran over, fumbling to hold the goblet under one arm while she threw a pinch of powder into the fire. She called out her address and stepped into the green flames. Like Hogwarts, the Greengrass home was still and silent. She crept into Astoria's room, dropping to her knees beside the bed. Her sister was thin, skeletal, devoid of color and vitality. If it weren't for the shallow rise and fall of her chest, Daphne would have mistaken her for a corpse. With shaky hands, she stabilized the goblet on the floor, holding the base secure. Flicking the stopper off the first vial, she drained the thick, cooling liquid into it and repeated the task twice more until the cup was filled to the brim. Elevating Astoria's light, fragile neck, Daphne opened her mouth and slowly poured in the blood, pausing to occasionally rub her throat to force a swallow. When she finished, she set the empty goblet aside and perched on the edge of the bed. "Astoria," she whispered, lightly shaking her shoulder. "Tori, wake up, sweetie." Daphne cast a lumos, looking closely to observe any changes. There were none. There was no change in her sister. "Who Daphne? What are you doing here?" The wards must have alerted her father, she realized, for he stood in the doorway with his own wand lit. She stayed focused on her sister, watching to see an effect, waiting for the healing to begin. Nothing was happening. Her father approached, then gasped. "Oh gods, Daphne." He rushed to her side, grabbing hold of her and running one hand down her face. "You're hurt. What's happened? Cecil, what's going on?" Her mother came in next, and turned on the lights in the room then screamed. Daphne was confused, but when she caught sight of her own reflection in the window she understood. Her hands were coated with dried blood up to the wrist, and there were streaks of the crimson liquid on her face from where she'd brushed her hair out of her eyes during the collection. Her school uniform had smears on it where she'd buttoned it up. She looked like she'd killed someone. Ironic, given that she'd actually just saved her sister's life. "She's better now. I've done it. Astoria's going to be okay." Her father had by now discovered the empty goblet and vials at her side. "What have you done, Daphne?" "I saved her," she said, the relief at everything finally being over suddenly weighing her down. It was the middle of the night, and she was exhausted. "Daffy, honey, your sister's not going to wake up. The healers administered the sedatives hours ago." "I'm sorry, you're too late," her mother said. "Of course. She's potioned. That must be it. Get the healers here, then. Have them wake her up, she's better now." Her parents exchanged a heavy look, and after a few moments, her father said, "Astoria's not going to get better. Waking her would just be cruel. We're not going to force her to go through that. You're not listening to me," she cried. "Get on the flow, do what you have to, but she has to wake up." Her mother, heedless of the bloodstains, approached and wrapped her arms around her. "I can't imagine the regret you feel at not being here. I wish you'd made a different choice, too, but," Ava choked, fresh tears pooling in her eyes. "You'll have to make your peace with that on your own." "What did you do, Daphne? What is all this blood?" She struggled against her mother's hold. "I told you, I cured her. If you'd just call the healers, they'll tell you themselves." "What cure did you give her?" "Just call the damn healers," she screamed. "Cecil, go." "What? You can't be serious." "I am. Go, summon them." Her father looked at them both with a baffled expression but gave in and left the room. "Now then, you're going to tell me what's going on." "The malediction, I discovered how to break it. It was a curse on our bloodline, put there almost 500 years ago." "How did you discover this?" "The portrait I found. Alicent, it all began with her." "Wait, she told you. Why did she keep it a secret for so long?" "The Greengrasses spent centuries trying to discover the reason. Why didn't she ever volunteer the information before now?" Daphne explained the hidden compartment, how she unknowingly stumbled upon the painting's secret. "And the cure." Before Daphne could answer, her father came back, accompanied by another man dressed in pajamas. "But please, if you would give her another look." The healer grumbled under his breath, but nonetheless drew his wand and began to cast a complicated diagnostic charm. After a few seconds, he turned to her father. "She is just as she was when I left earlier." "What? That can't be. Try again." The healer sighed. "Young lady, I can assure you. Just try it again. Look harder." Her father cleared his throat. "It can't hurt, can it?" "Very well," the healer said, and cast the same spell again, followed by a series of different ones. "I'm sorry. There's no change in my prognosis. Her body will last beyond the new year, 2 months, perhaps." "I understand. Thank you for coming so late." Cecil produced a heavy bag of gold, passing it to the healer who left without a farewell. "Will someone tell me what the hell is going on?" "It's not possible," Daphne mumbled. "I did everything I was supposed to. It should have worked." "Ava," her father asked expectantly, and her mother looked helplessly at him over Daphne's shoulder. "Teensy," she called out, and their house elf appeared with a pop. "Prepare some tea for us in the parlor." "Come, Daphne, let's go." She allowed her parents to guide her to the other room, to take a seat on the sofa, still in shock. Why, how could it not cure her? What had she done wrong? Daphne ran through everything that happened in her mind while her mother repeated what she'd told her to her father. "Now, finish your story." "The malediction was it was revenge against an ancestor's transgressions. Alicent's betrayal. She spurned a contracted betrothal, and her suitor's punishment has followed us ever since." "And you thought you'd found a cure. How?" Too stunned to couch her answer, Daphne's answer was simple. Someone from his family had to fall in love with a greengrass and freely give their blood to end the curse." Her mother's hands flew to her mouth, letting out a horrified gasp. Gods above. Potter is the one. Daphne nodded. There was no hiding it any longer. You mean that's why? Her father was slower to catch on. Why wouldn't you tell us? I couldn't. There was too much at stake, I couldn't let you interfere. Her father was incensed, leaping to his feet and pacing angrily through the parlor. That little I'll wring his neck with my bare hands. Calm down, Cecil. Daphne glanced up to see her mother's reaction, but Ava didn't meet her eyes. Instead, she brushed Daphne's hair over her shoulder, closely examining her daughter. Daphne did the same, blushing as she noticed how many buttons on her blouse she'd skipped or misaligned. I need to speak with her alone. Go and pace somewhere else. Ava, if you think, he started, but when her mother glared at him, he grudgingly fell silent. I guess I'll go get dressed. Once he was gone, Ava turned back to her. So, do you want to tell me what happened? It should have worked, Mum. I did everything I was supposed to. Daphne would have thought she'd run out of tears by now, but she couldn't stop herself from crying once more. I'm so sorry. I tried so hard, I wanted so badly for it to work. Oh, Daphne. I know, honey, I know. You're not the first girl to be deceived by a boy. No, she interrupted. He's not like that. He doesn't know anything about the malediction. Harry loves me. I'm sure he told you that, Ava said knowingly. Men will say anything to entice a woman into bed. You're wrong. This is what we tried to protect you from. Someone like him, that thinks he's entitled to whatever he wants. I'm not surprised he could trick you in this way. Mum, you don't know anything about him, she said quietly, feeling utterly defeated. None of this was supposed to happen. Her family was supposed to be overjoyed, grateful to Harry, supportive of their relationship. Astoria was supposed to be better. Why was this happening? Are you okay? He didn't hurt you, did he? No. Her mother was quiet for a moment. And Potter, is he? Do we need to prepare for reprisals for what you've done? What are you talking about? Daphne, you're covered in his blood. Harry. She left him there, asleep. Was he okay? She'd closed the wounds, but what if he was sick? No one knew he was in the room. If he was unwell, there was no one to summon help. I've got to go. I need to get back. Does your father need to call our solicitor? Are you in trouble? Daphne stood, her back to her mother, staring into the fireplace. He doesn't know anything about this. I told him. She squeezed her eyes shut as a fresh wave of pain washed over in an avalanche of emotion. I told him I needed the blood for a hand-fasting ritual. We want to be together, Mom. Still, even after tonight proved his feelings are a lie. They're not, she insisted. They can't be. Daphne, please stop. Can you just stop? I already failed Astoria when she needed me most. I can't do this with you, not now. I'll see you tomorrow, at the platform. Her mother didn't try to stop her when she activated the flow and called out her destination. Snape was waiting when she emerged from the flow. Well, it didn't work. It should have, but it didn't. He pondered her words, then said, tell me more about this curse. Daphne repeated the story for the second time that evening, and he listened intently. I see. What is it? She asked, too tired and drained to muster an energetic response. The dark arts are so named for a reason. They are imprecise, unpredictable. It may be that over the last 500 years, the magic of the curse has changed, evolved. Maybe there is no cure, and Potter's ancestor merely dangled the promise of one for no reason other than cruelty. Or, he trailed off. What? He gave her a level stare. Or perhaps there is even less of his mother in Potter than I thought. F.K.U., she thought, but instead said, good night, Professor Snape. Just a moment. Then, almost grudgingly, is Potter still alive? Yes. I need to go. Very well, he said, before scourgifying her hands and clothes. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Miss Greengrass. Daphne nodded and left, plodding up the stairs. She ran across Mrs. Norris once, but saw no sign of Filch or any prefects during her journey to the 7th floor. She felt like her world just ended. Despite her mother's words, she was positive that Harry really loved her. So why didn't it work? Could it be like Snape hypothesized, that the solution to break the malediction had changed? Or maybe she and Alicent had been wrong from the beginning. A goblet of blood, freely given. Nothing about drinking it. What if the method of delivery was the problem? A sliver of hope, a minute glimmer of optimism kindled within her. She paced back and forth, thoughts racing while she summoned the room's entrance. Maybe there was still a chance. If she told Harry the truth, if he would come with her to St. Mungo's, maybe the healers could work out a way to save her sister. Incarcerous. Daphne fell backwards against the wall, staring straight ahead at Harry, wearing only his trousers. A wrapped gift sat next to him on the bed, his wand in one hand and a potions vial in the other. In front of him, her trunk was open, the back of Alicent's frame visible above the lid. "Is it true?" he asked. You were just using me to save your sister. What are you doing with my things?" "So it is yours." Harry looked like he was going to be sick, collapsing to sit on the bed, then he flung the potions vial at her. The amortentia that Snape gave to her all those months ago shattered against the wall by her side. "You've been dosing me." "No." She shouted her denial, but he put his head in his hands, not meeting her eyes. "I didn't use it, I just." "Just what?" "Just lied to me about everything. Your accomplice was only too happy to tell me all about what a naive idiot I've been." "Alicent, you can't trust her, she hates your family, hates you." He stalked over to her, sparks spitting from the wand held tightly in his hand. "Then you tell me, did you ever even care about me at all?" "Yes, I love you." He shivered, like the very sound of the words set his skin crawling. "What about your family? The way they treat you?" She tried to avert her eyes, but he grabbed her by the hair and forced her to look at him. "How did you know about what happened to me at the Dursleys? How long have you been planning this?" "Harry, please, I can explain, if you'd just let me." He let her go, stumbling backwards. "Oh my God. And tonight get me for my blood." It wasn't possible. He couldn't find out, not like this, not like this. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I never wanted to hurt you, I love you." "Stop saying that. It's true. I can't even." Harry's rage was palpable, terrifying. There was a hint of ozone in the air, a crackling tension that was unmistakable. "Please. I made so many mistakes, but being with you isn't one of them. I can't lose you, please." But Harry had turned his back on her, walking back to the bed. "Is there anything else?" "No," Alicent said. "You know the truth, now. No one could really love someone like you. Not with the blood that runs through your veins." Her barbs were clearly posturing, intended to twist the knife a bit deeper, but Harry looked stricken nonetheless. "Love," he whispered, sinking onto the bed once more, shock written all over his face. "I'm going to die, Harry." He ignored her, vacantly staring at nothing for several heartbeats. At last, he composed himself, dressing and gathering his things, obviously preparing to leave. "Don't go. You can't leave like this, not without hearing me out." He glanced at her and when their eyes met, his look was one of total apathy. He stepped over her body, his hex still in place, and closed the door. Behind him, that, Alicent spoke up after several seconds, was delightful. Why would you do this?" The portrait wasn't even facing her, but Daphne knew she could hear her question. "Because of everything I've said from the beginning. The Potters ruined my life, they killed my husband and my child and dozens, maybe hundreds of our family members. And when this Dark Lord kills that boy, he will go to the grave knowing he was unloved and alone. You stupid ch, the cure didn't work. Astoria is still dying, and you've ruined any chance at saving her." "I don't care," she said simply. "Saving her was never going to bring back Sedgwick, or my child, or give me the life Harlan stole from me." "I'm going to kill you," Daphne seethed, but the portrait just laughed. "You're too late, you foolish child. I've already won." She was right. Even so, when Harry's spell faded and her restraints faded away, she burned the portrait, maintaining the spell until nothing but the brass shell remained, warped from the heat of her incendio. Daphne turned her wand on her trunk, melting away all of the potions, dresses, all of the tools of her deception. Eyes and throat burning from the smoke, she sat heavily down on the bed. Something dug into her leg, and Daphne reached down to find the wrapped gift, the affixed label bearing her name. A birthday gift. Harry must have been trying to sneak it into her trunk when he encountered Alicent. With numb fingers, she carefully unwrapped the paper. Inside of a box from Dervish and Banges, Hogsmeade's jewelry shop, was an exquisitely crafted silver chain, capped with a sapphire-studded pendant. It was beautiful. As she lifted it out, Oh, a scrap of parchment fell into her lap. A note from Harry. Daphne picked it up. To a love so powerful it leaves its own mark. To the woman who saved me from fate itself. Alone, amidst the scorched remains of her belongings, Daphne sobbed for what should have been. In the end, she didn't sleep, not even for a moment. Daphne dragged herself aboard the express, instinctually tapping the pockets on her robes to feel for her trunks. A brief pause, her eyes narrowing only for a moment until she remembered it was singular now. Trunk, not trunks. Finding an empty compartment, she took a seat by the window and stared vacantly at the Hogsmeade station. An eerie sort of calmness settled over her at some point, sitting in the burned-out configuration of the room of requirement she'd resided in for the last several months. No, that wasn't right, it was numbness. She was through crying. Daphne had decided, just before the sun rose, that she wasn't going to feel sorry for herself any longer. It was her own mistakes that led to this, she didn't deserve self-pity. She'd betrayed Astoria and Harry. This was her life now. Hello, Daphne. Luna entered the compartment, dragging her trunk behind her and flounced down onto the seat next to her. Are you excited for winter break? Yes. Of course. What are your plans? Luna began to happily rattle off various activities she and her father had planned, which led into stories about previous holidays. She was so cheerful, so joyful, Daphne's fingers twitched, and when the younger girl next paused to take a breath, she couldn't fight her impulses any longer. The bee-owned Ravenclaw went still for a moment, likely taken off guard by Daphne's sudden embrace, but she was quick to return the unexpected affection. Our break isn't that long, you'll see me again in no time at all. I know. But still, Daphne didn't let her go. Luna patted her on the back, and after a few moments pulled away and stood up, throwing open the compartment door. Harry, come, join us. Given the way they'd last parted, Daphne turned to the compartment's entrance with some trepidation. Behind Harry stood Ron and Hermione, hand in hand, looking inordinately pleased to see her. Hi Luna. I was actually hoping to speak with Daphne, would you mind giving us a few minutes? Of course. Ronald, it looks like you've finally rid yourself of that Raxpert infestation. Did you follow my advice? Luna's happy chatter cut off as Harry slid the door closed behind her. It couldn't have been more than 8 hours since he'd walked out on her in the room, but Daphne found herself eyeing Harry like he was a cool drink in a hot desert. She wanted so badly to touch him, to taste him, for him to do the same to her. A rush of desire, hot and needy, swept through her. No one knew Harry the way she did, no one loved him like she did. Do you still have my blood? What? The blood you took. Do you still have it? He was a mass of tension, knuckles white and fists clenched. I know, I don't. Was it really for your sister? Or were you planning to pass it along to the Death Eaters, too? Daphne leapt to her feet at that. How could you think that? I already told you I had nothing to do with my parents giving gold to the Parkinsons. How would you like it if people judged you by how your Muggle relatives act? He brushed off her accusation without a second thought. I'm asking you to tell me the truth. You know what happened the last time Voldemort got my blood. I can't afford to spend my time worrying about what might happen this time. I gave it to Astoria. You don't have to worry, I'd never betray. She abruptly went silent. She had betrayed him. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're sorry you got caught. That's not fair. You never heard my side of the story, never gave me a chance to explain. I'm certain you were just about to tell me the truth when I found out for myself, right? Convenient. Daphne opened her mouth to reply just as the train lurched into motion, sending her stumbling forward against him. Harry reflexively caught her, and for a brief moment she was in his arms once more. Flashes of the night before played out in her mind's eye. Harry's arms, tense as he held himself above her. The mark she left just under his collarbone, beeping on his sweaty chest. The feel of them joined together, of him inside of her. Then the moment was over, and Harry shoved her away from him, Daphne falling back to her seat. His expression was she expected hurt and anger, but not fear. It was like being doused in cold water, all of her desire vanishing in an instant. Apologies wouldn't be enough, not for what she'd done. Just stay away from me, Greengrass. I don't want to talk to you, I don't want to see you, I want to forget you even exist. If you ever felt so much as a scrap of affection for me, you'll respect my wishes. Got it? Harry turned away, not waiting for a response, but she gave one anyway. I love you. Daphne could tell by the way his jaw clenched that he heard her, but he kept walking. The compartment door slammed shut behind him. She had to make this right. She had to get him back. It was a long, lonely ride back to London. When the express rolled to a stop in London, her mother was waiting for her. Ava pulled her close and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and they hastily made their way to the flow. Are you all right? No. Yes. Well, let's get you home. There's a lot of things we need to talk about. Her father was waiting when they arrived, seated at the kitchen table. Teensy quickly provided them all with tea, and with his hands folded in front of him, her father began. I'd like it if Alicent could join this conversation. That's not going to happen. I destroyed her portrait last night. What? Why would you? How could you do something like that? She was an evil, manipulative by.ch. She doesn't even deserve to live on, not even as a memory, Daphne spat. The whole reason our family has suffered so much is because of Alicent. That's enough, both of you, Ava interjected. Cecil, you need to remain calm. None of this is Daphne's fault. Daphne watched her father raise his teacup, noting for the first time the way his hands shook. This must be monumentally difficult for him, she realized. For as much as Astoria's fate bore down on Daphne, crushing her under false hopes and shattered dreams, her father had already endured the same thing twice before, with his mother and then his own sister. I'm sorry, Dad, but she didn't have anything to offer beyond the hidden parchment. He took a deep breath. I'm the one who should apologize. Your mother's right, none of this is your fault. You're just a child, it shouldn't be up to you to fix this. I'm almost 17. I'm not a little girl anymore. You'll always be my little girl, he said, voice thick with emotion. Her mother cut in. You must have been furious that the cure didn't work after everything you went through. I can understand taking out your frustration on the portrait. Daphne shook her head. It wasn't that, she started, before trailing off. She thought about the night before, her mother's fears about what Harry might do in retribution. Mum, Harry, he knows everything. The blood drained from her mother's face, and she cast a worried glance to Cecil. What was his reaction? He was furious. He hates me, she whispered, remembering his expressionless face as he stepped over her to leave the room of requirement. It wasn't supposed to be this way. I wasn't supposed to lose him or Astoria. That, though, wasn't what apparently concerned her parents. Daphne, her father said urgently. Last night, you mentioned, he turned to Ava, grasping for the word. Hand fasting, she murmured. Right, you said you'd made promises to Potter. Did you, before he found out? His face flushed, but he swallowed his discomfort and went on. If he decides to go public with this, we'll need to prepare ourselves. It's important that we know exactly how you took his blood. Dad. Her stomach dropped through the floor at the notion of giving her parents a play-by-play of how she lost her purity. No, Daphne, I can't talk to you about that. You don't understand. Potter is the last of his line. Depending on the promises you made, he may very well have cause to denounce the Greengrass family as blood traitors. With who he is, with what's happening out there right now. It didn't take much to understand his line of thinking. We'd be ruined, like the Weasleys were. No, the Weasley family has been working their way back up for generations since their offense. It would be worse. Our business would be destroyed, I'd be removed from the Wizengamot, my clients would be unwilling to bear the stigma of associating with me. And Potter could claim our assets in damages. She'd never considered that. There hadn't been a family cast out of British society in such a way in her lifetime. Her parents were right to be worried, to ask what happened. And really, at this point, what was one more humiliation? I'd brought up hand fasting a week before the term ended. Alicent thought it provided a satisfactory justification to ask for his blood, since Harry was raised by Muggles. It took some convincing, including selling him out to Slughorn, but he believed me. We made love, and he told me he'd go through with it. I took his blood, and when I returned, he'd discovered Alicent and what I'd done, she recited mechanically. Saying it out loud, having to summarize what she'd done drove home exactly how horrid she'd been. How could she allow herself to be party to something like that? What kind of a person was she, that she'd do something like that to the man she loved? Her shame morphed into a swell of panic. She'd used his dead parents to manipulate him. Oh gods, she muttered, wrapping her arms around herself and rocking back and forth in her chair. What have I done? It's all right, sweetheart, her mother said, coming around the table and embracing her. It's okay, we understand. Mum, the things I did to him. Shish, Ava said. It's not your fault. You thought you were helping your sister. You weren't trying to hurt anyone. They stayed there together for several minutes until Daphne calmed down. Where's Dad? He left to go consult our solicitors. We need to be prepared to defend ourselves if this comes out. I'm sorry. I never wanted to hurt the family. We know that. As Dad, Daphne gulped. How angry is he with me? Oh, Daphne, her mother looked stricken at the question. Your father isn't upset with you. She paused, moving back to her seat, but leaning forward to take both of Daphne's hands in her own. When I was pregnant with you, your father was obsessed with having a son. The malediction afflicts only females born with Greengrass blood, you see, and he'd already buried both his mother and his sister. He was terrified at the prospect of losing a child of his own to the disease. But the moment he saw you, it was obvious how much he loves you. We're both so incredibly proud of the woman you've become. Daphne shook her head. I've been awful. Not just to Harry, but even before. That's part of growing up, honey. Understanding when you've made a mistake and learning from it. You're only 16, no one expects you to be perfect. This shouldn't have been your responsibility, and, Ava pressed her lips together for a moment, seemingly girding herself. And what happened to Astoria isn't your fault. I hate that you went through this, but there was nothing you could have done. 16, the same age as Alicent was when the portrait was when she entered into a contract with the Potters. Her mother was right, in a way. Neither Daphne nor Alicent seriously weighed the consequences of their respective actions, too sure of their own infallibility to give any consideration to anyone standing in the way of their own wants and needs. Why had she trusted her poisonous ancestor so much? She knew why, but when it came to her the solution brought no comfort. Alicent made for a natural ally, because the one truth the portrait had said was the most damning of all. You think you're somehow better than me? She'd asked. Daphne had her answer. She and Alicent, they were the same. Sweetheart, dinner's ready. I'm not hungry. The door opened and her mother stepped inside her room. That's what you said last night, and the night before. Daphne shrugged. Don't think I didn't notice how you pushed your food around your plate during the Yule feast. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just not hungry. Are you feeling unwell? Ava pressed the back of her hand against Daphne's forehead, feeling for a fever. Weakness, nausea, anything like that. I'm fine, really. Your father can call a healer to come by for a checkup. Mum, she said, already exasperated with this conversation. You're not using your hair products anymore. Daphne ran a hand through her tangled locks, or tried to, anyway. I got rid of all that. Ava sighed. There will be other boys, Daphne. First loves often don't go the distance. Yours did, she immediately shot back. Harry's parents did. Her mother was quiet, and after a moment Daphne sat up. I'd like to use the flow. For what? I'm going to talk. To him. I have to talk to him. She could see the way her mother struggled to not immediately deny her request, but whether because of the determination on her face, or because it was the first time Daphne had done something besides lay in bed for the last week, Ava eventually gave in. Very well. But please, Daphne, please don't provoke him. She leapt out of bed, hurrying to the parlor. Daphne had already attempted to contact Harry through Dobby, but the elf tearfully told her he'd specifically asked Dobby not to deliver any more letters from her. Tossing a pinch of powder into the fire, she waited until the flame flashed green before calling out, "The burrow." In a clear voice. She waited, kneeling in front of the heart for more than a minute before a face appeared. Yes, of course it would be her. I need to speak to Harry. He's not here. Just go get him, Weasley. Daphne had no patience for the younger girl's childish games. I don't care if he doesn't want to talk to me. I can't, you stupid bint. Harry's not here. He left on Christmas. What? Where did he go? There was a commotion on the other side before Ginny could answer, and a few moments later a different face appeared in the fire. Greengrass. That you? Ron. Finally. Where is Harry? He left, in the middle of Christmas dinner, no less. The Minister of Magic dropped in for a chat, they stepped outside to talk, and Harry never came back. The Minister dropped in for a chat. Daphne repeated incredulously. Wait. On Christmas. That was 3 days ago. I know, Ron said grimly. Then, after a pause, he said you two split up. It's complicated. I'll bet, he replied, just a hint of grin visible through the muddled flames. Listen, the day we rode back on the express, Harry told us. Ronald, who are you talking to? It's just Fred and George, Mum. Weren't they just here a few? The flow connection abruptly closed, and Daphne leaned back onto her heels. What did the ministry want with Harry? Why would he go with them and leave the Weasleys? The holidays ground forward with a dire sense of foreboding. Every day the prophet listed new attacks, injuries, and deaths. If Harry had returned to the Weasleys, no one told her. And Astoria continued her slow, inexorable decline. I hate to see you like this, but all the more so on your birthday. Daphne glanced over to her father and made a conscious effort to stand straighter. I'm sorry. My presents were wonderful, I don't mean to be ungrateful. She wasn't lying, her mother had gifted her a gold pocket watch inlaid with jade, while her father passed down a traditional lady's jewelry box, a family heirloom that dated back more than 2 centuries. Not to mention, she was presently walking through Diagon Alley with him to open a Gringotts vault in her own name. You only turned 17 once. This should be a special, unforgettable day. It is, really. I meant for good reasons, he interrupted dryly, and Daphne couldn't hold back a small laugh. That's my girl. The process at Gringotts didn't take long, and once she'd slipped her vault key into her pocket, Cecil held out his arm for her to take. Why don't we continue our stroll before heading home? You head back to Hogwarts tomorrow, and I haven't had enough time with you yet. Sure, I'd like that. They walked, arm in arm, back the way they came, with her father occasionally pointing out wizards he did business with, or items their family business had imported. It brought back memories of her younger years, before Hogwarts, when they used to walk through Diagon Alley as a family. What's this? Here, where did you get this? Pulled out of her memories when her father stopped, Daphne blinked at the man her father spoke to. He was thin, average height, with a hat pulled low to keep his features somewhat obscured. Premium artifact, from a very influential family that's fallen on hard times. A real bargain, let me tell you. Poppycock. I can see from here it's a forgery, and not a good one at that. The man spread his arms in a wounded manner. I'll have you know I'd never pawn off inferior knockoffs. My customers pay for the best, and that's what I deliver. He reached down for the item that must have caught her father's eye. Take a look, Gov, that look like a forgery to you. Cecil held the gold necklace in his hands, a heavy locket dangling down. Which family did you say this is from? The man pushed the brim of his hat back to wipe at his forehead, eyes darting left and right. I don't believe I did say. Stolen, then. I'm hardly going to buy purloined goods from a common thief. Not stolen. No sir, I know you, Daphne said, slowly recognizing the street vendor. You're one of Harry's watch. As I were sayin', Mundungus interrupted loudly, overriding her words. If you're not interested in doin' any business, I'll be on my way. Where is he? Daphne grabbed hold of him, trying to keep him from storming off while her father looked on with a baffled expression. Do you know where Harry is? Tell me. Look, miss, I'm just trying to make a living, I don't know nothing about anything. He freed himself from her grip, looking back at Cecil with his hand held out expectantly. I'll take that back, now. I'll give you 30 galleons for it. What? 30? That's a bloody insult. Give it here, I need to be going anyway. 45 then, and you're going to say yes. You won't find a better offer without naming the family it's from, and the people who won't ask that question are more likely to steal it from you than seriously negotiate. Mundungus glared mutinously, even going so far as to throw his hat onto the street and stomp angrily on it, but eventually he accepted the bid with a nod of his shaved head. Her father counted out the galleons, and once the vagrant had stormed off, he turned and held the locket out to her. I think it will match your new watch, don't you think? She cradled it in her hands, noting the stylized S and the embossed snakes in the golden locket. Green jewels glittered brightly on its surface, and the chain was thick and of the highest quality. It's lovely. If you like, I could have it appraised. I'm certain it's valuable. So, not a knock-off, then? She asked with a grin. Greengrasses don't buy fakes, and we don't pay full price, he replied, and they laughed. She put it on, leaving the locket outside her robes. Very fetching, you look lovely, dear. She felt that way, too, and for the first time since she'd come home, Daphne enjoyed dinner with her parents, eating to her heart's content. Afterwards, she elected not to join her mother in attending to Astoria, instead settling into a comfy seat in her father's study, curled up with a gripping novel about an adventurous witch captured by Tibetan war priests during a quest to discover the elusive Yeti. Before bed, she packed her things for the express, and when she lay down fell right asleep. It was a brilliant end to her birthday. The next morning, though, brought her momentary relief to an abrupt end. Daphne had just settled in for a traditional English breakfast when an owl delivered the morning prophet. There, plastered all over the front cover, was Harry. Chosen one to turn the tide against you-know-who. Read the headline. Daphne grabbed hold of the paper, quickly scanning the article for more information, but it was frustratingly short on detail. All she learned was that he would be working with the DMLE in hunting down Death Eaters. Beyond that, there was little more beyond a few pithy quotes about his confidence in the ministry and Minister Scrimgeour. Instead of focusing on the text, her eyes locked onto the attached photograph. Scrimgeour stood next to him, smiling and waving, but Harry stared unerringly at the camera, brows furrowed and face set in hardened determination. Gods, she missed him. But why? She asked herself, some of the longing dissipating in the face of the relaxed cheer she'd felt the night before. Hadn't he walked out on her without waiting for an explanation? Is that how someone that really loved her would act? Scowling, she dropped the paper on the table and tucked in, scarfing down her breakfast at a pace that raised her mother's eyebrows when she entered the room. Everything all right, dear. The anger felt so good, so comforting. It felt right. Hadn't she changed everything about herself for him? Didn't that earn her at least the opportunity to explain? Relationships are supposed to be give and take, and she gave, and he took and took. Everything's great, she bit out, but the smile on her face was genuine, at least. I just need to grab my trunk and I'll be ready to go. To think, you almost ended up with a half-blood. Daphne giggled at the very thought. All right, a clearly puzzled Ava replied. Despite it all, she couldn't stop thinking about him, more and more furious thoughts running through her mind on a continuous loop. She grabbed the handle of her trunk, slipped on a pair of flats, and with that, she was ready to go. Ready for her first term at Hogwarts as an adult witch. Ready to put the disturbing, momentary blip that was her time with Harry Potter behind her. On her way out of her room, Daphne's gaze fell on the ornate jewelry box she'd received for her birthday. Having only got it yesterday, she wasn't used to the sight of it just yet and paused for a moment to admire the craftsmanship. Being such an important family heirloom, Daphne wasn't going to risk taking it to Hogwarts. Flipping open the lid on a whim, her eyes locked onto the silver, sapphire-studded locket inside. Harry's gift to her. That's right, she'd put it inside the box just before her father took her to Gringotts, and since then she'd been wearing the golden locket he'd bought her. It really was a lovely gift, she thought, pulling Harry's locket out of the box to admire it more closely. He must have dropped a hefty amount of gold on it. On a whim, she slipped the golden locket off and replaced it with the silver one. The moment it came to rest against her an avalanche of memories washed over. Flashes of her time with Harry, of smiling, laughing, loving. Her fingers twitched, remembering the feel of her hands in his hair. The way he cradled her cheek before he kissed her goodnight. The feeling of joy when he told her he loved for the first time. The look on his face when he discovered her lies. It was like a hammer blow to her chest. Daphne staggered, bracing herself against her dresser. What was wrong with her? The other locket. It had to be enchanted in some way, some sort of modified cheering charm. It was the only explanation for why she'd forgotten Harry, forgotten Astoria. She breathed, leaving her trunk behind and running to her sister's room. She was just as she left her, and a crushing burden of guilt forced Daphne to her knees alongside her bed. I love you, Tori, she whispered, leaning to her sister's cheek. I love you so much. Her throat tightened and her vision blurred, but Daphne held the emotion in with the last scraps of her willpower. She wouldn't cry. She was through crying. She stayed there on her knees, memorizing Astoria's features until her mother came to take her to platform 9 3/4. Daphne knew, because of her own failures, it would be the last time she saw her little sister. The express had barely begun its journey when a commotion sounded outside her compartment. I said no, now sod off. Ron shouted. I want answers the same as you, he's my friend, too. Ginny, Hermione started, obviously trying to settle the argument, but Ron's voice overrode her. Like we're going to get answers with you there, sniping away. Piss off. The compartment door slid open. Hello, Daphne. Luna called out, as though she hadn't been standing outside waiting for a screaming match to end just a moment before. How was your holiday? It was all right. It's good to see you again, she replied, and it really was. Luna slid in next to her, giving her a tight embrace. I really missed you. Hermione coughed lightly, and Daphne looked over to see Ron shutting and locking the door before taking a seat next to her. Their interlocked hands rested on Hermione's thigh once he sat down. Lo, Greengrass. Happy New Year. Same to you, she said, resignation settling over her. She knew why they were here. Has there been any word from Harry? Nothing beyond what we read in the Prophet, Ron started, but Hermione swiftly interrupted. What happened between you two? 1 minute you're proposing marriage, and the next he's saying you broke up. What? Her voice cracked, so she cleared her throat and started again. What did he tell you? Hermione stared flatly at her, clearly losing patience. It was Ron who answered. He seemed embarrassed. Didn't get much out of him beyond, I don't want to talk about it, in a lot of different ways. You're going to give us answers. We need to understand what pushed him to make the decision not to come back to Hogwarts. He's not coming back. Harry, something happened, the night before we got on the express. It's okay, Luna said, putting a supportive hand on Daphne's arm. We're all just worried about him. Sparing a brief smile for the little Ravenclaw, Daphne took a deep breath and turned to the other two. Last year, I found out, she stopped, deciding to start off in a different way. The Greengrass family can trace its lineage back to the Middle Ages. We're one of the oldest families in Britain. Get on with it, we don't care about this, Hermione said. Luna sighed. Hermione, she motioned for Daphne to continue. Right. Well, like I was saying, we're an old family. But for centuries, our line has been plagued by a blood malediction, an incurable disease that's killed every female-born Greengrass for generations. Ron's eyebrows raised, and Luna gasped. My ancestors grew so desperate, they left Britain to seek a cure on the continent. They weren't successful. No one knew what caused it, until last year. Until I discovered the cause of the malediction. I have a little sister. Astoria. Her illness manifested early, and she's dying. You see, the curse on our blood was put there centuries ago following a broken marriage contract, and the only way to end it was to regain the love of a member of the injured family. Ron's head impacted the back wall behind his seat with a dull thud. I think I see where this is heading. I want to hear you say it, Hermione hissed, her voice dangerous and low. Keep going. I thought I just wanted to save my sister. I never wanted anyone to get hurt. Get to the part about Harry, Hermione said, her face a stony mask. Daphne couldn't meet their eyes, choosing instead to stare out the window at the passing countryside. To break the curse, Harry had to love me and freely give his blood. I tried to get closer to him, to get closer to all of you. I knew I had to change, and I did. I swear I did. You mean, she turned, seeing tears tumble down Luna's cheeks. You were only nice to me because you wanted to get to Harry. Luna, no, Daphne started, but Luna was shaking her head, like her Ashby, own hair could whip away the denials. I thought you actually liked me, Luna said, before she started to sob. Daphne reached for her, but Luna pushed her so hard she fell off the seat. Don't touch me. And then she fled the compartment, crying all the way. No. Come back. Daphne jumped to her feet to give chase, but the door slammed shut in her face. Sit down, and finish, Hermione commanded, her brown eyes cold and furious. So you tricked us, all of us. How did you get him to give you his blood? Daphne put her hands on the glass panels, staring down the corridor Luna ran through. It was the hand fasting. If I'd told him why I needed the blood, it wouldn't have worked. He would have thought it was all a lie, that I was just using him. You were using him, you by.ch. Hermione shouted, and in the next moment the glass pane next to Daphne shattered. She saw Ron, struggling with Hermione, keeping her wand pointed away from Daphne. Stop, Hermione, stop. Let me go. Harry's out there with a death wish and it's all her fault. This isn't the way, calm down. Don't you see? She used all of us to get to him, she couldn't have done it without us. She stole him from us, Ron. Move, Greengrass, he commanded, and she obligingly stepped aside as he practically dragged Hermione out of the compartment. She never stopped screaming threats, and Daphne saw faces peeking out of every compartment in their car, stunned students at the drama unfolding in the corridor. Daphne was shaken. She was shaking. The sound of Luna crying, the look on her face, she didn't deserve this. Luna didn't deserve the way she was isolated by her peers, bullied and picked on. She didn't deserve to question why someone would want to be her friend. A fresh wave of agony rolled through her, and Daphne curled into a ball on the floor of the compartment. It hurt so much. Well, that went well. Ron bent down, bodily lifting her up and dropping her into one of the compartment's seats before sitting down in the other. You all right, Greengrass? Why are you here? She asked, but her voice was so weak she wasn't sure if he made out the question. It was his turn to stare out the window, for a long time. Her chest felt tight, like there was a vice squeezing her, crushing her in its grip. She felt like she could barely breathe. The thing is, I've got 6 brothers and sisters. And if my only options were to snog the life out of Bulstrode or lose one of them, it'd hardly be a decision, you know. When Daphne didn't answer, he kept talking. Yay, you lied to us, and you hurt Harry. That's on you, Greengrass, and I can't make that right. But the way I see it, you also helped us out of Umbridge's office in 5th year. You were there for Harry when Sirius died, afterwards at his relatives. You helped me pull my head out of my ass and make things right with Hermione. You went through a lot of shite, and I doubt all of it was to save your sister. She had no clue what to say. I guess that's why you got to him. Harry's the same way, always wanting to be the hero. The thing I don't understand, though, is what Dumbledore's got to do with it. The headmaster. Ron nodded. The day we got back from Hogwarts, Harry was on the floor, demanding to see him. Tore into him behind a privacy charm, right on the front lawn. Thought my mum was going to keel over, watching him go at it. He chuckled at the memory. So what happened? I don't know. I don't know anything about what Harry did with the headmaster last term. She racked her memory, trying to come up with any relevant information. Harry told me once that Dumbledore had a plan. An idea about how he could beat you-know-who. He sighed. Right. Well, I better get back. You okay to clean up the mess? Sure. He nodded and made to leave, but paused when she spoke again. Ron, thank you. He threw a casual wave over his shoulder and left. Still shaking, Daphne drew her wand and pointed it at the shattered glass. Reparo. Nothing happened. Reparo, she tried again, and some of the glass wobbled. Standing from her seat, she walked over to the window pane, carefully working through the correct wand movements and incanting, Reparo. Once more. Slowly, the glass rose from the floor, piecing itself together like a jigsaw puzzle. Daphne returned to her seat, pressing herself to the very edge and looking out the window. Her shallow breaths fogged the glass. She wouldn't cry. She was through crying. But even as she repeated the words, over and over, it didn't work. You don't deserve to cry, she told her reflection, watching the tears glisten on her own cheeks. It's all your fault. The express thundered north towards Hogsmeade. Daphne hovered near the entrance to the Great Hall, struck with indecision. The same questions from the previous term echoed in her mind, leaving her weighing a series of seemingly equally bad choices. It had been hard back in September, and frightening, to enter on Harry's arm, but at least then there were people on her side. Harry was on her side. Now, he wasn't even at the school. Even knowing better, she couldn't stop her eyes from seeking out familiar faces. Hermione glared balefully at her from the Gryffindor table, brown eyes dark and furious. Over with the Ravenclaws, Luna seemed to have made an attempt to insert herself into a group of girls in her year, an unsuccessful one, given the way they talked past her like she wasn't there. At Slytherin, Pansy gave her a single, derisive glance before pointedly ignoring her entrance. The food appeared without preamble not long after she took a seat at Slytherin's table, alone on the edges of a group of third years. She had no appetite, but sat through the entirety of dinner nonetheless. Daphne didn't want to be here, but the thought of going straight to the room of requirement was too terrible to contemplate. It felt like an entire year had passed since she was last there, rather than less than a month. She'd not actually slept there since the night before she and Harry since that horrible night. Still, the meal eventually came to a close, and with heavy steps she walked up to the 7th floor, feet dragging all the while. Arriving at the blank stretch of wall, she set a picture of a simple, neutral bedroom in her mind and paced back and forth 3 times. Nothing happened. No door appeared. Confused, Daphne tried again, and again. Still, the room did not appear. What was the matter? What was she doing wrong? Flummoxed, she tried a 3rd time, and a 4th, and finally a 5th. Nothing. This had never happened before, and she didn't know what to do. Every part of her ached. With no other options, she'd been forced to improvise. Daphne spent the night in an unused classroom atop several desks pushed together, using her robes as a blanket and a few wadded-up jumpers as a pillow. She barely got any rest whatsoever, and not just from the discomfort. During her search for a classroom, she swore she caught sight of a rat darting behind a suit of armor. The thought of rodents climbing over her while she slept kept her tense and hyper-aware throughout the night, until finally nodding off just before dawn. Packing her clothes back inside her trunk, it took 2 attempts. Before she was able to shrink it down to place in her pocket. Resolved to never spend another night in the manner she had, Daphne determinedly made her way back to the room. But just like before, it refused to open for her. She lingered there in the corridor until her first class began, with no desire to return to the Great Hall even if she hadn't lacked any appetite. Stepping inside the classroom for household charms, Daphne slipped into an empty seat and waited for the lecture to begin. There weren't many students who elected to take household-level courses, only a half-dozen in charms and around 10 in transfiguration. There were a few smirks and sniggers from the others aimed at her, likely from her rumpled and unkempt appearance. Daphne couldn't find it in herself to care. When classes ended for the day, she tried one last time to gain access to the room, and upon failing again, squared her shoulders and began the long march down to the dungeons. Mercifully, one of Astoria's old friends was returning from the library when she arrived, sparing her the need to stand outside and wait for someone to give the password. Daphne never bothered to find out. The 6th year's dormitory seemed so unfamiliar, so foreign. She'd only slept in here for a few weeks last September, after all, before taking refuge in the room of requirement. Given she'd arrived at the tail end of dinner, there was no one in the dorms. Her old bed, though, had been converted into a spare storage space of sorts, with clothes, cosmetics, and even shoes haphazardly thrown onto it. "Oh, you're back." She turned, giving Tracy an awkward wave. "Hi. I'm surprised to see you here. We all sort of assumed you wouldn't come back this term, either." Daphne shrugged in reply. "Is it true you've been sleeping in Gryffindor Tower? Is that where you thought I was?" "It's what Pansy said," Tracy offered in a neutral voice. Daphne could well imagine the sorts of comments that were made alongside that particular speculation. "I mean, it sort of made sense, what with you and Potter appearing in Witch Weekly and all." "How have you been?" she asked, not eager to talk about her relationship with Harry. "I'm good. Excited to finally be of age. I signed up for apparition training." "That's right." Tracy's birthday was at the end of November. They'd never really made a big deal of it in the past. She was always too busy with, and Pansy. "Is she all right?" Tracy made a funny expression, almost but not quite a wince. She hasn't really been the same since Draco left." Daphne didn't say anything, and after a few seconds the other girl spoke again. "You might want to grab what you came for and go back to your boyfriend." Her throat felt tight, the desire to hide the truth, to not admit they weren't together any longer rising within her. It was one thing for Harry's friends to know, or her family. To tell someone else, though, it would make the rounds through the Hogwarts gossip mill. People she never so much as uttered a word to would hear about the chosen one and his girlfriend splitting up. Especially with his absence, there's no chance it would fly under the radar. Maybe people would think Harry left her for her own protection, to try and make her less of a target as he'd moved towards a more active role in the war. Or that it was nothing more than a typical Hogwarts romance, together for a few months and then moving on to something else. It would be the topic on everyone's mind when they interacted with her. And every time she was forced to talk about it, about him, she'd have to think about what had happened. About her desperate gamble and her crushing loss. Daphne let out a small whimper. No one understood, no one could understand. The past year with Harry would define her life. She'd wanted to save her sister and instead fell in love, and now she'd lost them both. There wouldn't be any moving on from this. For as long as she lived, every time she thought of Astoria she'd remember Harry, what she did to him, and her ultimate failure. Well, look who it is, girls. Pansy, accompanied by Millicent and Lily, stood in the doorway. You think because your boyfriend's done a few photo ops with the DMLE, you can come back here? I don't have anywhere else to go. And he's not my boyfriend any longer. A flash of something resembling sympathy crossed Pansy's features, then disappeared a moment later. And you think everything's going to go back to the way it was? After everything you've done? Daphne shook her head. What did it even matter, anymore? She asked herself. Pansy could do what she wanted to her. I don't have anywhere else to go, she repeated. Well, we don't want you here. If I get caught sleeping outside the dorms, Professor Snape will make me come back, anyway. Pansy sneered with her hands on her hips. Then maybe you should go sleep in the forest. Be serious, Pansy. She's right, and I'd rather not have Snape nosing around our dorm room, Tracy said, slipping a supportive arm around Daphne. She can bunk with me for tonight and fix her up her bed tomorrow. Her lip curled, but Pansy nodded, not taking her eyes off of Daphne. The implicit threat her return elicited may have gone unspoken, but Slytherin House clearly hadn't changed during her absence. Nonetheless, Daphne couldn't bring herself to care about the potential danger. Her question from before echoed through her mind as she set her trunk next to Tracy's and prepared for bed. What did it even matter, after everything she'd lost? Come on, get up. Do you even go to your classes anymore? Daphne blinked, instinctively rolling away to stop Tracy from shaking her. I'll get up in a minute. That's what you said yesterday, and you stayed in bed the whole day. Professor Vector took 20 points for you ditching class again. I thought you liked arithmancy. She did. I'll go next week. Right. What classes have you got today? I've already got a mum, Tracy. Yay, well maybe I should send her a letter. When's the last time you even ate something? I haven't seen you in the Great Hall in days. I don't like eating there. I know where the kitchens are, she said, not that she'd been going there, either. 3 weeks had passed since she returned to the dungeons. Daphne never did move back to her own bed. Having Tracy nearby offered a small bit of security, a feeling of safety that she was reluctant to give up. To her credit, her roommate hadn't made an issue of it, but judging by the way this morning had started, her patience was up. Well, today you're coming with me. Get up and get ready. If you're not up by the time I finish showering, I'm going to drag you up there in your nightclothes. The door to the lavatory slammed shut behind her. There was little doubt Tracy would follow through on her promise. Daphne pushed the blanket off herself, grudgingly sitting up and gathering the pieces of her uniform before heading into the bathroom herself. She mechanically washed herself, not even bothering to untangle the knots in her hair, simply working the shampoo into her scalp around them. Once finished, she went through the motions of cleaning her teeth and dressing for the day. She wasn't feeling well. There was a dull ache in her abdomen that had been present for several days, but that wasn't why she'd been skiving off. There wasn't a conscious reason, but whatever it was kept Daphne unmotivated and lethargic. It felt like everything that mattered to her was shattered and destroyed. In the face of such ruin, was there any purpose in pressing forward? Obediently trailing behind her roommate, she cringed as the wall of noise that was breakfast in the Great Hall practically slapped her in the face. Despite her worries at the start of the term, most of the student body didn't dwell on her breakup with Harry, more important news and everyday concerns of their own having pushed her out of the spotlight. There were notable exceptions to that, however, she thought to herself, noting the way Granger's stone-cold gaze locked onto her the moment she stepped inside for breakfast. Hermione hadn't spoken a word to her since Ron dragged her away on the express, but her accusing eyes followed Daphne wherever she went. Over at the Ravenclaw table, Luna was once again seated near her own roommates. Ever since Daphne admitted the truth, it seemed like the little bee was doing her best to fit in among her housemates. There was no wand tucked behind her ear, no radish earrings, and her hair was in a simple ponytail. Judging by the way the other girls talked around her and not to her, though, Luna's efforts had thus far not proven fruitful. Daphne hated them for ignoring the changes, and hated herself even more for causing her to believe she needed to change in the first place. She dropped into the seat next to Tracy, allowing her hair to fall in front of her face and hide her burning eyes. She missed Luna, missed all of them. There was no denying that she deserved to be shut out, to be shunned, but Daphne wished things were different. So many things. Harry still appeared in the Prophet on occasion, but only in clearly staged press releases. She wondered how he was doing. Had the others heard anything from him? Had he asked about her at all? If he had, would they even tell her? Tracy piled toast and eggs onto a plate and dropped it in front of her. Eat. Daphne obediently took a bite of a piece of toast and slowly chewed. What's your first class today? What day is it, again? Tracy rolled her eyes. I told you missed arithmancy yesterday, so that would make it a Friday. Do you have one of your remedial classes? Friday. Brewing day for Newt potions. Yay. Yay, I do. Well, make sure you go this time. Daphne nodded, even though she knew there was no chance she'd attend. Sitting there, staring at the empty spot next to her, the place Harry belonged was too much to ask. She already constantly felt his absence, she didn't need to add a visual representation of it. Besides, she thought, as the breakfast period came to a close and she walked out of the Great Hall, what did she need potions for, anyway? What purpose would it serve, getting a Newt in this class or retaking her all for that one? You saved me from fate itself, Harry had written, but he wasn't the only one who'd had his destiny decided for him. Standing on the shallow banks of the Black Lake, Daphne stared down at her hands, imagining she could see the curse running through her veins. Astoria succumbed earlier than most, that was true, but Daphne knew what the future held for her. She was born of Greengrass, and someday the malediction in her blood would come calling. And unlike her dear, innocent sister, Daphne would deserve every bit of the pain it brought. Her gaze lifted, staring into the dark, freezing water. She'd tried so hard, fought against the inevitable without a passing concern for the collateral damage her efforts wrought, but what was it all for? For all that she'd tried over the last year, had she achieved anything other than hurting everyone she cared about? A chill wind blew, the waters of the lake lapping around her shoes. It was over. Astoria was gone, beyond the ability of anyone to help her. Harry was gone, his despair driving him into battle against the overwhelming power of the Dark Lord. And somehow, despite it all, she was still here, safe and sound. Living well. The numbness in her legs spread to her waist, the icy, freezing pinpricks slowly fading away. Her sodden robes felt like lead weights hanging off her body. She was as poisonous as her blood. How bad of a person was she, that she did more harm to people when she actually tried to be good? Who was even left for her to hurt? Tracy. Her parents. Her hair fanned out around her, the long ebony strands floating weightlessly as her clothing pulled at her. It was better this way, she decided. Better for her, because she'd never have to lose anyone ever again. And it would be better for everyone else when she could no longer hurt them, any more than she already had. Daphne slid downward, into the darkness. A thin line of light pierced the inky blackness, and the front of her robes drew taut. In the next moment, like a fishing line had affixed itself to her, Daphne was jerked out of the water and pulled to the shore. An incantation sounded from above, and she retched several times, lake water spilling from her mouth in a torrent. You've certainly made a mess of things, Dumbledore said, drying her with a wave of his wand, then casting a warming charm over her on the backswing. Headmaster. She stuttered, teeth chattering. What are you doing here? I've come for a discussion that is long overdue. Alas, circumstances being what they are, I was unable to spare the time until this morning. May I ask what you thought you were doing just now? I was. He waited for her to continue, but when she did not, he spoke. I'm afraid you'll need to elaborate, my dear. I've ruined everything. I'm well aware of that, but until now I hadn't realized you did so unintentionally. Daphne clenched her fists, pulling herself up off her hands and knees. You think this is how I wanted things to turn out? Dobby. The elf appeared on the shoreline with a pop. A cup of tea, please, and some hot cocoa for Miss Greengrass, if you don't mind. Perhaps some sandwiches, if you have time. Yes sir, Professor Dumbledore, sir. He vanished as swiftly as he arrived. She stared dumbly at him, taken off guard by his reaction to her outrage. But breakfast just ended. Dumbledore waved his wand again, and 2 cushioned chairs appeared, along with a small, circular table. Another spell set up a bubble around them, blocking out the wind. Now, I suppose, officially, I should discipline you for your school marks, and your disturbing recent tendency towards truancy. Or perhaps, warn you of the dangers of swimming in Scottish lakes in February, he said in a casual, carefree tone. But I think we both would be better served if we spent our time discussing Harry. Has something happened? Is he all right? Sit down, Miss Greengrass. I need to know, please. Tea service, and a steaming mug of cocoa appeared on the table, alongside a selection of finger sandwiches. Be seated, and I will tell you. Daphne obediently took a seat, lifting up the mug of cocoa at Dumbledore's gesture. I recall Harry mentioning that he told you of his lessons with me in my office, last term. He did, she said slowly, feeling returning to her fingers as they gripped the warm ceramic. He said you had a plan to defeat you-know-who. My plan was to prepare Harry to defeat Voldemort. Preparations that were far from complete when certain events occurred in December. Please, help yourself, he said, motioning towards the sandwiches. I'm not very hungry. Very well, I'll let Madame Pomfrey sort that, he said, reaching for a sandwich and taking a bite. Headmaster, has something happened to Harry? In the way you mean, no. In an entirely different, but equally as significant way, though, yes. He set down his sandwich and picked up his tea with his gloved hand, leaning back in his chair. Harry told me you know of the prophecy made shortly before his birth. Yes. Divination is an unfortunately murky field of magic, and prophecies are rarely straightforward. I spent many years pondering a line from this particular one. Can you guess which line I'm referring to? The power he knows not, Daphne quoted, before leaning forward urgently. You know what it is. I believe I do. Based on certain information I've learned about Voldemort, combined with Lily Potter's sacrifice for her son, I formed a theory as to the nature of this power. A theory, I might add, the events at the Ministry last year lent a great deal of credence to. The greatest power of all, and one Harry himself has in tremendous reserves. Dumbledore took a sip of tea. I am referring, of course, to love. You're joking. It was this power, the sacrifice made for him that protected Harry, that made Voldemort weak against him. Voldemort's inability to understand such a force led to a certain vulnerability, an opening I hoped Harry might exploit. Dumbledore set his teacup down and looked out over the lake. But instead, along came a girl, one so desperate to save her dying sister she would doom us all. She shook her head. That's not fair, I never wanted to hurt him. Harry has refused to continue his lessons with me, unless I consent to teach him advanced magic with which to fight Voldemort. That was the ultimatum he offered on Christmas, either I give in, or he would turn to Ministry orders for training. So he didn't leave Hogwarts because of her. It wasn't her fault. Why didn't you just do as he asked, if your lessons are so important? A cross look emerged on his features. Harry is an impressive wizard at 16, and has the potential to one day be a great one. He does not, however, have the luxury of waiting for one day. He beat the Death Eaters at the Ministry, didn't he? Maybe you're underestimating him. He paused, and for the first time in her memory, smiled at her. I in no way mean to diminish his accomplishments. Harry is the equal to many fully trained, more experienced wizards and witches, in large part because of his courage and determination. But answer me honestly, do you believe, right now, today, that Harry is my equal? That he could best me in battle? No, she whispered. And I, in turn, am unable to defeat Voldemort. Matched against one another in magical combat, Harry will lose. There is no spell I can teach him, no charm nor curse, that will offer him a chance to prevail. He cannot win. Then why don't you just tell him what he needs to know? I have tried, Dumbledore said evenly. He will not listen. He no longer believes in my interpretation of the prophecy. Her eyes fell, staring down into her mug. Because of me. Because of you. They sat in silence for several minutes, Daphne looking into the dregs of her rapidly cooling cocoa, the headmaster staring up into the sleek gray, overcast sky. After some time, a voice called out to them from the direction of the school. Headmaster. Just a moment more, please, he called out in reply, then turned back to her. Madame Pomfrey has come to take you to the hospital wing, but there is one more thing we must discuss. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not sick. His eyebrows rose. Even were I to ignore what immediately preceded our conversation, you look to be scarcely more than skin and bone, my dear. He held up a hand to forestall any further argument. You never asked what made me seek you out today. It was not, at this, a shadow of a grin appeared amidst his great, white beard, simply to denounce you for your actions, as ill-conceived and short-sighted as they were. Then why? I have agreed to Harry's terms, and he will be returning to the castle. I must ask, no, I beg of you not to further the damage you have already inflicted upon him. Abide by his wishes, allow the wound you left on him a chance to heal. Harry was coming back. He was really coming back. Maybe there was a chance she could set things right. Daphne set the mug on the conjured table and rose to her feet, legs feeling shaky beneath her. I think I'm ready to go with Madame Pomfrey now, sir. Daphne stared out the window at the large crowd of students, mostly from younger years, engaged in a vigorous snowball fight stretching throughout the castle's courtyard and out onto the grounds. The snowstorm that dropped over a foot of snow over northern Scotland finally passed, and the sun glinted off the untouched powder. How are you feeling? She turned around to face Madame Pomfrey. Good, but I've said that every day for the last week and I'm still here. The school healer waved her wand, the by now familiar diagnostic spell displaying Daphne's vitals and health information. Pomfrey evaluated the results, nodding in satisfaction before replying, well, you're looking much better than when you arrived, so I'm inclined to actually believe you today. I do feel better, really. I think I'd feel better if you added another 5 pounds of weight, but we're trending in the right direction. Daphne rolled her eyes, positive she'd eaten at least 5 pounds of food for every day she'd been here, but chose not to argue. I really do feel fine. My stomach doesn't even hurt anymore. Pomfrey scowled. Hunger pains, honestly, in a castle full of food. I can't remember the last time I had to treat a student for malnutrition. She glanced out the window at the laughing and playing students. Was it when Harry first came to Hogwarts? Pardon, your last case of malnutrition. Pomfrey cleared her throat, an apparently unsettled decision that a change of topic was in order. Well, you're cleared to return to your dormitory, but you will have a standing appointment twice a week for the next 2 months. She let out a frustrated exhalation. You already said I'm better, and I'm way behind in my classes. Not for treatment with me, Miss Greengrass. For better or worse, you and I have very little history together, and it's been decided that, in light of your recent actions, you are in need of counseling from a member of the faculty. One of your professors has volunteered. Daphne narrowed her eyes, imagining sitting in awkward silence with Slughorn or Vector, expected to tell them all about her feelings. You'll be meeting with Professor Snape after his last class of the day, just before dinner. Snape volunteered. Oh, okay. Now, off with you. I believe apparition training is beginning in the Great Hall momentarily. Daphne didn't need to be told twice, dressing and hurrying out of the hospital wing. She slipped in just before the doors closed, quickly finding Tracy and taking the spot next to her. Pomfrey finally let you out. Yay. So you want to fill me in on what I missed? Tracy let out an annoyed grunt. Not much to tell. The ministry's instructors aren't exactly great at teaching. They just keep repeating the 3Ds like that's all we need to know. Have you managed an apparition yet? Tracy shook her head, and Daphne innocently looked around the Great Hall. Has anyone else? Bones splinched herself twice. That's the closest anyone's come, Tracy said. You can quit acting so surreptitious, Potter's not here. What? I wasn't. Tracy paused her recitation of destination, determination, deliberation, to roll her eyes. All right, fine. How does he look since he's been back? Normal, I guess. He's not around very much. I saw him in the Great Hall a few times, but he hasn't come back to Dada or Transfiguration class. Now let me focus. All right, sorry. They stood there and concentrated in silence for a long moment before Tracy spoke again. Daphne. Yay. I'm really glad you're okay. Daphne smiled, reaching out to lightly touch her roommate's elbow. Me too. Thanks, Tracy. And anyway, I heard from Morag that Michael and Cho were fighting last week on their patrol, and they haven't so much as looked the other's way ever since. Oh my gosh, you can't think you have a chance with him. He was dating the head girl for Merlin's sake. Why not? He dated Weasley last year, and she's our age. Luna spoke up, quietly interjecting, Ginevra's my friend. We grew up together in Come off it, Sophie, everyone knows Corner's a dish. He's probably going to end up with someone like Brown, that cow, now that the other Weasley's thrown her over for Granger, a dark-haired girl said, talking over Luna like she hadn't spoken. You should be more realistic. Sophie Bishop, the ringleader of the Ravenclaw 5th years, scoffed at her friend's doubt. It's Valentine's Day next week. Some of us still believe in the power of romance. All it will take is, she abruptly stopped talking when Daphne stepped out from beside the suit of armor she'd stood near. Yes, what do you want? I was certain you'd have a Raxpert infestation for the ages, but I can't make any out. Do you think these might be faulty? Daphne asked, allowing the specter specs to slide down her nose as she peered at Bishop. Then again, maybe you don't need any supernatural reason to be a minger. What are you? Luna started to say, but Sophie, color blooming on her cheeks, interrupted her once more. A minger, am I? And why should I care what an attention-seeking slag like you thinks of me? What do you think, Luna? Daphne asked, ignoring the argument she deliberately provoked. I've been reading back issues of the Quibbler, but it seems I don't quite have a handle on this subject. Want to talk it over while we work on this week's rune puzzle? Luna wore a confused expression. I don't know. Come on, Lovegood, Bishop interrupted. It's time for lunch. Okay, she agreed, but as the petite girl followed her roommates she cast a lingering glance over her shoulder at Daphne. That was fine with her. Luna had every right to be suspicious of her, but Daphne wasn't going to give up so easily. Daphne knocked on the frame of the open door. Professor, should I come back a little later? Just a moment, Greengrass, Snape said, continuing to mark the essay in front of him with red ink. All right, she said, making her way to the seat in front of his desk, pausing halfway when he held up a hand and motioned for her to stop. Awkwardly, she stood and waited while he finished going over the, judging by the amount of red ink on the parchment, unfortunate student's essay. Once his task was complete, he rose and pulled on a cloak. Shall we take a walk? Okay, sure. They began a leisurely stroll through the dungeons, slowly making their way to the castle's ground level. How are you feeling? Much better. You've been taking care of yourself. I have. Going to all of your classes. Snape gestured with his wand, opening the doors to the outside as they left the entrance hall. Yes, sir, isn't it a bit cold for a walk outside? Nothing a well-cast warming charm can't offset. Snape waited expectantly until Daphne drew her wand. It took 2 failed attempts before she managed it. Her head of house didn't look at all surprised at her difficulty. You've been having trouble with your spells, he stated, rather than asked. Just out of practice, sir. They walked through the courtyard, snow and ice crunching beneath her boots. I happen to know you're not so thick-headed that you actually believe that. What do you mean? The courtyard was left behind, the snow on the path growing deeper the further they ventured onto the grounds. Strong emotion impacts spellcasting. Take the Patronus charm, for example. Positive feelings are a necessity to successfully carry out such magic. The unforgivable curses are also rather famous for demanding specific and powerful emotions to cast. Similarly, great regret and deep anguish can handicap even the most powerful witch or wizard. Daphne glanced at him, but her professor's face betrayed nothing, striding calmly through the snow, breath fogging the air in front of him. It's been a trying year, sir. And young Astoria, has she passed on? They'd reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The healers, they say not much longer. A few weeks, perhaps a month. Snape was quiet, coming to a halt in an unremarkable patch of woods. But it is not just your sister's fate that weighs on you, is it? No, she whispered. I've made so many I just want to fix things. Make them right again. He looked up at the bare branches of the trees around them, a grim expression on his face. I should think that's a natural desire, but sometimes things break beyond repair. Relationships, people, it's not so simple as casting a spell and making them whole again, is it? No, it's not. Your wish to atone may seem a responsibility, a duty, but you should know, even if you were capable of fixing things, you can't force someone to forgive you. She turned on him, frustration radiating from within her. So I just give up, then. Except that I hurt someone I love and move on with my life. Yes, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I won't do that. Snape arched a single eyebrow. I see. And when you fail, then what? Drown yourself in guilt and self-recrimination for the rest of your life. Her face heated up at the words, drown yourself, but Daphne didn't reply. You may officially be an adult, but you're still very young. If you unwind the shackles of grief you've ensnared yourself with, you might find a worthy and happy life past this quest for redemption. She opened her mouth to respond, but Snape held up a finger to his lips, nodding for her to look in the direction he gestured towards. From deeper within the forest came the sounds of someone approaching, muffled conversation becoming more audible as they came closer. Snape's wand tapped her on the top of her head, and Daphne felt the sensation of an egg yolk running down over her, the disillusionment charm taking effect moments before she was able to make out the identity of the people intruding on their conversation. You're coming along very nicely, Dumbledore wheezed, sagging heavily against Harry, who was shouldering the elderly man's weight, the two staggering through the forest. It's not enough, sir. I need more from you, Harry said, despite looking rather unwell himself. His cloak was in tatters, scorch marks and rips present throughout the garment, one arm limp against his side, dragging one leg as he kept the headmaster upright. I'm afraid our training is too taxing to increase in frequency, Dumbledore said, his speech slow and halting. Perhaps some of the others might. Mad-Eye and Shaq are powerful wizards, no doubt, but there's a reason you're the only one he ever feared. The headmaster was silent while they continued to shuffle past. When they were nearly out of earshot, though, he said, I have another memory to show you. Very well, Harry replied, and then they were gone. Snape cancelled the disillusionment, leaning his back against the trunk of a sturdy tree. He patiently regarded her while she stared longingly in the direction Harry had gone. Potter believes he can stand against the Dark Lord. His belief is misguided. Why did you show me this? I wanted you to see that your regrets are worthless. Fate itself decided the course of that boy's life, long before you enacted your plan to save your sister. A life spent ruminating on mistakes is not a life worth living, Miss Greengrass. Believe me when I tell you that if that is the path you intend on walking, you may as well throw yourself back in that lake and spare yourself decades of misery. At last tearing her gaze off of where Harry had walked, Daphne whirled around to face her professor. Why don't you tell me the King truth, for once? His coal-black eyes flashed in warning. Greengrass. No, I don't want to hear it. You've been handing out this surreptitious advice for over a year now. If you expect me to give you any credibility, then level with me, right here and now. What's your great regret that you keep hinting at? He didn't say anything for a long moment, but eventually replied, I need to attend to the headmaster. We should head back. Hey, Ron. The tall and gangly redhead looked around. Weasley. Over here. Lo, Greengrass, he said, ambling over to her. What are you doing hiding behind the corner like that? I didn't want to make things awkward for you. He scratched the back of his neck, looking supremely unconcerned. What, you mean Hermione? She's just worried about everything going on, you can't take it personally. Every time I see her she's glaring daggers at me. Ron laughed. I'll have a word with her. But I presume you weren't waiting outside of Flitwick's classroom to talk about her. I wanted to ask a favor. He nodded for her to go on. I want to talk to Harry, but he's never in class anymore. Oh, yay, Ron said, tone still easy but posture now more wary. He's doing some independent study with the headmaster. I'd be jealous, but it seems like he's doing twice as much work as before, the poor bastard. I already knew that. I have to talk to him, though, Ron winced, but she continued before he could interrupt. I want to tell him the truth, the whole truth. I never got a chance to explain, please. Listen, Greengrass, I sympathize with you, I really do. But Harry's got a lot on his plate right now. He spends almost all his time working, and I'd rather not start an argument by mentioning you during the rare bits of time he's got to relax. She shook her head. That's just it, you don't have to say anything. I just need you to let me borrow his map, and I'll set up the meeting myself. Wah, the Marauder's map. You must be barking if you think. Please. I can't. No, wait, hear me out. The map's not mine to loan out. Harry's got precious few things left of his parents, I can't hand it over without his permission. If something happened, he'd never forgive me, and frankly, I wouldn't blame him. All right, I understand. Daphne stared down at her shoes, cuffing the stone floor with one toe. Does he ever talk about me? Not since the end of last term, no. Sorry. It's okay, she said, fighting back feelings of defeat. I'll find another way. Thanks, Ron. Sure. See you around, yay. Hello, Luna. The small girl started, surprised by Daphne's greeting. What are you working on? She hadn't planned this encounter, instead going to the library to actually study. Missing nearly an entire month of classes left. Her way behind on schoolwork, but after spotting Luna in the stacks, Daphne wasn't going to let another chance slip by. Transfiguration, the bee, Owen said quietly, turning away to examine titles on the shelf. Maybe I could help. Give you some tips on what you might see on your owl. I don't think so, Luna said, taking a book off the shelf, then replacing it and moving towards the next row to continue her search. Besides, I'm here with my friends. Daphne followed. I'll help them, too, then. I just want to spend some time with you. I'd rather you didn't. Luna found what she was looking for, pulling down a heavy book and heading back towards the study tables. I don't think they'd want you there. You upset Sophie the last time she suddenly fell silent. What is it? Daphne asked, doggedly trailing after her. They stood in front of a table, empty save for a single set of blue-trimmed school robes and one bag. Luna, they left, she said in a trembling voice. They left without me. Why? She couldn't stand this any longer. Daphne took hold of Luna's shoulders, turning them so she faced her. Because they're not your friends. Real friends wouldn't treat you like that, wouldn't ignore you, they wouldn't want you to change who you are. Luna bit her lip, her protuberant, silvery eyes filling with tears. I just wanted to. Daphne wrapped her up in her arms, embracing her friend and stroking her hair. I know that I hurt you, but I want you to know I didn't. It wasn't all about Harry. I care about you, I like you, and I want to be your friend. The real you. She pulled back to see Luna's face. So what do you say? Want to work on some transfiguration? Luna. They both turned, seeing Weasley arm in arm with Dean Thomas. What's going on? Luna wiped her eyes with her sleeve, looking between Weasley and Daphne. I should go. She hurriedly gathered her bag and robes and fled the library. What did you do to her? Weasley demanded, narrowed eyes aimed at Daphne. Haven't you already caused enough trouble, Greengrass? It wasn't me, it was her roommates. They left her here. Oh. Some of the suspicion eased from her features, before her expression hardened once more. It was Bishop, wasn't it? That poxy little cunt. Daphne fully agreed with that sentiment. Why is she spending time with them? Why not with you and the others? Weasley gave her a long, flat stare, as though evaluating the sincerity of her query. There's no DA anymore, everyone's being pulled in a bunch of different directions. She flicked her eyes between Weasley and Thomas. Right. Well, I'll let you get back to, studying. Daphne started to head for the exit, no longer in the mood to study, but after a few steps turned around, a fire igniting within her. Wait, we're not done. Weasley heaved out a sigh. What is it now, Greengrass? It's fine that you all want to ignore me. I don't know what your brother told you about what happened, but I deserve it. What did Luna do to you? How can you all just forget about her? I didn't forget her, none of us did. She was always there for you, for everyone. And now, when she needs someone, you're off snogging your new boyfriend. Thomas coughed into his hand, looking intensely uncomfortable. Weasley, though, wasn't the sort to back down. Like you have any right to lecture me after what you did. This isn't about me, I'm actually trying. What's your excuse? Or Granger's, or your brother's? Weasley clenched her jaw, glaring at her, and Daphne sighed. Just do more. Luna deserves better than she gets. Her piece said, Daphne left to return to her dormitory. Her first week back bled into the next, a hesitant routine settling in after her release from the hospital wing. Daphne studied with Tracy, went to all of her classes, ate every meal in the Great Hall, and dutifully attended her sessions with Snape. She was relieved to see that her encounter with Weasley at least bore fruit. 2 days after the events in the library, Sophie Bishop was handed off to Madame Pomfrey's custody after angry red boils appeared on her face and arms, bursting and showering her and her little tag-alongs with pus. Apparition training continued, and she and Tracy both managed to transport themselves, albeit missing a few limbs along the way. It was slow in coming, but progress was being made. Unfortunately, that was the extent of her good fortune. Harry remained as elusive as ever. She would occasionally catch sight of him and Dumbledore, coming and going from the Forbidden Forest, but she had yet to actually speak with him. Although perhaps, she thought to herself as Hermione slid into the seat next to her at the start of arithmancy, her luck was about to change. They sat quietly throughout the whole lesson, neither speaking until Professor Vector gave them a set of equations to complete. It was like a reflection of the past, when she'd tried unsuccessfully to engage with the Muggle-born girl. "Hi. How have you been?" "Good. Busy, but good." "Good, I mean, that's great," Daphne said, fumbling over her words, suddenly nervous. "Listen, I just wanted to, properly apologize. I know how you must have felt, hearing everything on the express like that." "It's fine," Granger said airily. "Ron mentioned you were trying to get your hands on the map." Daphne sat straight in her seat, then looked around to make certain they weren't being overheard. "Do you have it?" she whispered urgently. "No. Harry wouldn't want you to have it, and I'm not going to go against him." "Oh, okay, I understand." They both made a token effort at glancing over the equations before she went on. "How is he?" "Scared and determined. And, I think, more than a little bit lonely." "Really?" Daphne tried to remain calm, to not make demands or be overly pushy. "It might be good for him to relax, take a little bit of time for himself." "I suppose you think you're the one to convince him of that." She winced at being so transparent. "Not necessarily. No, you're right. Much as I might wish it weren't so, Harry needs a push, and you're the one to give it to him." "I won't hurt him, or upset him," Daphne promised. I want to talk with him, clear the air, make him see that not everything was a lie, that." Hermione held up a hand, struggling not to grimace. "Right. Well, we've got a Hogsmeade weekend after tomorrow. Are you going?" She almost dropped her quill as the realization slowly dawned on her. Valentine's Day was 2 days ago, and this weekend was the Hogsmeade trip for the students to celebrate. A full year since she'd publicly started her pursuit of Harry, since she'd really put Alicant's ill-fated plan into action. It was a full circle, bringing her right back to the start to do things right. To make things right. "Yay, I'm going. That's all for today, class, I'll see you next week," Vector said from the front of the room. Hermione began to pack her things. "Okay, well, I'll meet you outside the Shrieking Shack at noon on Saturday." Daphne felt light, like she might float away from happiness. She reached out, placing her hand on Hermione's forearm before the other girl left, her vision slightly blurry. "Thank you, Hermione. I promise I'll do whatever it takes to help Harry. You don't know what you're doing this means to me." Hermione pulled her arm out of Daphne's grasp. "Just don't be late. How about this one?" Tracy held up a violet blouse with puffy sleeves. "You could pair it with that brown skirt." "It's not all that, Daphne said quietly, digging through her trunk. "That's all well and good, but it's freezing outside. It's not like you're planning to have it off in the Shrieking Shack, after all." Daphne determinedly kept looking, feeling her cheeks grow warm, and Tracy gasped. "Merlin's balls. You are." "No. Like I said, I want him to want me." She pulled out a gray, long-sleeved sweater dress. "I'm going to try this on, I'll be right back." Daphne popped into the lab, quickly stripping down to her knickers and pulling on the dress. For the first time, she felt regret over destroying her beauty potions and her new dresses. Going natural wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Still, this dress was. She stared at her reflection in the mirror, really seeing herself for the first time in months. The trauma of losing Harry and Astoria had not been kind. Her long black hair, which after a year of potions and oils had been vibrant, shiny, and thick, was now limp, flat, and tangled. Her skin, glowy before from her lotion and creams, was now shiny and oily. The dress, intended to hug her figure tightly, hung off of her like it was a trench coat. Her cheeks were hollowed, her face gaunt. Her breasts, at her best not much more than a handful, were noticeably smaller. Instead of showing off her charms, the only standout part of her body seen through the dress were her ribs, everything about her too starved and too underweight. What had she done to herself? "He'll never want me," she whispered to her reflection. You're still the same Daphne Greengrass, no matter how you might look on the outside," Tracy said, coming up behind her. "Stop thinking like that. Tracy, look at me. I'm hideous." "First of all, you're far from hideous." You've changed, yes, but you actually look a lot better now than you did a week ago. Daphne Ned in horror at that thought. Look, Daph, you have two options. You can let me help you get ready to meet Potter, or you can stay here and feel bad about yourself. Those are your only two options. What's it going to be? She looked back at herself one more time. Tracy was right, no matter how she looked, she had to see Harry again. And her mum was also right, what she'd told her ages ago. It wasn't Madame Pimpernel's potions that made Harry fall for her. What mattered to Harry was that she'd changed who she was on the inside. Daphne turned back to Tracy. Can I see what cosmetics you have? Stepping out of the carriage, Daphne paused to look around Hogsmeade. Just like the year before, it was decked out in holiday decorations, but the snow on rooftops and above promenades made the village seem to glow in the winter sun. Making her way along the main street, she paused to pop into Honeydukes to buy some chocolate frogs for Harry, and on impulse, some sugar quills for Hermione. Her purchases in hand, Daphne set off for the Shrieking Shack. For all her anxiety in getting ready for this meeting, she surprisingly felt calm and at peace now that the moment was finally here. She would speak from the heart, tell Harry how what began as deception quickly turned to affection, about how falling in love with him made her reevaluate the person she was, made her consciously think about who she wanted to be. The liberation that came with total honesty put a bounce in her step as she turned off the main street, the hustle and bustle of the village fading away as her destination came into view. A familiar figure waited outside the decrepit house. "Hi, where's Harry?" "This way," Hermione said, gesturing for Daphne to accompany her as they started walking into the woods, heading away from Hogsmeade. They walked for several minutes. "Is Harry, practicing spells? What's he doing way out in the forest?" "It's not much further," Hermione replied. Daphne drew her cloak more tightly around herself, the shadows of the trees adding an extra chill to the February morning. They walked for another few minutes, finally reaching what was obviously an agreed-upon meeting spot. Unfortunately, it wasn't the meeting Daphne anticipated. "What is this? You set me up." Hermione regarded her with her hands on her hips. "You won't leave well enough alone. You've already done so much damage, but you keep pushing for more." Daphne glanced between the two witches, taking stock of the situation she was trapped in. "So, what, you two hatched this scheme to scare me off? I made you a promise, did I not?" Fleur said, nimbly spinning her wand in one hand, her beauty radiant even in the drab, barren forest. "I told you if you hurt him, I would repay every bit 10 times over. I have come to collect." A vibrant blue spell flashed out of the Vila's wand, forcing Daphne to duck, the trunk of the tree behind her splintering on impact. "Fleur, wait, what are you?" Another spell fired off, this one sending a shower of dirt and snow into the air, knocking Daphne off her feet. "You can leave this to me, I will handle it from here. We were only supposed to scare her, you're taking it too far." Fleur didn't respond, waiting until Daphne regained her footing to fire off another curse. This one, a rust-colored jet of light, struck her while she attempted to draw her wand. Daphne whimpered as all of her fingernails fell out. She vaguely heard Hermione's flight from the forest back towards the village, more focused on trying to defend herself. Daphne called out, "Protega." When Fleur next motioned with her wand, but the bludgeoning hex tore through her shield like it was made of paper, sending her tumbling to the cold, wet ground once more. The splintered remains of several of her teeth fell from her mouth alongside crimson-tinted saliva. Expelliarmus. She tried to incant, the word coming out mangled, the red-colored spell lancing out, a foot and a half to the Vila's left. Fleur's reprisal was a transfiguration that turned a snow pile into a jet of boiling water splashing over her. Daphne screamed, instinctively curling into a ball to try and protect herself. The mist disarming charm was the last of Daphne's resistance, but the French witch did not relent, continuing to pelt her with spells. Each curse brought another wave of fiery agony, Daphne losing control of her limbs, involuntarily jerking back and forth to cradle new injuries, the snow around her stained with her blood. Distantly, she heard Fleur speak another incantation, but this time, there was no impact, no new torment. "That's enough. It couldn't be." She raised her head, darkened vision falling upon her savior. Harry stood above her, his wand at his side. A bright, vibrant barrier of energy barred Fleur from her, but the Vila made no effort to breach the protection, choosing instead to dispassionately stare as he gingerly lifted Daphne from the snow. "Don't ever do anything like this again," he hissed, seething fury evident in his voice. "Especially not in my name." She caught sight of Hermione, wearing an ashamed look on her tear-streaked face, before Harry carried her away from them, to safety. Far from the most direct route, Harry seemed to be taking her on a roundabout along the outskirts of the village. To protect Fleur's reputation, she internally decided. He'd been walking for several minutes when she spoke up, her voice hoarse. "She loves you. I don't know about that." Even with the pain of her injuries, Daphne felt a twinge from her broken heart. He never was able to lie to her. What did you do to earn her that affection? He carried her silently, not responding, and she allowed herself the small comfort of being cradled in his arms, awash in his scent once more after going so long without. They arrived at the carriages, and he gingerly set her inside before hopping in himself to take the seat across from her. The Thestrals began a trot back to the castle. "Fleur doesn't love me, at least, not like that," he said quietly, staring out the carriage window. "She just thinks she owes me." "For what?" His eyes flicked from the window to her face. "Saving her little sister." White-hot rage flared within her. Was he deliberately trying to be cruel? "You son of a bi.ch. What? So if I were a Vila, or maybe just a little prettier, you might have saved Astoria, too. No problem rescuing little sisters, foreign and domestic, with the sole exception being," her voice broke in an embarrassing fashion, but Daphne did her best to hold on to her anger. "It was better than the pain, after all. Can't be arsed to help my sister. My baby, sister." She dissolved into tears, the salt stinging her wounds. Harry didn't move, didn't try to comfort her. "I thought you had your cure." Clearing her throat, Daphne shook her head. "It didn't work. She's going to die." It was the first time Daphne had said the words out loud, and it made her cry that much harder. "Why? Why couldn't you love me? I tried so hard." The carriage came to a halt, and Harry opened the door, fluidly leaping to the ground and calling out Hagrid's name. She heard the half-giant's rumpled response, and closed her eyes in exhaustion. Daphne was so tired of the hurt, the pain, the first conversation she'd had with him since that night, and it was worse than she could have ever imagined. "Hagrid will take you to Madame Pomfrey," Harry said. She ignored him, keeping her eyes shut. "And for what it's worth, I'm sorry. I don't know why your plan didn't work. Based on what your relative told me about the malediction, the cure should have righted Astoria." Her eyes flew open at his words. "Then if you'd just let the healers run some tests, maybe." Harry shook his head. "It should have worked then, but it wouldn't now. Stay put, help is on the way." He closed the carriage door before she could reply, much less pursue him. Hagrid appeared shortly after, lifting her broken body out of the carriage with a gentleness she hadn't thought a half-giant capable of. "Good, Evans, Lee's get you straight to Poppy." If the cure should have worked, that meant she craned her neck, seeking out his familiar form, but there was no sign of him nearby or on their walk to the hospital wing. It meant Harry really did love her. And maybe, just maybe, he might again. The afternoon gave way to evening, time passing by in a dazed blur. She had visitors, a frightened and worried Tracy, an anxious and regretful Hermione, even a stoic and bored-looking Snape. Lying there listless and potioned, she hardly noticed as they came and went, garnering little in the way of a reaction from her. None of them were who she wanted to see. It was later that night, while the Skele-Gro worked its magic, her mouth tender and aching, when Daphne received her final visit of the day. The headmaster slowly settled into the seat alongside her bed, posture weak and weary, running a gloved hand over his pale and drawn face. "How are you feeling?" "All right, I guess." Dumbledore nodded, staring down at her. "I hope it goes without saying that I had nothing to do with Miss Delacour's assault. While I clearly feel both you and Harry are best served by time and space apart, I would never encourage or approve of something like this." "How did you know what happened?" she asked. "Miss Granger was more than forthcoming about the circumstances that led to your residing in that bed." He shook his head, eyes drifting to stare at the night sky through the window. "This war, it's just like before, the last time. Violence has no place in a school, but conflicts like these always manage to find a way over the walls." "It wasn't about the war, it was about Harry," she said, feeling annoyed at what felt like Dumbledore's minimizing what happened. For better or worse, that young man is at the center of what's to come. Are you here to tell me off for seeking him out? Because if so, Daphne gestured to herself. I'm pretty sure I already took my punishment. Dumbledore sagged in his seat, his neutral expression faltering. You must see me as an ogre, an uncaring villain standing between you and your family's salvation. I certainly have not given you much reason to think otherwise. An elf popped into the room, offering 3 potions and a cup of tea. After downing the potions, he appeared more alert and energetic, sitting upright. Therefore, it may surprise you to hear that I found myself in a situation not dissimilar to your own when I was not much older than you are today. What do you mean? My sister was named Ariana. She was the baby of the family, 4 years younger than myself. She was timid, but kind. Innocent, but I suppose you could say that about any child that doesn't live to see adulthood. Daphne went rigid. What happened to her? When she was 6, a group of muggles caught sight of her doing accidental magic. She was attacked. They killed her. Dumbledore looked pensive, staring down into his tea. For many years, I would have said yes. She survived their assault, but for a child that age to undergo such trauma, he shook his head. She was never the same. On some level, she associated the pain they caused her with using magic, and became terrified of being a witch. I don't understand. She wanted to be a muggle. After they were the ones to hurt her. The details are not so important to the story, and remain a painful chapter of my life even now, a century later. Suffice to say, Ariana was never the same. Her magic became unpredictable, uncontrollable, prone to violent outbursts. My mother was killed during one such episode, and I assumed custody of my sister. He glanced up at her for a moment, but only a moment, and then locked his gaze on his teacup once more. Less than a year later, Ariana died. I'm sorry, sir. No doubt you're wondering why, after your trying day, you must endure an old man's regrets, he said in a light tone, but it was hard to miss the way he brushed his gloved hand over his eyes. Losing my sister was catastrophic. It defined my life, Miss Greengrass, fundamentally changing who I was and what I was to be. Daphne remained quiet, too uncomfortable to reply. In many ways, I admire your single-minded determination, your willingness to burn the world down in an effort to save your sister. I confess that, as a talented young man only recently out of Hogwarts at the time, I didn't share your devotion to my own sibling. Sir, what's the point of you telling me this? He chuckled at the bluntness of her query. Maybe I'm trying to establish a sense of kinship with you through my family's tragic story. Or perhaps I want to spare you the regrets I've carried with me my whole life. More likely, though, here, he finally met her eyes, I am just an old man lost in memories of times long past. Whatever his actual reasons, she couldn't deny learning about his past changed the way she looked at him. Can I ask, your sister was attacked by muggles, but you've always been on the side of greater tolerance of their culture. How can you not hate them, for what they did to your family, what they took from you? How can you not hate the Potters for what they did to your family, what they've taken from you? Daphne blinked at his immediate parry. I suppose I might have, if things were different. Yes, if things were different, they wouldn't be the same, he agreed sagely, and they sat together in silence for a long stretch. Her eyelids grew heavy, the dull discomfort of the Skelegro fading over the course of their conversation. Headmaster. Yes. How did when you lost Ariana, did it ever stop hurting? How did you go on? Her head lolled back against the pillows, the warm silence of the hospital wing lulling her to sleep. Distantly, she felt his weathered hand pat her own, his response hushed and so quiet she thought she might have imagined it. It never stopped hurting, but I pressed on nonetheless. What else could I do, but go on? It was the only option. You live for the people you love, Daphne. This feels familiar, she grumbled, as Madame Pomfrey checked her over. I've no doubt it does, the Medowitch agreed. You're looking well, but you'll likely be sore for a few days more. Let me change the bandages on your fingers, and then I'll let you be on your way. Pomfrey was true to her word, and after changing into a clean outfit provided by Dobby, she left the hospital wing. Once outside, the doors barely closed behind her before she was confronted by her head of house. Greengrass, with me, he ordered, not bothering to check if she was following before turning with a swirl of his robes, stalking towards the grand staircase. She hurriedly set off behind him, walking quickly to try and match his lengthy stride. Sir. Did you want to have a meeting today? We normally talk during the week. He glanced her over, his stare lingering on her bandaged fingertips. Madame Pomfrey assured me you would be fully recovered. You mean my hands? Daphne extended her fingers, flexing them to test the sensation. It'll be a few days before the potions to make my nails grow back will be ready. Are you able to grasp a wand securely, with your hands in that condition? I think so. Is this about my classes? He opened a door, gesturing for her to step inside the empty classroom. All the furniture shrank down and stacked itself neatly in the corner of the room after a wave of his wand, then he turned and regarded her with a sneer. I had a word with Granger about your encounter in Hogsmeade. I recognize that your marks have taken a dip since your association with Potter and his sycophants, but even still, I was surprised at how pathetic your performance was. Excuse me, she asked, but he dismissed her indignation immediately. You've insisted several times your intention to ally yourself with Potter. I hadn't been aware your sole capacity in doing so was to function as a human shield, intercepting curses with your body. You're upset that I didn't fight back well enough. She's years older than I am, she was a Triwizard champion. It's not like it was a fair fight. Snape's lip curled, his sneer turning even more derisive. Why didn't you say so? I'm sure the next time someone points a wand at you, all you need do is request they cease and desist until an opponent of your own caliber can be located. He really was unbelievable, she thought angrily. Maybe if there were competent teachers at this school, I wouldn't have been so unprepared. What, exactly, do you think we're doing here? Draw your wand. She blinked in surprise, and he repeated himself, harshly barking out, draw your wand. Once she did so, squeezing it in an awkward grasp, he next commanded, cast the shield charm. Daphne completed the clockwise half-circle she'd read about in her textbooks, incanting, Protega, as she did. A second later, she was blasted backward, falling onto her rear and watching her wand spiral through the air to land in her professor's hand. She barely saw him move. How did he cast so quickly? Her wand clattered to the ground in front of her. Again, and this time tighten your wand movement. It's too slow. Don't forget, protective spells are more effective when you can identify what you are defending against. I will cast another disarming charm. Prepare yourself. Daphne pushed off the stone floor, picking up her wand and rising to her feet. She kept her eyes locked on the tip of her wand, carefully performing a crisp and sharp half-circle and voicing the incantation once more. A red flash, and then her wand again spiraled into the air. It's no wonder you survived your encounter with that creature with such minimal injury, Snape said, letting her wand fall to the floor in front of her again. Is your strategy to be so boringly ineffective at dueling that your opponent loses interest in cursing you? You're so entranced with your own spellcasting you can't be bothered to notice your adversary. Quote. Gritting her teeth, Daphne snatched her wand up and pushed off the ground once more. Protega, she snarled, stumbling backwards a moment later when Snape's charm collided with and then careened off her shield, spattering harmlessly against the wall. Through the light blue haze of her shield, Snape's expression flickered, appearing almost pleased, but a heartbeat later his sneer was back in place. Expecting congratulations, Greengrass. Maybe some house points for accomplishing something your classmates are already able to do silently. Think again, we're just getting started. 2 hours later, Daphne was exhausted, drenched in sweat and covered in dust. Snape, on the other hand, had not a single oily hair out of place. You did very well today, Daphne. I expect to see you here, every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, at 6 o'clock sharp. By the end of this term, if anyone ever tries again to do to you what Granger did, you'll be able to put them in the ground. You have my word. On her hands and knees, gasping for air, Daphne still managed a, thank you, Professor, before he strode out of the room at the same pace he'd entered. Exhausted from her counseling session with Professor Snape, Daphne fell into a deep sleep upon returning to her dormitory. She may have even slept straight through to the next morning, were it not for Tracy waking her up for dinner. What did Potter do to you? You were a complete mess when I saw you in the hospital wing. You mean you think Harry did this to me? Don't be ridiculous. And how did you even know something happened? You went to meet with him and ended up in the hospital wing. And as for how I knew, I saw that oaf, Hagrid, carrying you inside. Wait, was he the one that attacked you? Daphne reared back at the way her friend jumped to a, frankly absurd, conclusion. No. He was actually very kind. He's a professor, Trace, do you really think he'd just go off on a student? I mean, he's half giant. Who knows what he's capable of? She opened her mouth to argue, but it occurred to her that she very well might have said those exact words, verbatim, after Skeeter's exposé following the Yule Ball their 4th year. Instead, she said, Harry didn't hurt me, I barely saw him at all. It's a long story. Tracy was obviously gearing up to pursue answers, but before she could, Daphne asked, are you able to cast a shield charm nonverbally? Confusion evident on her face, Tracy nodded. Yes. It was one of the first spells Snape had us learn. Do you think I might have a look at your Dada? Notes. I guess so, yay. They stepped inside the Great Hall, dinner having begun 10 or 15 minutes prior. On the way to the Slytherin table, Daphne looked over the faculty. Professor Snape was there, giving her a brief nod of acknowledgement. McGonagall scanned the students, looking for any signs of misbehavior while half-heartedly conversing with Babbling, the rune's instructor. At last, her eyes landed on Hagrid, his ponderous bulk stuck on the far end of the table, gamely chatting with a half-in-the-bag Trelawney. I'll be right back, she said to Tracy, changing directions and quickening her steps. Professor Hagrid. He said, giving her a cheerful smile and raising a bucket-sized goblet. Glad to see her back on her feet, there, Miss Greengrass. I just wanted to say thank you. For helping me yesterday, I mean. Pshaw. He grunted, cheeks turning ruddy beneath his bushy beard. T'varant nothing, really. It was something to me. So, thanks. Enjoy your meal. She spun around and took a seat next to Tracy. She was greeted with a few snickers, and overheard a couple of snide comments intentionally made within her earshot by her housemates. It was far less than she'd have expected, given the disdain for the care professor within Slytherin, but Daphne didn't care either way. That minute, small act of kindness was a promise to herself. There was no going back. She'd changed, and refused to pretend otherwise. Not for Harry, but for herself. Life was simply too short to not be true to herself. Oi, Greengrass. Got a minute? She turned and waved, masking a smile at Tracy's discomfort as she led the two of them over to where he stood. His prefect badge gleamed in the corridor's torchlight, and his school uniform looked unusually tidy. Got to be on a patrol, Daphne decided. It's a little early for you to be out looking for rule-breakers, isn't it? Maybe I was just looking to break some rules myself, to warm up before I start my rounds. Then, glancing over at her companion, he gave Tracy a nod. Davis. Weasley, she returned. Glad to see you've made a full recovery. You know about that, do you? Course. Then, perhaps realizing how that may have come out, hurriedly continued. Not that I knew before it happened. I like to think I could have talked her out of such a silly idea. Give us a minute. I'll catch up, she said to Tracy, waiting until her roommate was out of earshot before replying. It wasn't all that silly, from my perspective. Not exactly a barrel of laughs. He winced. Right, that was a poor choice of words. You should know, Hermione's pretty torn up over what happened. Daphne raised one eyebrow. I had to regrow 6 teeth. Sorry, but a half-arsed apology from her boyfriend isn't exactly going to make us even. She had no idea that things were going to go the way they did. Also, she was the one to come and get Harry to intervene. Not saying you should thank her, but she didn't realize what was going to happen until the spells started flying. Daphne just stared, uncertain what he expected from her, what the point of whatever this was. She wanted to talk to you herself tonight, but was afraid that I can only imagine what your reaction would be if she asked you to speak alone. Okay. She's sorry. Is that it? Ron sighed. You too, I swear. I'm sure I'd be angry if I were standing in your shoes, but you have to understand, Hermione she was bloody furious after you came clean on the Express. I haven't seen her that mad since, probably not since she popped Malfoy square in the face back in 3rd year. You and her have let's call it a checkered history together. I don't think Harry or I ever realized just how much you and Parkinson got to her over the years. I apologized for that, several times. And I never sent her to the hospital wing. He nodded slowly. Yay, you did apologize. And she believed you. So when you sat there, explaining what happened over the last year, She felt like a lot of the blame for what happened to Harry rested on her own shoulders, for not seeing through you, not protecting him from you. There's nothing to see through, she started to say, but paused when Ron started to laugh. You two really are more alike than not. Relax, Greengrass, that was a compliment. His expression turned serious, and he leaned in closer. She wants to make it up to you. Has it in her head that getting you and Harry in the same room is the way to do that? You're more mental than she is if you think you'll ever make that mistake again, Daphne scoffed. It's not just for you. I was there when he confronted her and Fleur, after he took you to the castle. I've known Harry longer than almost anybody, and I've never, Ron trailed off, eyes growing distant. I could feel his rage. All the hair on my arms stood up, like some sort of energy pressing against me. If it were anyone else, I'd have been terrified. Daphne recalled the night he discovered Alicent in the room of requirement, the way his magic crackled around him, the scent of ozone in the air. I guess, seeing him like that, I don't know. It sort of changed my mind. What do you mean? She asked. Look, Harry and me, we've always been pretty regular blokes. No, I'm serious, he protested when she started to grin in disbelief. We hang out and talk Quidditch, find excuses not to do homework, play gobstones or chess. What I mean to say is, talking about this mushy stuff isn't the sort of thing guys do, you understand? So once he got back from the ministry a few weeks back, I was more than happy to let sleeping dogs lie. Yours was a worse breakup than most, but Harry's been through a lot. He'd get through this, too. But you really, I don't know, got to him. Changed him. A flicker of something that felt a bit like hope kindled within her. He told me he doesn't love me anymore. Ron shrugged. Maybe he doesn't, but I think, either way, you two have a lot of things that need saying. He took a deep breath, then cast a silent tempest. Almost curfew. Think about what I said, would you? If you want things to go back the way they were before, everything that happened, I won't push you. And if you want our help, I promise that I'll be there to make sure you get it. See you around, Greengrass. Bye, Ron, she said, mulling over his offer, and everything he told her. She'd just finished changing into something more comfortable and flexible, preparing for her next session with Professor Snape when someone knocked on the door and cleared their throat. What is it, Caro? Pansy somehow always could tell Hestia from Flora, but Daphne never liked them enough to bother to learn the difference. I'm busy. Just checking in to see if you're alright. Do you really care, one way or another? You don't have to be such a bint, I was just asking. Daphne hadn't forgotten the twins' handiwork at the start of the previous term, trashing her belongings. Well, as you can see for yourself, I'm fine. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go. Are you and Potter back together, then? What are you on about? Everybody's talking about it in the dorms. It's pretty frightening, he basically runs the school now. Pansy says he hasn't bothered to show up for any classes since last term, and… Wait, back up. What's this about Harry and I getting back together? Caro furrowed her brow. You didn't. You said everybody's talking. Tell me what they're saying. Well, she drawled. Lucinda said that Pansy heard from Tracy that you broke up with him at the end of last term, and he was waiting until you went to Hogsmeade to make you get back together. That he beat you until you gave in, and then, her voice dropped to a hushed, breathy tone, he took you, right then and there, while you were bleeding all over the place. For a long moment, she was too stunned to respond, needing time to gather herself from the shock of such a salacious rumor. I've heard a lot of silly things spread around the school over the years, but that is, without a doubt, the most ridiculous story I've heard in my entire life. Well, you were brought back from Hogsmeade all busted up. Dedworth saw that half-breed carrying you through the halls, all beaten and bloody, with your cloak torn to shreds. Believe what you want, but Harry broke up with me, we haven't got back together, and he's never hurt me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go. She pushed past the younger girl, leaving the dormitory and making her way towards the third floor. Her conversation with Caro caused a delay, so she broke out into a light jog to make sure she arrived on time. Good evening, Professor. What will we be working on tonight? Her head of house, never one for cheer or joviality, seemed especially hostile since they'd begun these lessons. That pattern seemed in no danger of being interrupted, for he glowered darkly at her from the moment she entered. It occurred to me that I was doing you a disservice, tailoring my training to that of a typical sixth-year curriculum. Sir, the best way to protect oneself from attack is not defensive magic, he said in an imperious tone, but rather, to leave your attacker in no condition to cast more spells. Observe. He drew his wand, conjuring a wooden mannequin on the opposite side of the room. Sectum sempra. Deep divots appeared in the dummy, splinters flying as gouges were carved into its surface. The mannequin toppled to the floor while Daphne stared at the damage inflicted by a single spell. The thought of using something like that on a person was disturbing. As you can see, the wand movement is negligible. It is a fast-moving and effective spell. He waved his wand, repairing the dummy and standing it upright. The incantation is Sectum Sempra, followed by a downward slash. Daphne's eyes remained locked on the dummy for several seconds, jumping back to her professor when he spoke again. Whenever you're ready. Yes, sir. Drawing her own wand, Daphne took a deep breath, then jerked her wand downward and called out the incantation. A pale silver light sputtered out, striking the mannequin and leaving a few scratches behind. Focus, Miss Greengrass, he said, speaking in a low tone behind her. Your will and intention are lacking. You have to want it. Try again. Sectum sempra. A single, lengthy trench was carved into its surface. Better. Again. Sectum sempra. The second impact knocked the dummy to the floor, the spell resulting in multiple slashes this time. Yes. Again. Sectum sempra. She sat, perched on the cold stone windowsill, staring outside. Daphne discovered this spot, on a side staircase leading to the 5th floor, where she was provided a clear view of anyone coming and going from the forbidden forest. Footsteps sounded, coming down the stairs towards her, but Daphne kept her eyes on the grounds, watching Harry walk the headmaster out of the woods, meeting awaiting Professor Snape. Harry lowered Dumbledore to the ground, Snape immediately tilting his head and administering a series of potions. I don't understand you. If this was all for your sister, why keep going? She slid her hands into her sleeves, running her fingers over her wand. Is it really so hard to believe I'm in love with him? Granger took a seat on the stairs. Ron told me he spoke with you. Why haven't you reached out to us? Below, Harry and Professor Snape had helped the headmaster to his feet, assisting him through the courtyard to the castle's entrance. Do you think using his friends to trick him into speaking with me will really do me any good? You wouldn't be using us. She left this time, unspoken. We're trying to help. Daphne shook her head. I'm not going to manipulate him anymore. I'm done with that. Alright. If that's what you want, I'll respect your decision. I wanted to give you this, though. Granger reached into her bag, pulling something out and holding it out for her to take. I'm sorry for what happened for my part in your being hurt. She looked at the outstretched item, eyes widening as she recognized the small vial of golden liquid. The Felix Felicis she won in their first potions class last term. You're sure? Yes. Daphne took the potion, tucking it away in her robes and turned back to the window, listening to Granger stand up and walk back the way she'd come. How are your preparations for your owl's coming? Luna glanced up from the scroll of parchment she was taking notes on. All right. Daphne slid into the seat across from her, watching her leaf through a book on charms theory, occasionally marking something in her notes. I miss you, she said quietly. Ginny told me you've been trying to get at Harry again. I'm not going to help you. I know, she calmly replied. What's between him and I doesn't have anything to do with you and me. I just want to spend some time with you. Luna continued working with no reply, but she also didn't get up and leave. It was a victory, a small one, perhaps, but she'd take wins wherever she could get them. Daphne pulled out a book of her own, one that Professor Snape had loaned her, and quietly started reading. The snow was gone, but as February gave way to March the cold persisted, Scotland still in the firm grip of winter. Daphne took a seat, filling her plate with toast, fruit, and 2 rashers of bacon, nodding along as Tracy Mo.net about her struggles in defense. If you're having that much trouble, why don't we work on it after classes this afternoon? Tracy nearly choked on her porridge. No offense, Daph, but when was the last time you had a real Dada class? 4th year. Don't pretend like we learned anything from Umbridge. I might surprise you, she said, thinking about her private instruction from Professor Snape. Let's stop by the library first and see if Luna wants to come. That's all right with me. By now, Tracy knew better than to object, and Daphne liked to think the little Ravenclaw was winning her roommate over. Several times over the last few weeks, Daphne and Tracy had sat at the same table with Luna while the younger girl studied for her owls. Things weren't the way they were before, but the most recent time Daphne noticed Luna was wearing a necklace made of butterbeer corks. "Oh, I didn't tell you, the funniest thing happened in my charms class." Goyle was trying to. Daphne trailed off as a familiar owl glided to a smooth landing on the table in front of her. Her family's owl, Coco, clutching a letter for her. She hesitated, and Tracy went still beside her. With trembling hands, she untied the letter, opening the envelope and reading the brief message in her father's scrawl. "Daphne, I've already written to your professors, but you'll be taking an extended absence, coming home until the end of the Easter break for the funeral ceremonies. Your mother," here there was a line scratched out, and his handwriting worsened following the break. "We want to spend time as a family, to try and come to terms with this loss. If you would like to come home now, to see your sister one last time before she passes, you need only speak with Professor Snape." She made a sound, halfway between a gasp and a moan, hands involuntarily tightening around the letter, the parchment crumpling in her grip. "What is it?" Tracy asked, her voice quiet and concerned. Forcing herself to relax, to take deep breaths, Daphne passed the letter to her roommate. "I'm so sorry, Daphne." She ignored the consoling words, instead looking over the great hall, searching him out. As was typical, neither Harry nor the headmaster were present. Pushing her seat back, she rose from the Slytherin table and stumbled with halting steps, making her way towards the boisterous Gryffindors. It was one thing to objectively know she'd failed Astoria. In some ways, she'd been preparing for this day for years, since her parents had first sat her down and explained why her sister wasn't like all the other children, why someday, Daphne herself would suffer from the same affliction. But intellectually understanding something was quite different from the viscerality of knowing a cure existed and having no way to secure it for her little sister. "Greengrass, you all right?" Daphne stood and stared blankly at the table, shaking her head. "Can we talk?" Sure." Ron made to stand up, pausing at her next request. "And Granger, too. She's still up in the tower." Demelza needed some help with her runes assignment. "What is it?" He might have been telling the truth, when he said he didn't love her anymore. He might spit in her face and refuse to help. Even if he agreed, nothing might come of it. The best researchers that gold could buy had all failed, after centuries of trying, after all. She would beg, plead, offer everything she had, anything she could give. Daphne just needed Harry to listen. "Okay, Hermione will wait at the staircase leading to our dorms. Ginny, you take Dean and post up at the Quidditch pitch, just in case he decides to blow off some steam after his lesson with the headmaster. I'll be in the kitchens in case he's hungry," and Neville's agreed to wait in the hospital wing. "We'll bring him to you." Weasley raised her hand. One question. Where's this talk going to take place?" "Professor Snape's office. We can access the flow from there." The red-headed girl snorted. "Yay, sure. Say, Harry, I'm going to need you to come with me. Your ex-girlfriend and the professor you hate want to sit down for a chat." "That'll go over real well." "Ginny," Ron said in warning. "She's right, though," Granger said, before she snapped her fingers. "I've got it. Use the room of requirement. It's a short walk from the statue of Gregory the Smarmy. You can take that to Hogsmeade and—" "That won't work," Daphne interrupted. "The room's been locked since we came back from Winter Halls." The collected Gryffindors all stared in surprise. "What? That doesn't make any sense." She shrugged. "Regardless, I couldn't get in. Have any of you been able to access it?" Ron and Granger shared a look. "We haven't tried. You'd been in there pretty much the whole year, so why would we?" Daphne shook her head. "No, I'm back in the dungeons. So we'll need a different spot." "When was the last time you tried?" Granger doggedly asked. "The room won't open if it's occupied. Maybe someone from the DA was using it when you were trying to get in." Well, it's been a few months. Could it really have been that simple?" "Okay, new plan," Ron said authoritatively. "Greengrass, you go and try the room again. If you can't get in, the meeting spot will be the kitchens, and from there you can take the passage beneath the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack. If you can get into the room, just sit tight and wait for him outside." "How will you know if I can't get in?" With this, he reached into his bag, withdrawing a bright orange-colored sheet of parchment. "It's a doxygram, a prototype my brothers developed. Watch." He scribbled a stick figure on the parchment, tapped his wand and said, Figura Fugantius Daphne Greengrass. The parchment folded itself, taking the appearance of an origami doxy, flying through the air and making circles above Daphne's head. That's brilliant. Granger enthused. How does it find the recipient, though? It only works in Hogwarts, thanks to the castle's enchantments. Remember, the twins spent years examining the Marauder's map before they passed it on to Harry. Why haven't they started selling it yet? Ow. Daphne, reaching for the flying note, jerked her hand back, beeping on the paper cut it left on her finger as it continued to zoom in circles around her. That's why, Ron said, smacking the parchment and stomping on it when it fell to the ground. They used doxy venom in the production, and it takes on some, unfriendly tendencies. All right. Harry should be finishing with Dumbledore in about an hour, so let's get moving. Daphne, if you can't get in, message me and I'll alert the others. We'll get him to you, from there, it's up to you. Good luck. She took a deep breath, nodded her thanks, and set off for the 7th floor. It felt like ages since she'd been here, standing opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy and his dancing trolls. She and Harry had shared so many happy memories here. And one horrible, awful memory, as well. Dropping her bag to the ground to more easily pull out the doxygram, Daphne stepped up to the blank stretch of wall. On impulse, she reached into her robes, withdrawing the vial of liquid luck, popping the stopper and downing it in a single go. The taste was sweet, cloyingly so, thick and viscous and lingering in her mouth even after she swallowed. A few seconds went by, and Daphne marveled at the way the drab stone corridor seemed somehow brighter, as though the sun suddenly peeked out from behind clouds. She began pacing back and forth in front of the wall, her purpose for this meeting springing to mind. I need a place to recover what's been lost. I need a place to recover what's been lost. I need a place to recover what's been lost. Following her third turn, a door appeared where there had only been a wall before. There was still time before the others would send Harry, so with a grin, Daphne stepped through and into the room of requirement for the first time since December. She cocked her head at this configuration of the room. Long rows of shelves stretched as far as she could see, filled to bursting with a random assortment of various objects. How fascinating. Her first step forward was greeted with a ringing sound. A perimeter ward, she realized, but why would there be something like that here? Turn off the bloody alarm, Wormtail. And what are you doing back, now of all times? If you think you're going to take credit for my success, you'd better think again. A voice called out from further within the room. A familiar voice, but one she hadn't heard in quite a while. She caught a glimpse of bedraggled owned hair, poking out from beside a shelf to her left, standing up to make for the entrance. She raised her hand and waved in greeting. Hello, Draco. Greengrass. He sputtered, fumbling for his wand. What the hell are you doing here? Funny, I was going to ask you the same thing. He stormed over to her, shoving her against one of the shelves and pressing his wand to her throat. How did you get in? Pacing 3 times in front of the wall, of course. Who else knows about this? About the room of requirement. I don't know. About you and your plans. No one. It was strange how unconcerned she was, alone with no hope of rescue. But Daphne was confident she could handle Draco, if need be. What exactly are you planning? This doesn't look like the sort of living arrangement I'd expect to find you in. Indeed, this close to him, she could smell the rank and foul odor emanating from him, see his filthy and stained robes. Repeated scouring charms can only do so much, and are no substitute for a proper bath. He patted her down with his free hand, pulling her sleeve back to take her wand. I've been stuck in this dump since the day after winter holidays began. What's your excuse? To think, you used to be somewhat attractive. Potter's really done a number on you. At least you had some company, she said lightly, as though he was an old friend catching up, rather than a murderer holding her at wand point. Who's this Wormtail? He's a pathetic, sniveling coward. I've gone days at a time without food thanks to his gutlessness. Oh, I always just asked the elves to bring me food when I was in the room. Draco spun her around, looking queerly at her. He opened his mouth to reply, but before he could, a loud creaking sounded from behind him. Daphne watched his eyes widen, and heard him whisper, "They're here." She listened intently, the sounds from behind the shelves magnified by the absolute silence of the room. A single pair of booted feet. The rustle of robes. 2 steps forward, and then the creaking noise once again, this time followed by a slight click. It was a door, she realized. The sound was a door opening and closing. Draco appeared puzzled, the wand pointed at her faltering as he turned and looked over his shoulder. Malfoy, a voice said, saying the name the way one would an epithet. His face drained of all color, jaw dropping in shock. Draco's wand no longer pointed at her, his hand trembling and shaking so violently he couldn't hit her even if she were 6 inches away. Malfoy. The voice said again, a thread of irritation audible in the way he spoke the name. I am here, my lord. I wasn't expect I was told my aunt would be leading your faithful. Forgive me. He emerged from behind the shelf, high-collared robes, colored pure midnight black, swishing with every step, their great length making it seem as though he glided across the floor rather than walked. His hands were delicate, long, bony fingers interlocked across his abdomen as he came closer. Malformed features and flesh stretched taut over his skull. He was so pale his skin seemed almost to glow, in sharp contrast to the darkness of his robes. Lord Voldemort had arrived at Hogwarts. There was a moment of silence while the Dark Lord evaluated the scene before him. His eyes fell on Daphne, and for a brief instant she stared into his blood-red eyes. Then common sense prevailed. She curtsied. Hello. You're entertaining guests. Draco collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself. Never. I have worked diligently every moment I have been here. She somehow managed to infiltrate the room, I don't know how. Rise, the Dark Lord drawled before moving closer to her, grasping her chin in his hand, his fingers colder than the waters of Black Lake. What is your name, girl? Daphne Greengrass, she said, and then furrowed her eyebrows and added a belated, my lord, to her sentence. Greengrass, he repeated, her name a lengthy hiss on his lips. What are you doing here? The door, the one Daphne came through, flew open at that moment, and Voldemort looked over her shoulder to the new arrival. Severus, you're late. My lord, this is a surprise and an honor, her head of house said, walking into her eyeline and crisply bowing. As he rose, his gaze locked on her. A spasm ran across his face, there and gone in a flash before he said, Miss Greengrass, I'm glad you made it. Hello, Professor, she mumbled, still in Voldemort's grasp. You brought her here. Draco spat, clambering to his feet. I don't answer to you, Snape replied dismissively, not even bothering to glance at Draco. After Malfoy's incompetence drove him from the school, I did my best to follow through on his assignment. You know better than I who should fulfill my orders. The boy's mother begged for my assistance, secured through an unbreakable vow. Bellatrix officiated the oath, my lord. Sworn as I am to assist him, I had no choice but to make alternative arrangements once he proved so woefully lacking. Draco vibrated with fury, glaring hatefully at his former professor. Bella knew of this. The Dark Lord's voice was questioning, but no longer suspicious, as though the assurance his most fanatical servant knew of Snape's involvement allayed any doubt. And the girl, I recruited her last year, in your name, my lord. I ordered her to prepare when I felt your summons through the mark. Snape turned his head to stare intently at her, even as he continued speaking to the Dark Lord. I was unaware you yourself would be overseeing today's mission. I intended to tell you about her in person. And yet, here I am, in person, Voldemort said. Is this true, girl? You wait. He paused, his red eyes narrowing to slits. Greengrass, the girl who. Forgive me, my lord. Yes, she spent an entire year gaining Potter's confidence, right under Dumbledore's nose. What? Thankfully, Draco spared her having to ask that. What was Snape doing? She was working for you. I am the only one who recruits in my name, Voldemort said. I think you take too many liberties, Severus. Perhaps I will use this girl as an example of what I think of my servants assembling their own followers. Snape lowered his head, but when he spoke his voice was bereft of fear. If that is what you wish. I live only to serve, and will accept any punishment you see fit for my disrespect. I only ask, before you do so, to allow Greengrass to demonstrate her loyalty. Oh, the Dark Lord's amusement was a terrible and cruel sound. His hand released her chin, replaced by the tip of his wand. Daphne, was it? Are you going to regale us with tales of the Chosen One's deepest desires? My lord, if I may, she convinced Potter to share with her what the elder Malfoy failed to obtain last summer. Voldemort's face sharpened as his eyes darted to Snape, suddenly deadly serious. The prophecy. Is this true? It is. How did Snape know about that? What was he doing? She shared it with me, I can recite it. I'd rather hear it for myself, he interrupted, turning back to her, his crimson eyes boring into her own. Legilimens. A headache formed, then quickly advanced into blinding pain as the Dark Lord ruthlessly tore apart her mind in his search. She relived the intimate memory in the woods outside of the burrow, then the other within the broom closet months later. For all the agony she endured, seeing Harry again in her memory, there was a kind of comfort re-experiencing the feel of his arms around her, the taste of his key. The Dark Lord turned away, shivering in disgust, allowing her to collapse unimpeded to the floor. She felt like her mind had been cleaved in two, nearly vomiting right there and then from her nausea and double vision. The power he knows not, Voldemort whispered. Well done, Severus. I will see you rewarded beyond your wildest imagination for your service. Thank you, my lord. And you, girl. Get up. Daphne struggled to rise, trying to prop herself up using a nearby shelf, only to fall to the floor again, knocking off several items and leaving a mess of junk on the floor. She tried again, standing on wobbly knees. Your efforts will not go unrewarded. Move. You can't mean to bring her along. Draco protested. In response, Voldemort turned his bone-white wand on her former housemate, a silent disarming charm sending Draco's wand flying into the air and landing neatly in Voldemort's outstretched palm. Crucio. Draco writhed and screamed, horrible, anguished cries that went on and on. The spell cut out, and Voldemort regarded the wand he'd taken. Not quite a match, but I suppose it's serviceable. Ensure they come along, Severus. We mustn't be late. Snape jerked Draco up by the arm, half dragging him over to where she still braced herself against the shelf. Are you able to walk? She nodded, and the three of them followed the Dark Lord out of the room. Only, to her surprise, as soon as they left, Voldemort turned right around, pacing 3 times in front of the blank stretch of wall. A new door appeared. Follow me. They marched back inside, only now the room was a tunnel, one they followed to another, different door. Voldemort opened it, revealing the entrance hall, 7 floors below the room of requirement. Avada Kedavra, he casually intoned, and as she emerged Daphne heard the hysterical yowling of Mrs. Norris, fleeing further into the castle. She'd only just stepped over Filch's corpse when Voldemort grabbed hold of her arm, pulling her forward and flinging her outside, out into the frozen courtyard. Daphne, what? It was Harry, supporting the headmaster like always. And just like always, they both looked much worse for wear. She was shivering, whether from being outside in just her school uniform or out of fear, Daphne couldn't say. Harry needed only a single look at her face to recognize something was amiss, whipping his wand from his robes, just in time for the blue light of a reductor curse to arc out of the castle's door, blowing his holly wand to pieces. I dearly hope this mysterious power of yours doesn't require a wand, Voldemort said in a mocking tone as he stepped out of the castle into the courtyard. He nodded to the headmaster. Hello, Albus. You're looking every one of your 115 years. Tom, the headmaster rasped, you shouldn't have come here. Perhaps not, the Dark Lord agreed. I expected this moment to be my greatest victory, and yet, look at you. You're hardly able to stand, and my supposed equal is already on his knees. How pathetic. Severus, Dumbledore said. Please. Daphne was surprised to see what appeared to be genuine regret on the Dark Lord's face. You need not beg him for a quick death. You were a great wizard once, Dumbledore, but seeing what you've become, well, let it never be said Lord Voldemort is not merciful. It is a shame to see you so decayed and decrepit. Avada Kedavra. The acid green bolt of energy shot towards the headmaster, streaking past him as Harry exploded upward, tackling Dumbledore out of the killing curse's path. The two of them rolled along the cobblestones together, and then Harry was on his feet, Dumbledore's wand in his mangled hand. Potentium Malleus. He screamed at the top of his lungs, and a massive cone of crackling magical energy, more than a dozen feet across at its widest, blasted towards the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord showed a flash of surprise before an opaque, metallic sphere surrounded him. Seconds went by, cracked spider webbing along the shield's surface as a continuous stream of magic poured into it. Finally, with a loud clarion ring, Voldemort's protection shattered, the smoking remains of Draco's wand falling from his hand, his own bone-white wand springing out and deflecting Harry's spell up and out of range at the last possible moment. Breathing heavily, Harry stood over Dumbledore, wand still extended towards his opponent. Neither combatant took their eyes off the other, even as the rumbling cacophony of the severed astronomy tower, the unfortunate recipient of Harry's deflected spell, came crashing down, the impact practically shaking the ground upon which they stood. "A Roman siege spell," Voldemort remarked. "Impressive. You shouldn't have come here, Tom," Harry said, repeating the headmaster's words. "At least, not without more competent help. A greasy git and a pathetic ferret. Not much of an entourage." Voldemort chuckled, pausing to regard Draco on his hands and knees, cradling the remains of his wand. "It's hard to argue with your appraisal of young Malfoy. I dare say, though, you should re-evaluate your opinion of your professor. Severus is a most effective tool. I live to serve," the man in question muttered. "It strikes me that your choice of allies is rather lacking, as well, Harry. A broken old fool and a lovesick girl, against the most fearsome Dark Lord in all of history." "Milord," Snape said, "as I said, Greengrass." "Silence," he hissed. "Regardless of what she told you, that child is no follower of yours or mine. If you'd bothered to look into her mind, you would have seen the sincerity of her feelings." His words dripped with disdain. "Nevertheless, Greengrass, you did provide me with the full prophecy. I promised you a reward, and I shall not renege on my word." A banisher fired out, smashing into her with the power of a charging hippogriff. Daphne tumbled away from the Dark Lord, rolling along the frozen ground to come to a rest a few feet from where Harry stood over the headmaster. "There. I'll allow your beloved to die in your arms, or shall you die in his?" Daphne rose to her feet, one hand on her aching head, the other reaching for my wand. She thought in dismay. "Malfoy still has it. I don't know what Snivelus has been telling you, but she's no beloved of mine," Harry said, barking out a laugh. Snape's face twisted in utter hatred, but he did not move nor raise his wand. "Oh my," Voldemort said, taking a single step forward, arms loose and relaxed at his sides. "Is this a lover's quarrel? I would have thought you'd scrounge for any scrap of affection you could get. With such a short life, why not live it to the fullest?" "Life's full of uncertainty," Harry remarked in reply. "I might get hit by a lorry tomorrow. But I'm not overly worried about seeking out affection. You of all people surely understand what I mean, don't you? Growing up in that orphanage, dominated by those Muggle children. Like a coiled serpent, the Dark Lord struck, curses lancing out from his wand. Daphne recognized a bone shatterer, an organ rupturer, along with more than a half-dozen she couldn't identify. The instant the first spell left his wand, though, Harry flicked his own upward, a segment of the cobblestone courtyard rising upward, forming a barrier to intercept the attack, melting back to its original shape once the danger passed. Transfiguring enchanted stonework, a truly inspiring display. The Dark Lord's voice sounded amused, but his posture was rigid. "And you've been giving Potter acceptables all this time, Severus?" Harry loosened his tie, teeth bared in a faux approximation of a grin, but just like Voldemort, the tension around his eyes was unmistakable. The Dark Lord paced back and forth, walking a half-circle, eyes locked onto Harry. Eventually, he came to a halt. "I might have offered you a chance to flee, to scurry off and temporarily escape my wrath. For too long, Dumbledore has stood in my path, obstructing my inevitable victory. He made for a worthy opponent, rather than an insignificant historical footnote who." It was Harry who struck first, this time, lips moving soundlessly as he sent curses and hexes rocketing at Voldemort, striking his shields with a thunderclap. At every turn, Voldemort deflected, blocked, parried, and cancelled his attacks. A minute went by, then two, but Harry's outpouring did not relent for several more still, eventually slowing. His final spell, a simple disarming charm, spattered uselessly against a solid shield. Daphne held her breath. For a moment, she'd thought it had seemed like Harry might actually overpower the Dark Lord. But when the dust cleared, Voldemort was rooted exactly where he'd stood before, untouched and unconcerned, his shield vibrant and pulsing with power. There was a pause, and then his counterattack began. While Harry was truly impressive, seeing the Dark Lord in combat was awe-inspiring, in the strictest definition of the word. She'd never seen a wizard so effortlessly wield powers of that magnitude. Voldemort's spells ripped apart the courtyard, their mere passage tearing apart the cobblestones as he sent them cascading outward seemingly with no difficulty or concentration. The earth itself trembled under his might. Acid fell from the sky in torrential downpours. Stone and rubble fused at his command, forming monstrous golems. Actual lightning flashed from the heavens, striking at Harry over and over. She could do nothing but watch, little more than a useless bystander, stock still yet somehow miraculously eluding the side effects of the Dark Lord's rage. Harry made an effort, just as Voldemort had, to intercept, parry, and counter the avalanche of attacks, but the overwhelming torrent eventually left him with no option other than to hunker behind a shield charm, standing over Dumbledore, gripping his wand with both hands, each battering blow weakening his protection more and more. Daphne's hands ached from clenching her fists, furious and helpless, watching and waiting for the inevitable end to come. A banisher collided with Harry's shield, and he stumbled backwards, off balance and falling to the ground. It was the opening Voldemort was apparently waiting for, a triumphant Avada Kedavra. Excitedly spilling from his lips, the poisonous green light once more darting towards the headmaster. A clod of frozen soil, haphazardly thrown in front of Dumbledore suddenly expanded to the size of a school bag intercepted the killing curse, showering them both with dirt. The Dark Lord screamed in frustration, Harry having quickly pushed himself off the ground, moving back to a protective stance over Dumbledore. His grin was back, but she could see Harry's weakness in the way his stolen wand wavered, how his knees wobbled. It couldn't end like this. She couldn't let it end like this. A sinister purple light glowed at the tip of Voldemort's wand, and he reared back like a beater about to strike a bludger. Harry, whether from exhaustion or inexperience, overcommitted, a faded and weak shield flickering in front of him and the headmaster. Only, as the Dark Lord swung his wand forward, his spell launched towards a different target, towards Daphne. She was paralyzed, heartbeat pounding in her ears as the spell flew directly towards her. Involuntarily, she cried out, shutting her eyes and tensing in anticipation. The impact never came. Daphne opened her eyes at the strangled grunt of pain, staring into Harry's unfocused green eyes, hearing his breath rattling in his lungs. He'd thrown himself in front of the curse for her. He spun around, biting out, Sectum Sempra, through closed teeth as he fell forward to the ground. Daphne saw Voldemort's eyes widen at the unexpected riposte, but his fears were groundless. Harry's aim was well off the mark, flying far to the Dark Lord's left. Collapsing face down, she could see the effects of the curse. Ugly, thorned vines grew out of Harry's flesh, his thick dark blood pouring in excess from the multiple wounds they left. "No, Severus," Dumbledore cried weakly, and Daphne tore her eyes off of Harry, certain Voldemort would now finish all three of them. Instead, the Dark Lord was retreating, taking slow, cautious steps away from them, backing up so far he actually collided with Draco. "Not again," he muttered. "No, not again." Daphne looked first to Dumbledore, motionless on the ground, then down to Harry, who was trying and failing to push himself to his hands and knees. It wasn't Harry, though, from whom the Dark Lord retreated. It was her. Daphne stared at her hands in wonder, at the iridescent white light tracing its way from her fingertips, up her arms, her veins throbbing and radiating with a strange, foreign sensation. Voldemort cried out, raw terror in his voice, latching onto Draco's collar and bursting into actual, unassisted flight, soaring into the sky and heading towards the Forbidden Forest. "Come get back here," Harry ground out, his voice whisper quiet, but still managing to raise his good hand to his lips, letting out a piercing whistle. A faint, white dot came soaring towards them as Harry pushed himself onto one knee. "Engorgio," he murmured, the spell striking Hedwig mid-flight and expanding her to twice the size of a Pegasus. The enormous owl swept down, latching onto Harry's arms and carrying him off in the same direction the Dark Lord had fled. It all happened in what seemed like an instant. Daphne exhaled the breath she first took when the Dark Lord targeted her, falling to her knees on the cold stone ground, in complete shock, not even noticing the gleaming light coalesce in the center of her chest and slowly fade into nothingness. She might have stayed there all night, kneeling stunned at what just took place, but a wet gurgle snapped her out of her daze. Daphne hauled herself to her feet, stumbling forward in the direction of the castle. Near the entrance, lying in a growing pool of his own blood, an increasingly limp hand pressed to the gaping wound on his neck, was her head of house. Harry's last spell had found its mark. just not the one he'd intended. "Professor," she gasped, pushing herself to move faster. Squatting on her heels next to his body, she instinctively reached for her wand only to remember, once again, it had been taken from her. There was a beeping sound emanating from his wound, Snape's mouth opening and closing in a futile attempt to draw breath. It was a sickening, horrible end. The hand he'd pressed against his neck flopped onto her arm, followed by a weak and practically non-existent squeeze of his fingers. "Don't try to speak, just hold on," she said, leaning over him. Their eyes briefly met, and her head pounded once more, not as terribly as during Voldemort's assault, but painful nonetheless. She heard Snape's voice echo in her mind. "Well done, Daphne." And then, silence. The flow of blood ceased, and Snape's coal-black eyes stared fixedly forward. She stayed there, crouched down next to his body, his hand still on her arm, until help arrived. A squad of Ministry Aurors on broomsticks were, surprisingly, the first to arrive, quickly giving the all-clear with a bellowing sonorous before taking off and flying for the castle's perimeter. Immediately following their signal, Flitwick, McGonagall, Slughorn, and Pomfrey all rushed out of the castle. While McGonagall and Slughorn attended to the headmaster, helping him and carrying him back to the castle, Flitwick had his wand out, checking Daphne over. "She's in shock," he said, gently removing Snape's hand from her arm. "Horace, do you have a comative? Perhaps a general pain relief?" "I think not," Slughorn said, peering closely at her face, tilting his head to the side as though the different angle might offer greater insight. "Miss Greengrass, Miss Greengrass." He snapped his fingers, and then gently shook her by the shoulders. Daphne blinked, nearly falling over, her legs numb from being crouched for so long. "Professor." "He's gone, dear, I'm sorry." Slughorn stood up, raising Daphne to her feet as he did so. "Did you take any potions today, Daphne? Think hard, please. Have you taken any potions?" "What are you?" Flitwick started to say, falling silent when Daphne replied. "Luck," she mumbled, swaying on her feet. "I thought as much," Slughorn nodded. "It's incredibly dangerous to combine Felix Felicis with any other magical draft. Let's get her to the infirmary, I suspect she's more than expended any good fortune that potion had to offer." And just like that, she found herself once more in a sterile, starched bed within the hospital wing. A stack of blankets more than a foot thick were piled on top of her, a pillow placed under her feet, and a seventh-year healing trainee planted in the seat next to her bed and told to alert Madame Pomfrey if it appeared Daphne was in any distress. Completely drained from the frantic and terrifying events of the day, it didn't take long for her to lose consciousness. All too soon, though, hands shook her awake, pulling off the blankets to help her sit upright. "Daphne, please, you must wake up." "Daphne." Groggy and uncoordinated, she fumbled, trying to fend off whoever was determinedly shaking her awake. "Daphne, honey, it's me. Open your eyes, please." "Daddy," she murmured, seeing his familiar features, wet lines of tears tracing down his cheeks. "What are you? Why are you at school?" "I've come to bring you home, sweetheart." A clutching, panicked fist squeezed at Daphne's heart, her eyes now wide open. "What's happened? What is it?" she demanded. "It's your sister," he said, voice breaking as sobs fought to escape his throat. "Astoria is awake, and she's asked to see you." Daffy. Rooted to the floor, Daphne felt like her limbs were made of stone. She could hardly breathe, lungs frozen, body vibrating like she was about to burst, explode into a million pieces. The click-clack tap of wooden braces sounded on the floor, a stuttering staccato that her whole world centered on in that moment. "Astoria," she gasped, finally managing a breath. "Astoria." Droplets of sweat plastered her brown hair to her forehead, breathing heavily herself from the exertion, her little sister came to a halt in front of Daphne. "You kept your promise." "I can't you," she sobbed, back bowing as she hunched over, crying as her hands fluttered over her sister's face, scarcely able to believe this was happening. Her father's strong arms steadied her, keeping her upright, but Daphne couldn't tear her eyes away from Astoria. "Easy now. Are you sure you don't want to rest?" Ava asked, hovering close behind Astoria. "You're still weak, it might be better if." Astoria laughed, slowly rotating to face their mother. "I don't ever want to lie down again. I've had enough of beds to last a lifetime." Cecil guided Daphne to the chaise lounge. You're cured. But how?" The click-clack followed her and her father, and Astoria awkwardly settled into a chair across from them, Ava helping her down into her seat and detaching the arm braces. The malediction has disappeared, but you're still weak. Please, darling, don't push yourself. Mum, Astoria looked ready to protest, but seeing her mother wiping her eyes, and Daphne still crying silently on the couch, seemed to think better of it. Okay. I'll be careful. Daphne, her father said, taking a seat next to her. What happened today? The castle looked like a war zone, and you were in the infirmary. The Aurors said the Dark Lord himself attacked. Yes, she whispered, remembering the feel of his cold, bony fingers on her skin, the terrifying power he effortlessly wielded, the way he killed Filch and tortured Draco without the slightest hint of remorse. Yes, he did. Cecil waited, but when it was apparent she wasn't going to continue he prompted, and the headmaster drove him off. Not again. No. Not again. No, but I'm not really sure what happened, she said honestly, turning her hands palms up to stare at her fingers for a moment, then her eyes flicked up to meet her sister's. Harry fought him. He was hurt, protecting me. Daphne trailed off, her mind whirring as she ran through the events in Hogwarts courtyard. A goblet's blood, freely given, she recalled, seeing in her mind's eye Harry lying on the ground before her, blood flowing from his wounds. A Potter, giving blood for a Greengrass. Not to, as he'd done in the room of requirement on that horrible night, but for. Professor Snape's musing sprang into her mind. Dark magic changes, evolves. Imprecise and unpredictable, he'd said. All of this flashed through her thoughts in a blink, the sight of Astoria in front of her, smiling, laughing, living, chasing away any feeling other than pure, unbridled happiness. He saved me, she eventually said. Saved us. The Greengrasses ate dinner as a family, for the first time in nearly 2 years. Daphne ate slowly, sitting quietly while Astoria exuberantly chattered throughout the meal. It was all too surreal. She expected any moment to wake in her bed at Hogwarts, or in the hospital wing, victim of a fantastical dream. But she didn't, and as she processed her sister's incomprehensible survival, an increasingly urgent need to see the person responsible rose within her. You're not wearing your gift, Cecil remarked quietly. What? The locket I got you for your birthday. Was it not to your liking? No, I loved it. She hurriedly replied. It's just I got this one from. Daphne reached to touch the pendant she'd received from Harry, fingers finding only the collar of her robes. Where is it? She felt all around her neckline, then searched her pockets, hoping perhaps Madame Pomfrey placed it there after she was brought to the infirmary. No such luck. It had to be back at Hogwarts. All right, young lady, time for you to get some rest. Mum, Astoria whined, but it was obviously half-hearted. She was drooping in her seat, eyes half-lidded. No, buts. It's going to be some time before you get your strength back. All right, she said, and rather than go through reattaching her arm braces, Cecil slid his chair out and lifted her up like she weighed no more than a feather, pausing when she murmured, upstairs. I want to sleep in my old room. Daphne watched her go with an absent smile, though it faded once Astoria was gone and she turned to Mother. I need to go back to Hogwarts. I know. She was caught off guard at Ava's sedate response, expecting an argument, and her mother chuckled. You weren't expecting me to say that, were you? Honestly. No, I wasn't. Ava summoned Teensy, ordering the elf to begin clearing the table. I don't need to tell you what a gift this is, to have Astoria back. I'm not going to fight with you. If you really need to go back, I won't stop you. Thank you, Mother, Daphne said. After everything that happened today, she, too, wasn't eager for a fight. However, Ava continued softly. It would mean a lot to me if I could have both my daughters safe and healthy at home. At least for one night. It was tempting. Daphne sat in her dirty, ripped school uniform, awash in the stink of fear and battle, only a few hours removed from watching her head of house bleed out in the school courtyard. A hot bath and a warm bed sounded heavenly. But she couldn't shake the image of Harry, his face a foot away from her, features twisted in pain after he threw himself in front of that curse. She'd seen her little sister's recovery with her own eyes, assured Astoria was cured and on the mend. Now it was time to do the same for the man she loved. I'm sorry, she said as she rose from the table. I have to go. Her mother nodded, and the two of them walked back to the parlor. Daphne had just reached for the powder when the flow activated, chiming with the alert of an incoming call. Ava crouched down, sticking her head in the fireplace. Lady Greengrass. Horace, hello. I heard you'd taken up your old position. The portly potions professor chuckled. Alas, none of my current students are quite as brilliant as your husband, although your daughter certainly inherited the talent of both of you. Daphne rolled her eyes. Didn't he ever turn it off? It's actually young Daphne that led me to make this call. Would it be possible to come through? Of course. Ava tapped the rune on the hearth that unlocked access before stepping back. Slughorn stepped through the flames, clearing the ash away with a minute twitch of his wand. Hello, Miss Greengrass. You're looking much better than when we last met. Why are you here, Professor? Daphne wasn't in the mood for small talk. The headmaster has urgently requested your presence. He asked me. Okay, let's go, she interrupted, eager to get moving. Mother, I'll come back soon, I promise. Ava gave her light hug, whispering into her ear while she held her close, when you do, bring Potter with you. They stepped out of the flow into Slughorn's office. Let's be off, he said, waving for her to follow. He's in his office. Professor, wait, would it be possible to stop by my dormitory, just for a second? He glanced her over, seeming to come to the same conclusion about her appearance she had only moments before. Of course, but please, be brief. The dungeons were a short walk away. The common room was deserted as she entered, and the sixth year's room just as empty. Daphne rifled through her belongings, desperately searching out Harry's pendant, even going so far as to pull the sheets off her mattress. It wasn't there. Somewhat dejected, she pulled on a set of school robes and returned to where Slughorn waited. Okay, I'm ready. The walk to the headmaster's office was silent, their entire journey uninterrupted by students or faculty. It wasn't that late. Where is everyone? The castle was evacuated while Mr. Potter and the headmaster confronted the Dark Lord. The entire school was sent first to the ministry, then their homes. Oh, she supposed that made sense. It was hard to imagine everyone heading to dinner, or studying in the library while Lord Voldemort was marauding just outside the doors. They approached the stone gargoyle standing guard in front of the entrance to the headmaster's office. Here we are. Fudge flies, Slughorn said, and the gargoyle slid to the right. Go ahead, my dear. You aren't coming. Much as I remain curious as to what exactly transpired here today, there is brewing the headmaster requires that I must attend to. Good evening, Miss Greengrass. He left her to walk alone up the darkened, narrow staircase. As she approached the top, muffled but familiar voices filtered through the doorway. Then I'll just give it back. I'm afraid that's not an option. No, you won its allegiance, and it is yours now. I'm sorry, truly, I never intended this. There's nothing to apologize for. I need every advantage I can get. Believe me when I say I understand your sense of desperation. Nonetheless, that is yet one more burden I've placed on you. Should it ever become known that you wield, the headmaster abruptly cut off a second before the door to his office opened. Come in, Miss Greengrass. Her face was hot, flushed at being caught eavesdropping. Inside, Harry used her entrance to continue gulping down a neat line of more than a dozen potions, half of which were already empty. He wore a set of plain, unmarked school robes, hiding his injuries from her view, but his paleness and trembling hands spoke to his condition. Dumbledore was at his desk, looking stronger than she'd last seen him, but with a wan smile as he gestured her forward with a gloved hand. Welcome, thank you for coming. Please, be seated. Pulling the other chair closer to Harry's, she sat down. How are you feeling? I'm all right, he said, finishing the last potion, his gaze lingering on the empty vials for several seconds before flickering over her. And you? They didn't hurt you, did they? I'm okay. She'd never wanted to touch someone so badly as she did at that moment. There were so many things she should tell him, thank yous and apologies for so many things she hardly knew where to start. Harry, Miss Greengrass, Dumbledore interrupted. I summoned you here to help us unravel the mystery behind today's events. Much as I wish it weren't so, you're the only one survivor able to do so. A flash of Professor Snape, blood pooling around him in the courtyard flashed in front of her eyes, and she swallowed heavily. Of course. Dumbledore steepled his fingers under his chin, leaning forward onto his desk. Take us through what happened. How did Voldemort enter the castle? The wards should have informed me of his arrival. The window behind his desk showed the pitch-black night sky, signaling the approaching end of the most impactful day of her life. I received a letter from my father at breakfast. About my sister, her time was nearing an end. She could feel Harry's attention on her, seeing in her peripheral vision the way he shifted in his seat to face her. I asked Ron to help arrange a meeting with you, after your training, to ask for your help. I was to wait in the room of requirement and he'd bring you. He agreed to help you. Harry broke in here, surprise evident in his voice. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly, admonishing his interruption. Please, go on. Granger had given me the vial of liquid luck she won from Slughorn, after what happened in Hogsmeade, so I downed it and went to the room. I hadn't been able to access it all term, but this time, the right words just came to me. Daphne stared down at her hands, remembering the false confidence, the assuredness granted by the potion. It wasn't empty. I encountered Draco inside. He'd been there for months, since the winter halls, I guess. I don't know what he was doing, but somehow he engineered a way into the castle from there. He confronted me, and then you know who arrived, followed by Professor Snape. You know who took Draco's wand and used the Cruciatus on him, and then, she gasped. He took the prophecy. I didn't. He was in my mind. I'm sorry, Harry. It's all right, Dumbledore said. Everyone in this room has experienced Voldemort's terrible prowess with the mind arts. No one's blaming you, Miss Greengrass. It wasn't so easy to forgive herself, though, not after she'd pushed Harry to reveal the prophecy in full to her. She'd discounted his worries. She'd give it up to the Dark Lord, too determined to get at Harry's secrets. To consider the information might simply be ripped from her mind. The mind arts, that's what that was. It felt like he was tearing my mind apart. Legilimency is the act of penetrating another's consciousness. Occlumency is the opposite side, used in defense of a mental attack. If I hadn't forced you to tell me. It's okay. Daphne's apologies faded away as Harry's hand came to rest on her knee. She grabbed hold of it before he could snatch it away, clutching his fingers between her own. Go on. After that, he ordered Professor Snape to help us up and follow him out of the room. Once we were all in the corridor, he turned back and reopened the room. It was a different configuration, like a large tunnel. It led out into the entrance hall. You know what happened from there. He knew how to access the room of requirement. Dumbledore asked. Yes. The 3 turns and everything. And the room bypassed 6 floors of Hogwarts and led you right out to the grounds. Like I said, just inside the doors, but yes. The headmaster turned to regard Harry, both of them wearing equally concerned looks. I believe it's time for us to see exactly how Mr. Malfoy managed to bypass the castle's protections. Shall we adjourn to the 7th floor? Just a minute, Harry said. Why'd Voldemort bring you along with him? He obviously didn't intend to use you as a hostage, and he'd already taken the prophecy. Our involvement over the last year was hardly a secret. Why let you live? Harry, Dumbledore started, pausing when she shook her head at him. It's okay. Better to get this out now, she decided. Professor Snape told him that, you and I got together on his orders. To find out what was in the prophecy. But it wasn't true, he just made it up. She hurriedly added. I'm afraid I must insist we take this to the room of requirement, Dumbledore said, rising to his feet. A security breach of this magnitude cannot go unaddressed. She released Harry's hand and stood, matching his stride as the 2 of them followed the headmaster at a sedate distance. You believe me, don't you? He snorted. About you not working for Snape. Yay. Not even Voldemort believed that. Do you think you and I could talk? Alone? He didn't answer, and soon they approached their destination. If you would do the honors, Miss Greengrass. She repeated the mantra that came to her under the liquid luck's influence, opening the door when it appeared. With wands out, Harry and Dumbledore entered first. Remarkable, Dumbledore breathed. I never imagined all of this, it's immense. Harry pulled a splintered and broken broomstick off a nearby shelf. Looks like most of it's little more than garbage, though. Daphne walked towards the section Draco and the Dark Lord both emerged from. It was over here. Where you know who came from, I mean. While they searched the area, Daphne returned to the front of the room, replaying the events she experienced earlier that day. There was where Draco took her wand, over here was where the Dark Lord placed his wand under chin. That pile of debris was where she fell after his legilimency attack. And there, amidst the refuse and junk, lay the pendant Harry gave her. Daphne lifted it up, cradling it to her breast in grateful relief when the others returned. Harry levitated a large, wooden cupboard. I'll take it to him, although I still think we should just destroy it now. First, we'll let Professor Flitwick examine it. We don't know if Voldemort has realized we know about it. All right, we'll do it your way. Daphne rose to her feet. Wait, I'll go with you. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to go over with you, Dumbledore said. Go ahead, Harry. He nodded and left the room. Can't it wait? She asked, annoyed at being held back. I really need to speak with Harry. It cannot. The certainty of his tone kept her from hurrying to catch up to Harry. We need to discuss how you drove off Lord Voldemort. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. I don't even have my wand. You didn't need one. Neither did Lily Potter. Daphne squinted at him, unable to see the relevance. I don't understand. It's what I tried to tell you by the lake. Magic of this sort is beyond Voldemort's understanding. The power of Harry's love for you, specifically. Not this again, she muttered, but Dumbledore stepped forward, desperation transparent on his face. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The transference of the protection granted to Harry all those years ago. I watched it spread across your body, from your fingertips to your heart. It was this that forced Voldemort to flee from you, lest he be reduced to a wraith once more. No, not again, she quoted, and he nodded fervently, his beard bobbing. Exactly. He recognized sacrificial magic at play, just as I did. The headmaster swayed on his feet. Daphne steadied him, holding onto his elbow to guide him to lean against a shelf. Miss Greengrass, you must see this through to the end at his side. The gift Harry bestowed upon you is our last hope, our only chance. Headmaster, stop, she said. It's not you didn't see what you thought you did. But, just listen. You know about my plan to save my sister. Professor Snape told you, yes. Dumbledore hacked into his hand, a dry, rattling cough. He did. Did he tell you the details of the malediction Harry's ancestor placed on my family? Only that you needed to earn Harry's affection in order to cure it. And his blood, she said steadily. Blood freely given. What you saw really was sacrificial magic, Headmaster. But it wasn't of the sort you anticipated. Dumbledore went pale. You mean? She nodded. Astoria apparently awoke not long after Harry leapt in front of that curse for me. The malediction's been dispelled, not only in her, but every woman with Greengrass blood in her veins. He sagged against the shelf, all of his strength leaving his body. Dobby. Daphne called out, hurriedly requesting a chair for the headmaster when he appeared with a pop. Can I get you anything? Should I go find Madame Pomfrey? No, I need only a moment, please. For several seconds, he stared through her with unfocused eyes. Eventually, he spoke again, starting slowly and haltingly, but gaining greater confidence as he went on. Even if what happened in the courtyard was nothing more than the malediction dispelling, Voldemort doesn't know that. His perception of the events mirrors my own. So, it's not actually true. Who knows about your original plan? About your family, and the cure? My parents. Harry, Luna, Granger. Ron and his sister. I don't know who all they told. She was quiet for several seconds, then mutely added, Professor Snape. All of those are individuals fiercely loyal to Harry. I will impress upon them the importance of this remaining a secret. But why? If it's not real, what's the point? Because fear can drive even the most cautious to make mistakes. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, then he went on. During his first rise Voldemort believed himself to be unstoppable, invulnerable. 1981 proved differently, and it took him more than a decade to recover. In 1992, Harry's touch incinerated the body Voldemort possessed so thoroughly only an ashy smudge remained. He has felt the power of sacrificial protection. He most certainly is not eager to repeat that mistake. Daphne stared at him like he'd lost his mind. But at some point, he'll test this so-called protection. And what then? We will simply delay that moment for as long as possible. She was spared coming up with a reply to that, as Harry re-entered the room just then. Professor Flitwick's got the vanishing cabinet under lock and key. He promised to report any findings as they're made. Picking up on the tense atmosphere, he looked between the two of them. What did I miss? Nothing to concern yourself over, Dumbledore smoothly replied. Right, Harry said slowly. Listen, I was thinking, Voldemort must have spent a great deal of time in the room of requirement at some point, right? I mean, he knew it could create exits at different parts of the castle. We didn't even know it could do that. What are you saying? Dumbledore asked. Well, we know Hogwarts was a special place for him. Maybe he left something behind. Something important. The headmaster's jaw dropped, and Daphne got the sense if he were stronger he would have leapt out of his seat. Very perceptive, Harry. Starting to feel a bit forgotten and left out, Daphne spoke up. Do you need any help? What are you looking for? It's a secret, Harry will tell you later, Harry and the headmaster said simultaneously, before Harry sharply looked at the old man with a gobsmacked expression. What? You can't mean to tell her. Not just yet, no. But I suspect you'll need Miss Greengrass' help sooner, rather than later. Harry's face reddened, color splashing across his cheeks. He took a deep breath, and Daphne reached out and touched his elbow, forestalling whatever response he was preparing. I'm not pressuring you one way or the other. We can discuss, whatever this is once school's back in session. Dumbledore cleared his throat. A letter will be going out to every student's family next week, but I suppose there's no harm in telling you now. Hogwarts will not be reopening this term. What? Harry and Daphne exclaimed. To be blunt, my strength acted as a deterrent against Voldemort, dissuading him from moving directly against the school. Unfortunately, today served to thoroughly disabuse him of that notion. The Ministry cannot prosecute the war and devote the requisite resources to protect Hogwarts. What does that mean? Where am I going to go? For the foreseeable future, nowhere. We'll discuss the future at a later date. For now, why don't you walk Miss Greengrass to the flow in my office? He's really taking the, see this through by his side. Literally, Daphne mused, not missing the irony of this attitude from the same headmaster warning her away from Harry only a few months back. I don't think I should leave you in here alone, Harry protested. I mean, look what happened the last time you tried this on your own. Dobby, the headmaster called out, and the elf appeared straight away. Please relay a message to Professor Slughorn, ask him to meet me in the corridor outside. Yes sir. I'll need the passphrase to re-enter the room, Miss Greengrass. Daphne gave him the instructions on accessing this particular configuration, then followed Harry back out towards the staircase. For more than a minute, they walked side by side in silence while she tried to think of what to say first. I'm glad you're all right. He gave a slow nod. I'm glad you're all right, too. She wished he'd give her something, anything was better than this casual disinterest. I never got the chance to say thank you for what you did. I didn't really have time to think about it. If I had, I probably would have tried something less painful. It wasn't just that, I mean, you saved my life, taking that curse for me. Now, far away from the adrenaline-fueled terror and life-threatening danger of that moment, Daphne imagined it must have been a terribly romantic scene. Harry throwing himself in front of her, willing to accept any pain if it meant protecting her, a shiver of excitement ran down her spine. They came to a stop in front of the gargoyle outside the headmaster's office, and she took a step closer to him while they waited for the guardian to slide to the side. You didn't just save me, though. When you were hurt your injuries, what I'm trying to say is, you did it. You saved us. They were only a few inches apart by now. She's cured, Harry. My sister, she's cured. I'm glad. Harry met her gaze for a split second, then took a step back so he could slip past her up the stairs. Daphne hurried after him. I'd really like you to meet her, she said while they were on the stairs. My mother asked me to bring you home with me. I'm not going to your house. But why not? My family owes you everything, I'm not going to your house. They emerged into Dumbledore's office and Harry strode over to the fireplace, holding out the dish of flow powder for her. You need to go. I have to get back to the headmaster, we have pressing business to attend to. Daphne hesitated, staring between him and the flow powder. Okay, I understand. I know there are things you have to do, things that are bigger than you and me. She took a deep breath, swallowing her earlier fantasies and focusing on the here and now. When will I see you again? I don't know, Daphne. Harry let out a heavy sigh. Look, I'm exhausted, and my back feels like I slept on a mattress made out of razor blades. Can you just say goodnight and let it be? How could he pretend like nothing changed, after everything that just happened? If that's what you want, she said in a small voice, taking a pinch of powder and tossing it into the flames, calling out her address. Before she stepped through, Daphne looked over her shoulder, to see him one last time. He'd already left the office. Her first thought, returning home, was how strange it was so many lamps were still lit at this hour. And then, the back of her head exploded in pain. Daphne fell flat on her face, hands instinctively flying to cradle her injury, feeling hot, sticky blood begin to well up between her fingers. "See, I told you," a familiar voice drawled. Whatever trick she pulled was just that, a trick. Pushing herself onto her knees, Daphne was greeted with the sight of her father, hogtied, gagged, and bleeding on the floor of their parlor. Her mother stood protectively over Astoria, who was huddled on one corner of the sofa. "Get up." The remains of the lamp shattered over her head crashed into her back, nearly knocking her over for a second time. "Get on your feet. Remember our Lord's command. The girl is not to be touched," an older, foreign voice said. Hauling herself to her feet, Daphne slowly turned around, seeing two men in black robes, the older in a skull-like mask made of silver, the younger in a white one. A short glance at the very familiar wand in his hands confirmed her fears. "What are you doing here, Malfoy? Why do you think I'm here, you by.ch? You ruined what should have been our greatest victory, humiliated me in front of the Dark Lord." He stripped off his mask, revealing hideous wounds, a missing eye, and bald splotches on his scalp. "My plan was perfect, I should have taken my place among my lord's most faithful. Instead, I was punished for your trickery." "Draco," the older man said in warning, but his words did little to restrain the rabid teen. "For every indignity I suffered, every injury and agonizing moment, you're going to pay, Greengrass," he hissed, turning the wand he'd stolen from her on her mother. "No," she cried, sidestepping to obstruct his path. The older man grabbed hold of Draco's wrist and turned it away from Daphne. "You can't let this happen, Rabaston," Ava said from behind her. "What would my father say? Probably how disappointed he is to have a blood traitor for a grandchild," the man said, removing his mask to reveal the disgusting visage of Rabaston Lestrange. "Just think, if you'd given in to me back in our 6th year, none of this would have happened." While they spoke, Draco extinguished the fire and stepped closer to Daphne. "You're going to beg me to kill you, but the Dark Lord has ordered you not to be touched. So everything I want to do to you, I'll just do to your family, instead." No, she couldn't let this happen, not now, when they finally had Astoria back. She grasped for something, anything to halt this madness. "You heard Professor Snape. I'm not a traitor. Even if I believed you, Snape's dead. It doesn't matter what stupid scheme he came up with. Incarcerus." Ropes sprang from his wand, passing over Daphne's shoulder, and she heard her mother cry out in surprise, followed by a thump as she fell to the floor. Astoria cried out in fear. Daphne tried to block Draco's path to her sister, but Rabaston took hold of a poker from the fireplace and struck her in the back of her knees, driving her to the ground and freeing Draco to step past her without making contact. "Look at you. Just as bony and weak as your sister," he said, grabbing Astoria by the upper arm and throwing her down on the floor. "Your blood is pathetic. All those years squatting with foreigners has reduced the Greengrasses to this." "Can hardly see anything of the Rosier in them," Rabaston agreed, jabbing Daphne with the poker to keep from rising to defend her sister. "Ava was always too good for you, Cecil. Maybe we'll let you live long enough to see her with a real man." There was a cry of pain when Draco stomped down on Astoria's leg. "Stop it," Daphne screamed, to no avail. "Rabaston," her mother said, voice trembling with fear. "If that's what you want, I'll go with you. Just leave my daughters alone. Please, I'm begging you." Through her panic, Daphne's mind desperately tried to work out an escape, a diversion, anything to save her family. So much for this bloody sacrificial protection, she thought furiously. For all that the Death Eaters seemed to believe in its myth as the headmaster predicted, all it earned her was a front row seat to the torture and murder of her loved ones. If only she actually had the power they thought she did. If only there was. "Malfoy," she said, pushing herself off the ground and wincing as the poker pressed her down once more. "If you really want to earn the Dark Lord's favor, I know a way to do it. F.K.U. Greengrass." He aimed another kick at Astoria. "Please stop, she's not well," Ava shouted. "Listen to me. I spent the last year and a half learning everything there is to know about Harry. Shut up. Wait a moment, Draco. Rabaston squatted down next to her. What do you have to say, girl? Uncle, Draco started to protest, but fell silent at Rabaston's glare. Well, Hogwarts is closing for the rest of the term. Harry's going to be returning to his Muggle relatives tomorrow, she lied. I know where they live, I've been there, I can take you to them. You think I give a shit about some Muggles? Draco asked incredulously, grinding his heel into Astoria's palm. Daphne closed her eyes, trying to shut out her sister's agonized sobs. Just hold on, baby, she silently begged. He won't be expecting you to be waiting there. Dumbledore's hidden their location, it's the perfect ambush. Fine, tell us where it is, Rabaston ordered. I can't, but I can take you there. If it's so hidden, how do you know about it? Harry showed me last summer. He brought me there so we could spend time alone together. You filthy slag, Draco muttered, but Rabaston just laughed. Done in by his own hormones. When we bring him Potter, our Lord will surely appreciate the humor. The poker eased up, and Daphne got to her feet. Draco, go with her. Her old housemate warily eyed the hand she extended towards him. We're not supposed to touch her, though. I thought you said it was just a trick. Rabaston asked, clearly amused. I'm sure you're willing to take the risk. Still, Draco hesitated. It was your idea to come here. Go. Daphne stepped forward and extended her arm. Come on. Leave her alone, and I'll take you there. Draco clenched his teeth, giving Astoria another savage kick before approaching her. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, Rabaston said. I'll find some way to entertain myself in the meantime. Daphne grasped his arm, his muscles tensed and taut at first beneath her grip, then relaxing once he realized nothing happened. Hurry up, Greengrass. Forcing herself to focus on the street in front of number 4, Privet Drive, she silently repeated the 3 Ds before spinning in place and vanishing with an ear-splitting crack. The street was silent. She had no idea what time it was, but it was certainly later than the last time she'd shown up here unannounced. Not only was number 4 dark and completely still, there were no lights on in any of the houses on the block. She hoped this would work. It's that one, right there. A twisted grin on his face, Draco raised her wand over his head, incanting, Mors Madre. Above them, a green skull formed in the sky, the hinges on its jaw opening for the head of a snake to emerge. Let's go, she said, nodding her head to usher him forward. What's your hurry? You that eager to see Uncle Rabaston keeping your mother company? He laughed, and Daphne forced down her rage, breathing in through her nose and letting her cold determination force down the emotion. Maybe you're intimidated by Muggles, but I'm not. And with that, she strode purposefully to the front garden of the Dursley home, walking steadily until she reached the front stoop. See, nothing to it. Draco followed, sick excitement written all over his face. When he passed the property line and nothing happened, Daphne wanted to scream in helplessness and frustration, but when he made it 5 feet from where she stood, he stopped, expression shifting to confusion. Wah, he started to say, unable to even get a single word out as light began shining out of every pore of his body, letting out an ear-splitting scream that cut out just as quickly as it began. First his skin, then muscle, then bones all dissolved into dust, and Draco Malfoy was no more. His robes fell to the ground in a heap, and Daphne dashed over to his remains, digging around until she found her wand. Lights flicked on over the stoop she'd stood on, and the door cracked open. What's all this? My wife's ringing the authorities as we speak. Stay inside, she shouted at him. Just stay inside and you'll be safe. The door opened all the way, the obese Muggle staring out at her. Recognition slowly dawned on his face. You. Wand squeezed tightly in her hand, Daphne ran back to the street, trying to steady her shaking hands. She'd only have one shot. Picturing her family's parlor in her mind, she spun in place and apparated. Back already. Was she lying or, Rabaston was standing over her mother, his back to where she appeared. Daphne's wand snapped up and without hesitation she fired. Sectum Sempra. Long, deep slashes gouged into the Death Eater, but he did not fall, instead stumbling forward. Daphne was already incanting again, and still again. Surprised and wounded, Rabaston never managed to block or deflect her onslaught, and by the time she lowered her wand, he was nothing more than an unrecognizable pile of meat. Mum, are you okay? Daphne. She vanished the restraints on her parents, hurrying to Astoria's side to help her to her feet. What happened to Teensy? She's dead, Astoria whispered. They killed her. Daphne squeezed her wand. We can't stay here. It's not safe. Cecil, his hand pressed against a serious-looking wound on his side, grimaced as Ava helped him to his feet. Calm down, sweetheart. Let's not be rash. No, we have to go somewhere the Dark Lord and his followers can't get to us. And that body has to be burned. Ava wiped away her tears with her free hand. Where would we go? There's nowhere safe from the Dark Lord. And what are you talking about? Burn the body. We killed one of the Dark Lord's chief lieutenants. There's no hiding this. Mum, you just listen to me. I know somewhere we can go, but we have to burn the body. Just trust me. Incendio, her father incanted, and they all held their sleeves over their mouths to try and block out the disgusting smell of burning flesh. Daphne added her own magical flames to the conflagration, and once the fire was extinguished and Rabastan was nothing more than a pile of ashes on the floor, he regarded her intently. Where is this safe house you're talking about? Just outside of London, she replied. As she explained the location and directed her parents to their destination, Daphne held onto Astoria's arm and prepared her second sight-along apparition. She just hoped the Dursleys hadn't actually followed through on their threat to call the Muggle Aurors. The dark mark remained in the night sky above Privet Drive, a grim testament to the trials the Greengrass family endured. Daphne struggled under Astoria's slight weight, staggering forward several steps as she tried to keep her little sister steady. Where are we? Ava asked, her voice muted as she took in the Muggle neighborhood. This is your place of safety. Hurry, this way, Daphne ordered, and together they stumbled their way to the front step of number 4. Privet Drive, where she rapped her knuckles against the door several times. Go away. Open the door. Daphne shouted. My sister and my father are hurt, let us in. If that's true, go to the hospital. Or whatever your kind uses for medical treatment. Came the fat Muggle's muffled shout. This was followed soon after by his wife's shrill voice. Vernon, the neighbors. Her shout dissolved into a muted argument thereafter. Daphne had enough of negotiating. Turning to her parents, she said, the Muggles are to remain unharmed. The protections around this home are crafted to hold back those that seek to hurt them. Do you understand? Once they nodded, she raised her wand. Alohomora. The door unlocked with a click, and she stowed her wand and turned the handle, helping Astoria cross the threshold. How dare you? The fat Muggle shouted, pausing his argument with his wife. What gives you the right to break into honest people's homes like this? Her parents looked appalled at the sight of such a foul being, recoiling in disgust at the sight of Harry's relatives. Daphne eased Astoria to a seated position on the stairs before turning to regard their erstwhile hosts. They were always hostile to wizards and witches under normal circumstances. The current setting didn't lend itself to a non-hysterical reaction. She could use someone rational around, to talk them down. Would you shut up? Where is, she paused, grasping for the name. Where's Dudley? The thin, spindly woman raised her hand to her chest, as though clutching her heart. What do you want with our Dudders? He's more reasonable than the two of you, she said. He's at school, you vile little beast. Far away from your abnormalities. How dare you speak to my daughter like that, you disgusting animal? Ava hissed. You aren't fit to breathe the same air as her. Don't you talk that way to my husband. The female Muggle screamed, and it was all Daphne could do to keep from screaming herself. The situation was quickly unraveling. That's enough, she shouted. Everyone needs to calm down. You've no right to give orders, not when you've gone and barged into proper people's homes. Silencio, Daphne incanted. All right, that's enough of your idiocy. If you'd just listen, several cracks from outside cut her off. Would this night ever end? A half-dozen Obliviators were in the midst of dispelling the dark mark when she emerged from the Dursleys' home. A pair of crimson-robed Aurors were crouched over Draco's remains, one poking around his empty robes and the other holding his white mask. Halt! One of them cried out, spotting her approach. Identify yourself. She held her hands up, palms facing out, her arms feeling like wet noodles. Merlin, she was so tired. I'm Daphne Greengrass. My family and I were attacked by Death Eaters. Greengrass. The Auror asked, one pointed in her direction. What are you doing in a Muggle neighborhood? She started to answer, interrupted once more by a multitude of cracks. Honestly, what now? Settle down, Dawlish, they're friendlies. Mad Eye. What in Merlin's name are you doing here? Same as you, I imagine, the grizzled ex-Auror muttered. Trying to sort this out. You alright, girl? My father's hurt, my sister, too, she said. Murphy, go summon some healers, Moody instructed, and the other Auror snapped to attention and apparated a moment later. Well, since it seems like all the scum's been dealt with, want to tell us what happened, and how you ended up here? I'd like to hear that, as well, Dawlish said, finally stowing his wand. Death Eaters broke into our home. They were going to kill my family, Daphne started, her speech slowing as she thought through exactly what had happened that night. They said I wasn't to be touched, on the Dark Lord's order, but my family was under no such protection. And why, exactly, would you know who have made such a pronouncement? Moody asked, voice laced with suspicion. Time to go, all in, as it were. Daphne consciously kept her expression impassive. I can't say for sure, but I assume it's because when I touched Rabastan Lestrange, he burned away to nothing more than ash. Dawlish's jaw dropped, and even Moody's good eye widened at that. We fled our home, and Draco Malfoy pursued us here, where he met the same fate. Rabastan Lestrange is dead, Dawlish questioned, at the same time that Moody asked, they burned to ash. Yes, she heard the front door open behind her. We'll need to bring you back to the Ministry, Dawlish said. Maybe the unspeakables can figure out what makes you different, what this ability is you seem to have developed. Daphne took an apprehensive step back. She was so foolish. Why had she thought she could make such a claim and not expect to have to back it up? She'd thought only of trying to promulgate the myth of her protection, as far as possible, without any consideration that regular witches and wizards wouldn't immediately jump to the extremely obscure explanation Dumbledore and the Dark Lord grasped. She's not going anywhere, except perhaps Street Mungos, Harry said, appearing at her side and taking hold of her upper arm to steer her away from the other two. If you've got questions, send an owl and we'll find a time and place that isn't the middle of the night in Muggle Surrey. Sound good? You can't just take her away. We need answers for what's happened here. Harry paused, tossing an aggravated look over his shoulder. I don't think that's going to work. My relatives are very sensitive about magical people intruding on their property. Without waiting for a reply, he continued guiding her to the house, apparently deciding Moody could handle the Aurors. Once inside, he marched her toward the stairs, offering no reaction to the heated argument, clearly audible, coming from the sitting room. Won't have these unnatural sorts dirtying our home. Dirtying. Her mother's voice was incredulous. That's rich, coming from a filthy muggle like you. As though you've cleaned even an inch of this rancid hovel in the last decade. How dare you? You've no right to march in here in the middle of the night, disturbing proper people, bleeding all over my furniture. That chair's imported, you know. Ladies, please, Professor Lupin tried to cut in, ignored and overridden. Imported? From where? The refuse bin. As though your type has any sense of the way proper people live. Harry chuckled at the ongoing clash. Remus is tending to your sister. Madame Pomfrey's on her way to treat your father's injuries. He flicked the levers inside the bathroom door and ushered her into the small room. Daphne winced at the bright, artificial light. Sit down. She did so, feeling an incredible exhaustion the moment she left her feet. How do you know to come here? There was some rustling as he dug around in the cabinet behind the mirror. The Ministry sent word to Dumbledore about a dark mark over Surrey. Didn't take much sleuthing to figure out something probably happened on Privet Drive. Tilt your head forward. Again, she did as he instructed, sharply inhaling as he poured alcohol over the back of her head. With all of the adrenaline and life or death situations, she'd completely forgotten the injury Draco left on her. Stay still, you've got some bits of something embedded in the wound. What is this? Glass? Porcelain. Malfoy broke a lamp over my head. There was silence in the bathroom for several minutes, long enough that Daphne sagged against him while he treated the back of her head. I'm glad you're here, she eventually said. What were you thinking, publicly announcing you killed a member of Voldemort's inner circle like that? Do you have any idea what sort of target you painted on your back? I just wanted to help you, she mumbled. Would do anything to help you. What are you talking about? Dumbledore said, a sudden pounding on the bathroom door cut her off. Boy, get out here, right now. Mrs. Dursley, please, calm down. First making sure Daphne was propped up on the toilet seat, Harry then opened the door. "Can I help you, Aunt Petunia? I warned you last summer about the disrespect you show to my home. I won't have these freaks disturbing my family." "Sorry, she insisted on seeing you," Professor Lupin offered from behind Harry's enraged aunt. "Their home was attacked. Daphne brought her family here because of the protections around this house. She was just trying to protect her family. Well, they're safe now, aren't they? I want them out of here." There was a commotion at the door, the spindly muggle trying to force her way into the room. "Get her up. Let's go. Stop it. She's injured and doesn't need you screaming in her face. You, after everything we've done for you, this is how we're to be repaid. Trespassers on our property. After everything you've done for me." Harry's voice was strained, thick with barely restrained fury. "If I'm to repay your treatment, I'd burn this place to the ground and—" "Ah, Harry, Petunia. Lady Greengrass informed me I could find you here." Even without being able to see past Harry, Daphne was easily able to recognize Albus Dumbledore's voice. "Headmaster, you need to get her away from me. I can't even listen to this." "Of course. Petunia, dear, why don't you gather your husband and meet me in the kitchen? I believe we should have a chat. Don't think you can badger me in my own home." The muggle's volume faded as she retreated down the stairs. "Sorry about that," Professor Lupin said, poking his head into the room. "How is Miss Greengrass feeling?" "I'm fine, how is my family?" she asked. At the same time Harry responded, "I've cleaned the wound as best I can, but her injury needs healing." "Let me see if Poppy's finished with the others," Lupin said, and then he, too, departed. Alone again, at last, Harry helped her to feet, steadying her as she stumbled. "Come on, you should lie down. Sorry for causing so much trouble," she muttered as he helped her to his room. "It's okay. I suppose it was pretty quick thinking, dealing with Malfoy that way." He gently laid her on her side on the threadbare mattress in his room. "I'm glad you and your family are okay. I was so scared. I thought I was going to lose them." Her eyes welled up with tears, Astoria's cries of pain echoing in her mind. "Just rest, you're safe now. Harry." She drunkenly reached out, fumbling for his hand with hers. "Please don't go." He gently grasped her hand with his own. "It's all right, I won't. Madame Pomfrey'll be here in just a minute, and she'll fix you right up." But, exhausted from what would surely go down as one of the longest days of her life, Daphne would not remain conscious to see that happen. Her eyes closed, the iron grip she maintained on his hand relaxing as she gave into her exhaustion. "Good morning, sweetheart." Daphne stretched, opening her eyes at her mother's greeting, the unfamiliar environs of the Dursley home quickly registering. Sunlight streamed in from the barred window, and Coco, their family owl, regarded her from atop Harry's worn desk. "Good morning. How are Father and Astoria?" "Your father's all patched up. With Astoria still recovering from the malediction, she'll need some time," but Madame Pomfrey made her more comfortable. Ava sat down on the edge of Harry's lumpy mattress, gently running her fingers over where Daphne's injury had been. "Madame Pomfrey seems to have done an able job in tending to your wounds. How do you feel?" "I'm okay." The silence of the house finally registered with her, and Daphne sat up. "Where is everyone?" "Your father's waiting downstairs, and Astoria's still in bed." "What happened to the Dursleys?" Daphne asked, well aware of the likelihood that if they were still in the house, they'd undoubtedly have already awoken her. "We worked out a compromise, of sorts," her mother said, lip curling in disgust. "Get dressed and come on down, we'll need to figure out what we're going to do next." "I need to take a shower." "Wait, that's right, you've been here before, haven't you?" Out of habit, Daphne didn't meet her mother's eye, eager to avoid an argument first thing after waking up, but it seemed she was mistaken as to Ava's reasons for asking. "Does that mean you know how to work the Muggle contraptions?" "Sure, of course," Daphne agreed, standing up and gathering a change of clothes. "What do you need help with?" It was a surreal scene that followed, with Daphne putting her 3 days of experience living like a Muggle to use in demonstrating how to work various kitchen appliances, bathroom fixtures, and lighting. By the time she and her family returned to the kitchen, Astoria was awake, and Daphne thus repeated her abbreviated Muggle Studies tutorial. With a small and basic breakfast cooked from the Dursleys' stock prepared and laid out, the Greengrasses then revisited the events of the night before. "What happened after I fell asleep?" Daphne asked. Where is everyone? Dumbledore and Potter convinced the Muggles to accept a holiday away, funded from our vault, Cecil said, clearly nonplussed at that fact. It's an outrage. Not only do we have to suffer these disgusting accommodations, but we're to pay for it. Sorry, Dad. I know it's hard. He reached out and patted her arm. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. We're safe, and that's what matters. We can't stay here, though, Ava said, sliding bowls of porridge around the table. Why not? Astoria asked. I never imagined Muggles lived like this. It's fascinating. You're just saying that because you picked Muggle studies as an elective, Daphne joked. Your mother's right. We'll need to go home, eventually. Not to mention I must attend to our business. But our home's not safe. Their debate came to a halt at the sound of the front door opening. Good morning, Dumbledore chirped, helped into the room by Harry. I hope everyone's feeling better after a restful night. Headmaster, her father greeted neutrally, followed by a more hesitant hello to Harry. Potter, we were just discussing our future living arrangements. Precisely the reason we've come. Dumbledore exclaimed, pausing momentarily for Harry to conjure a chair for him at the table, regarding the half-eaten porridge set out. You appear to be making a smooth adjustment. Astoria giggled, but her parents didn't seem amused. While we're grateful Daphne was able to provide us with an escape last night, living like Muggles isn't an acceptable solution. We'll find other accommodation. It's safe here, Daphne protested. How are we to live with the possibility of the Dark Lord's followers breaking down our doors at any moment? Not even the Dursleys are going to stay here, Harry said. The protections around this house won't last forever. What do you mean? While Dumbledore explained the protections he'd tied between Harry, his Muggle aunt, and Privet Drive, Daphne stood and restarted the kettle, preparing tea for their new guests. Leaning back against the counter, she suddenly felt bashful and self-conscious. Not over her appearance, no, rather, it was the strange sort of nervousness that came with her parents and sister, seated at the same table as her, the same table as the man she loved. Daphne closed her eyes, imagining the way it should have been, Teensy providing a platter of delicious peach crepes, the sun filtering into their expansive dining room, the polished hardwood table so clean it practically shined. Harry and her family, laughing together, breaking bread and sharing experiences. The wanting which came with her imaginings lit a deep, aching regret within her. She wished so badly things were different. You're saying the Muggles will have to return soon, to charge the wards with Mr. Potter here? Her father was asking. The scene Daphne opened her eyes to was nothing like her fantasies. The small, dumpy kitchen had only a small window. No sunlight came in, the weather gray and rainy. Her family wore what they had the previous night, rips and tears hastily repaired and bloodstains scourgified. Her parents were stiff, nervous, afraid, whether of their current situation or their entire social standing resting in Harry's hands, Daphne couldn't say. Dumbledore, looking even worse than he had at Hogwarts the day before. And Harry, glancing in her direction, then to her sister every few seconds, his expression entirely neutral and impassive. At least Astoria looked happy and cheerful, she thought. Normally, that would indeed be the case, Dumbledore replied to her father. But the protections will collapse the day Harry reaches his majority. The end of July, Daphne helpfully supplied, for her parents' sake. Dumbledore beamed at her. So we have 4 months, her mother started, but Harry shook his head. No. The Dursleys will be back before long. They're off looking at homes, they're going to move once Dudley returns from school. I suppose that makes sense, Ava muttered. Sitting around waiting for the protections to fall would invite attack. Even Muggles are more intelligent than that. How long, exactly, do we have then? Cecil asked. We haven't. There are still arrangements we'll need to make. Besides a safe place to live, we have to gather our possessions, transfer items to Gringotts, seal up the manor. I thought you might say that, and I have an idea to help. Headmaster, we appreciate your help dealing with the Muggles, but this is a family matter. What's your idea? Daphne asked. Dumbledore smiled. I think a mutual friend would be eager to offer his services. Dobby. The elf appeared with a pop, looking around the kitchen. The great Harry Potter and Miss Greenie. Hi, Dobby, Daphne said, unable to hold back a smile. It's great to see you. We're not going to borrow one of your elves. Dobby's a free elf, she cut in before Dumbledore could answer. He's not owned by anyone, and he's my friend. A house elf? Cecil asked in disbelief, but didn't pursue the issue when Daphne glared in his direction. I'd hoped Dobby might agree to help you out around Privet Drive while we prepare a more permanent residence for you. You have somewhere in mind? Ava asked. I do, indeed. The protections are not quite as aggressive as the ones around this house. It's more accurate to say that this house is hidden, rather than fortified. Harry, who to this point spent his time staring between Daphne and Astoria, suddenly straightened, his eyes widening behind his glasses. Wait, you don't mean to? It's a house in London that's been used as a base of operations from which to organize opposition to Voldemort, Dumbledore said, pretending to be ignorant of both Harry's interruption and her family's shiver at hearing the Dark Lord's name. It will take a few days to be prepared for your residency. He'd barely finished his proposal before Harry started to argue with him, his quiet tone not belying his anger. It's not yours to give away. I'm hardly giving it to them. Grimmauld Place is mine. You've no right to offer it without consulting me, Ava gasped, though Daphne couldn't figure out why. Would you have them sleep on the street? Or perhaps send them to Malfoy Manor to plead for mercy? Harry glared mutinously but remained silent. A few seconds passed, then Cecil cleared his throat. If this elf is willing, I'd like to take it back to our home to gather our belongings. No, she said firmly. You're still recovering, I'll go. Daphne, both her mother and father were gearing up to object, but she received some very welcome support from an unexpected source. I'll escort her, Harry said, rising from his seat. Of course, her mother immediately agreed. If we might have a moment with our daughter, first. I'd like to run over some of the important family items she needs to make sure to grab. That sounds reasonable. I'm sure Dobby will not mind ferrying me back to Hogwarts. Lord Greengrass, I was wondering if you might spare some time later today to visit me there. There are some favors I believe you are uniquely suited to grant. Sure, I'll see you around tea time. I will be waiting. Until then, farewell. Harry looked at Daphne before he left. I'll be in the sitting room when you're ready. She nodded and smiled as he departed. Once they left the room, her mother hastily set up a privacy charm around them. You didn't tell us Potter is in line for the Black title. What are you talking about? Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Blacks. You heard him say it was his. I thought the Malfoy boy was the next in line, but obviously not. Sirius Black was his godfather. I guess Harry inherited it from him. Ava Mo.net in horror, and Cecil placed a comforting hand over hers. What's wrong? You're too young to understand. The Blacks' fall from grace was sharp and severe. In the span of roughly a decade the line collapsed, carried on only by Cygnus' daughters. Thus, the expectation that the Malfoys would eventually merge the family with their own. But the Blacks were the most prestigious family in all of Britain. They certainly thought of themselves as such, her father groused. Strutted around like they were royalty. They may as well have been, Ava shot back in a sharp tone. Your family spent centuries on the continent, you don't understand any more than Daphne does. The Black name carries weight in our society. And now, it's under the control of a young man who wields considerable influence of his own. Someone, I might remind you, who has plenty of reasons to look ill upon our own family. Why would Potter dislike us? Astoria asked. I thought you said he helped Daphne cure the malediction. No one responded to her question, and nearly a full minute of silence passed. We have to resolve this. Find out what Potter wants, what will make this right, her father instructed. I'll see what favors the headmaster seeks, and try to get him to make an appeal to Potter, as well. There must be some form of compensation we can offer. Dad, I'm serious, Daphne. While you've been at school, the Dark Lord's influence continued to grow. Not just the murders and assassinations, various officials and Wizengamot members have experienced sudden changes to their attitudes and positions. Those who oppose him count on Dumbledore to act as a counter. Judging by what I've seen of the headmaster last night and today, those hopes are misplaced. Do you really want to try and survive in the Dark Lord's Britain with the reputation of being blood traitors? Astoria gasped. What? Why would anyone think that? Daphne wet her dry lips with her tongue. I wasn't entirely honest with Harry while pursuing your cure. He found out some things that didn't cast me in the best light. She turned to her father. I'll speak with him. You all right? His question pulled her out of a haze of memories. Daphne blinked, finally looking away from the bloodstains and broken fixtures in her family's parlor, pushing aside the memory of Death Eaters invading her home. Yay, I'm fine. Harry cast numerous detection charms before lowering his wand, apparently satisfied there was no one waiting in ambush. We're clear, but let's not linger. Sure. Daphne led him through the first floor, shrinking various items and placing them into sacks that Harry conjured for her. They worked quickly, in relative silence until they started for the second floor. Nice place, Harry remarked. Thank you. Seems crazy, all this space for just your family. Well, the Greengrasses are an old family name. My father had this home built to reflect our heritage. Right. They entered Astoria's room, and Daphne quickly gathered clothes and other necessities her sister would need for their time away. She didn't know what to say to him, too cognizant of the pressure her parents put on her to make him happy. Harry seemed content to follow her and occasionally poke around, as though he were idly curious about where she grew up. It was while packing up her parents' room that she next spoke. So we're to move from one of your homes to another. He barked out a short laugh. I don't know that I'd call either of them home. Why not? I mean, she stumbled over her words for a moment. Obviously the Muggles went out of their way to make you feel unwelcome, but you were close with Sirius, weren't you? Yes, but I didn't get much time with him. And he hated Grimmauld Place. His relatives were even worse than mine. Is that why you didn't let it be known you inherited the Black title? He paused, looking away from the exquisite painting of a Finnish landscape her father had commissioned to stare at her. Who told you that? Apparently, Grimmauld Place is rather well known among those that grew up in pureblood circles. That's good to know, I guess. If I ever need to impress somebody like you in the future, at least I'll have an in. You don't need properties or titles to be impressive, she fired back without thinking, but besides a slight flush that ran up his neck to his face, Harry didn't reply. They moved on to her room. She threw piles of clothing onto her bed, gathering a few accessories here and there, pairs of shoes and boots, haphazardly assembling what she'd need to settle in Harry's house. His house. She paused her packing, turning to face him. Harry was looking over her dresser, toying with the edges of the jewelry box her father gave her. Do you not want us to move into your Grimmauld Place? Regardless of what Dumbledore says, you're right. It's not his place to hand it over to others. We'll find somewhere else if you say so. He bit his lip, briefly picking up a moving photograph of her with Astoria before setting it back down. You said once, after I told you the prophecy, that you still had family friends in, wherever your father was born. Helsinki. It's in Finland. Right. You said I should run away. Daphne crossed the room to stand alongside him, but he stubbornly refused to meet her gaze, continuing to stare at her possessions. I said we should run away. Together. He snorted, but the sound was more sarcastic than amused. What? If your parents have connections in Finland, why not tap them now? Your sisters, well, you got what you wanted. And, based on what happened here, you've obviously drawn Voldemort's ire. What's there to gain by staying in Britain? You want me to leave the country. The rejection stung. Well, too bad. This is our home. Just because the Greengrasses lived overseas for a few generations, that doesn't mean we're not British. The war's already started. You might feel like you owe me for what happened, for your sister's recovery. My family does owe you, but that's not why we're staying. It's not why I'm staying. At last, he met her gaze, his eyes flat and devoid of warmth. Then why? I'm seeing this through to the end. I won't leave you to fight him alone. How exactly do you think you can help me? I admit, luring Malfoy to Privet Drive was clever, but I doubt it'll work twice. The headmaster said. She trailed off, suddenly nervous at the direction this conversation was going. What did he say? Harry prompted. Why was it up to her to tell him about Dumbledore's plan, the ruse he'd formulated to trick and intimidate the Dark Lord? Given the way she'd last mentioned Harry's parents to convince him to let her carve him up with a knife, Daphne wasn't eager to raise the subject of Lily Potter's sacrificial magic to him now. I might not be as skilled as you are, but Professor Snape worked with me the last few months. I can hold my own in a fight. What did Dumbledore say to you? You should really ask him. I'm asking you. She took a deep breath. There was no avoiding it. When you stepped in front of the curse, you dispelled the malediction in my family's blood. I know that. You already told me. You don't understand, she insisted. There was a physical manifestation of the curse on my bloodline lifting. A glow around me, that appeared after you leapt in front of you-know-who's attack. When you used your own body to protect me. I was there, I remember. Wait. So Voldemort thought he thinks that you. She nodded. Yes. Or, at least that's what the headmaster believes. He said that, you know who assumed you passed on to me the protection your mother bestowed upon you. The Death Eaters that came here, they'd apparently been ordered by you-know-who not to touch me, for fear of triggering that sacrificial magic. Merlin. Harry's reaction was a stunned surprise. Daphne took a step closer, practically face to face with him. Don't you see? I can't go, it's an advantage that can't be wasted. You and I, together, we'll find a way to defeat. No. I can't believe Dumbledore's gone too far. Harry, I won't leave you. Not while there's even a chance I might be able to help. I don't want you to have any part of this. And the very idea, he ground out, his fury evident, that my mother's protection would be passed on to you, after you used their memory to manipulate me into doing what you want. It makes me sick. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what I did. I was desperate to save my sister, and I didn't know the sort of person you were. I didn't know it was possible, then, to feel what I feel for you now. Shut up. I won't, not until you King listen to me. I lied to you, yes, but not about everything. What we had, it was real. I really love you, and I know you love me. You're fooling yourself if you think. She pressed a finger to his lips, standing on tiptoe to press her forehead against his. You have every right to be angry. I was foolish, and I wish I'd had the chance to be honest with you. But what we have is strong enough to survive my mistakes. Astoria wouldn't be alive right now if it weren't. You might want to deny it, but her very existence proves how powerful our love is. Daphne used her free hand to fish out the pendant he gave her. Remember what you wrote. A love powerful enough to save me from fate itself. I'll do whatever it takes to get us both through this. The tension radiating from him slowly dissipated, and Harry gently removed her finger from his lips, taking hold of the pendant she held. You're right. I do love you. And I'm not surprised you think we can move past what happened. After all, you were always in control, always aware of the bigger picture. You ferreted out my secrets, saw through every disguise I threw up between us. Maybe I was too inexperienced, or naive to suspect you had secrets of your own. Maybe you were just too good at masking them from me. That's the thing, we were never on equal footing. You know which parts were real, which were lies, but I don't, and I probably never will. So you're right, your sister proves my feelings are real. And I'm glad she's recovered, I genuinely am. She held her breath as his hands slid along the sides of her neck, unlatching the pendant's chain. I am in love with you, Daphne, but I wish I weren't. He slipped the pendant into his pocket and left the room. What's the matter? Is your chest bothering you? Daphne jerked, as though waking from a light slumber, and pulled her hand away from where she'd subconsciously cradled it on her collarbone. The empty space, the vacancy where the weight of his pendant should have lain occupied her thoughts. No, it's nothing. Ava slid an arm around her, giving her a gentle squeeze. Before releasing her, I must admit, although I had my doubts about having a free elf around, your little helper has made living in this squalid little hovel far more comfortable. Dobby's the best, she muttered, leaning against her mother for a moment before standing upright. It was true, the energetic little house elf had transformed number 4 into something far more familiar for the Greengrasses. He'd spent an entire day expanding rooms, cleaning the furniture and mattresses, and assumed all the cooking duties for the family. The Muggle home was scarcely recognizable now. Were you able to, clarify things with Potter? I am in love with you, Daphne, but I wish I weren't. Sort of, she mumbled. Her mother poured herself a cup of tea, motioning for Daphne to join her at the kitchen table. This hasn't been easy on you. It's okay. Judging by your expression, I'm guessing you didn't find what you were hoping you would at our home, Ava remarked, taking a sip from her mug with a sage expression. No, but we didn't really have the chance to discuss the family debt. Daphne. Her sister's shout from the sitting room interrupted her mother's gentle interrogation, and Ava nodded at her to go see what Astoria wanted. She found her sister, braces attached to her arms, staring intently at the empty glass box in the center of the room. What is it? What's this? She asked, and Daphne covered her mouth with her hand to mask a smile. Astoria was intensely curious about the various Muggle gadgets and machines scattered about the house. She'd spent the majority of their time living here poking about and exploring. It's Daphne grasped for the right word. A Muggle picture box. Like a wireless, but it displays visuals alongside the sound. Wow, she murmured. That sounds neat. She shrugged in reply. Unlike her sister, Daphne found the way Muggles live to be inconvenient and backwards. I guess. How does it work? Can I see? The request momentarily flummoxed her. During her brief sojourn the year before, she and Harry had never used the picture box. Daphne only knew of its purpose from the way the Muggles would sit, entranced and staring like they were hypnotized. She'd never actually turned it on herself. Wandering over to the wall where the set of levers for this room were located, Daphne hesitantly flipped the first. The overhead lamp went dark. She tried the next. A fan turned on. Is it broken? Daphne moved over the box itself, examining it closely. No, just give me a moment. She hesitantly touched the strange, hard material ringing the edge of the glass, trying to think up an explanation. The big sister in Daphne would never allow her to admit ignorance to Astoria. It's probably because of all the magic Dobby's been using. Like how Muggle machines won't work at Hogwarts. Oh. Crestfallen, but only for a moment, Astoria shuffled away from the picture box, looking at a shelf filled with ghastly porcelain curios. What do these do? I think they're just decoration. There was a crack of apparition outside, and a few seconds later their father joined them. Hello, girls. Daphne, do you have a moment? Astoria wandered out of the room, while Daphne smoothed out her skirt and took a seat. Yes. How did it go with Potter? Her face fell. Not very well. But our family honor, is it at risk? How angry is he? I don't know, Dad. Harry's not all that knowledgeable about the ins and outs of social standing. He's got more important things to worry about. She tried to keep her irritation off her face as she met Cecil's gaze. And so do we. What did the headmaster want to meet with you about? It's as I feared. He couched it in more diplomatic terms, but he wants to pull strings in our family's business. I suspect Dumbledore knows how much leverage he has with this offer of a safe house, and he's far too shrewd to let it pass by without taking advantage. Is that really so bad? She asked, listening with one ear to Astoria clomping around the entryway. We're all on the same side, aren't we? I built our business from nothing to be the largest import-export house in the entire country. Passing along information about our clients, limiting who we trade with, and you know whose followers tried to kill us. Why would you even want to do business with them? It's not as though I was involved with the Lestranges before, and Malfoy's father is in Azkaban. But it's not so black and white, honey. There are families that support the Dark Lord who I've done business with since I left Hogwarts. The sort of clients that kept your mother and I safe in the First War. Turning on them now isn't without risk of its own. It is black and white, she responded furiously, though Daphne consciously kept her voice quiet. They've sided against Harry. His enemies are our own. Daphne. He's the reason Astoria is alive right now. His fight is now our fight. If you need me to explain further, then maybe he should cast us as blood traitors. We'd certainly deserve it. Cecil was quiet for a moment, then let out a low chuckle. You're right. The Greengrasses honor our debts. Daphne. Astoria called out once again from the entryway. I should go see what she needs. You really love him, don't you? It wasn't all for your sister, then. She paused at her father's question. It might have started out that way, but, yes. I do. Leaving the sitting room, she found Astoria on the floor beside the stairs, one of her braces detached and lying next to her. Daphne hurried to her side. What happened? Did you fall? I'm fine, she replied distractedly. But I can't reach inside. Can you help me? With what? It looks like there's some toys inside. I want to see. Toys? What do you mean? Astoria was seated in front of a small door, a cupboard tucked away beneath the staircase. Daphne came closer, kneeling down next to her sister. Inside the small, dark space, there were a few dusty boxes resting atop a worn and threadbare crib mattress. It's probably just some junk the Muggles tucked away. Do you want me to pull the boxes out so you can see what's inside? No, I mean, yes, but past the boxes. There, near the wall. Astoria swung the cupboard door open all the way and pointed inside. Daphne peered closely, catching sight of a handful of pitifully broken and worn Muggle toys. See, all the magic we've used wouldn't have affected those. She shuffled out of the way, allowing Daphne space to lean in further, half inside the cramped storage closet. It was certainly an odd method of storage. They were arranged on a dust-covered shelf about knee-high in front of the mattress. And why was there a mattress inside a cupboard at all? It was certainly an inefficient method of storage, especially since it wasn't even upright, but instead lying on the floor, as though someone had been. It was like all of the air in the room vanished. Daphne collapsed onto the floor, knees too weak to support her weight. It couldn't be. They couldn't have. Daphne. Astoria sounded as though she were speaking from far away. Can you get them for me? The things you've said, they all add up. Being hungry all the time, not writing home, getting hurt the day you came back from Hogwarts. You think I couldn't put that together? Why hadn't he told her how bad it was? No, she eventually decided, the real question is why hadn't she put it together on her own? It hardly took a genius to realize Harry's treatment would have been even worse when he was young, when he was too small and vulnerable to defend himself. Astoria. Her jaw clenched so hard she felt her teeth might soon crack. Daphne gently pulled Astoria away from the cupboard before slamming the door shut. Stay out of there. But, I said stay out of there. She shouted, immediately regretting her tone when Astoria flinched. Too angry to apologize for upsetting her sister, Daphne stormed up the stairs and flounced onto Harry's bed, stewing in her rage. She wanted to kill those filthy, disgusting muggles for what they did to him. She would kill them, someday. For the rest of the night, Daphne stayed in Harry's room, his other room, she corrected herself, too angry to do anything but fester in furious outrage. It was a good thing the muggles were sent away, because if they were here, now, in front of her, she'd almost certainly run afoul of the intention-based protections. Astoria had knocked on the door 2 times, once in the evening and again this morning, asking for assistance with more tinkering, but Daphne refused her. Her sister's infatuation with Muggle living was no longer endearing. Pretending they were anything more than animals was no longer within Daphne's ability. She hated them with a burning passion. They couldn't get out of this house of horrors soon enough. Can I come in, dear? Sure, go ahead. Ava opened the door and slipped inside, closing it behind her. How are you feeling this morning? You didn't come down for breakfast. Dobby brought me a plate. Good, at least you ate. Her mother eyed the dilapidated mattress, ultimately choosing to sit at the desk rather than next to her. Are you planning to stay up here for the rest of the week? She sighed, putting down one of the defense books Professor Snape loaned her before the school closed. No, I just felt like having a lie-in. Astoria's been asking for you. You know your father and I aren't as well versed in Muggle lifestyles. Why do you keep encouraging her? She needs to get over her Muggle fascination. She's a witch, she should act like it. Ava made a puzzled face at her sullen behavior. I see. Very well. Still, you should get dressed. Daphne shoved the blanket off herself, revealing her long skirt and a faded jumper she'd found in one of Harry's drawers. I'm dressed. All right. Her mother approached, and at the top of her head. I'll see you at lunch, then. Another hour or so went by, and Daphne entertained herself by reading through one of the books Professor Snape lent her on the dark arts. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her that she'd skipped dinner the night before, so she put the book away and left the room to see if Dobby had prepared lunch. As soon as she exited to the upstairs corridor, though, a blaring noise coming from below stopped her in her tracks. What was that? Just as suddenly as it appeared, the noise cut off. Sorry. I don't know why the volume was so high. It's so I've never seen anything like this. Daphne crept down the stairs, her hand squeezing the banister when she heard a familiar chuckle. Look here, you aim this at the telly, and if you hit this button here, you can change the channel. There's more than one. You bet, there are loads. News programs, home cookery shows, even whole channels for children. Can you show me? The noise changed several times. See, you think you can manage on your own? Or did you have anything else you needed help with? Do you want to sit and watch with me? A low chuckle. Sure, why not? I could do with a bit of telly. Daphne peeked around the corner into the sitting room, seeing her sister and Harry seated next to each other on the sofa, staring in silence at the picture box she'd been unable to activate. What was he doing here? Well, she supposed, that was obvious, her sister must have summoned him. But why would he come? Just to help Astoria with Muggle devices. Did her mother know about this? Is that why she'd made that remark about Daphne's outfit earlier? She ran a hand over her hair, then put her palm up to her mouth to check her breath. Inhaling deeply to steady herself, Daphne prepared to join them in the sitting room, until her sister broke the silence before she could. Why are you mad at Daphne? She pressed herself against the hallway wall, holding her breath in anticipation of Harry's response. Who told you that I am? She did. She said while you were helping me get better, you found out something that made you mad. Oh, I don't really think I did much to help you. It was mostly your sister. I know, Astoria replied, pride and affection apparent in her voice. She promised me she'd save me. But my parents said you helped. I'm glad you recovered. The sound of the picture box cut off. You should know, Daphne's the best big sister ever. She's really great. Whatever you found out, it's probably not true. I wish it weren't, he said. Daphne felt the same way. Astoria, though, wasn't done. Still, everybody gets cross now and again. Instead of being mad, you should spend more time here, with us. I know she misses you. How do you know that? He asked in an amused voice. I think you've only seen us in the same room a single time. Her face does this thing whenever your name comes up. I've never seen her look that way before, not even when she went to the Yule Ball with Theodore. She misses you a lot. Daphne once more chanced a glance, seeing Harry staring at the silent picture box, and Astoria looking intently at him. See, you've got the same look. Listen, Greengrass. Astoria. Right, well, it's complicated. Between your sister and me, I mean. But why? I'm cured now. He was quiet for a long stretch, then said, you should talk to Daphne. I didn't even know what was going on most of the time she was trying to save you. It just seems kind of stupid to not talk to her. I mean, we're not in school any longer, no one would care if you come round once in a while. Harry seemed to consider his reply for a moment. Okay. Good. Now let's find something fun to watch before lunch. The picture box lit up again. Were you scared when you faced that dragon during the tournament? Oh yay, definitely. Can you teach me how to fly like you did? I don't know. What about the Chamber of Secrets? I wasn't at Hogwarts then, but some of the older students told me you went inside. Is that true? Yay, it is. So it's real. Can you take me to see it? A small smile on her face, Daphne stepped away from the sitting room and crept back up the stairs, leaving them to their pictures and conversation. At last, their time at Privet Drive was at an end. Just after dawn broke, their escort arrived to bring them to Harry's home. Low Greengrass. Greengrasses. All set? Ron asked, deftly spinning his wand with one hand. Need any luggage shrunk? Some levitation charms? Ronald. Show some manners, honestly. Mrs. Weasley admonished, choosing to knock on the door frame despite the door being open. Good morning. I'm Molly Weasley, we've come to take you to Grimmauld Place. While her parents and Mrs. Weasley made awkward small talk and introduced themselves, Ron ambled over to where she and her sister waited. Do we really have to leave? Astoria muttered, taking a last look around the Muggle home. Yes, Daphne said simply. Astoria, this is Ron Weasley. Ron, this is my sister. He gave a casual wave. Looking forward to checking out your new residence. I am, Daphne said. I can't wait to get out of here and back into a proper home. Ron seemed to find this highly amusing, chuckling for a moment. Oh right, almost forgot. While the adults spoke, Ron dug around in his trousers pocket, eventually pulling out a crumpled scrap of parchment and handing it over. Here, give this a read, then we'll be set. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Daphne read silently, passing the note to her sister. There are other people already living there. You'll see, came the cryptic reply. All right, then, who wants to go first? Me. Astoria chirped, the tap-tap of her arm braces audible as she awkwardly stepped around Daphne. Do you have your apparition license? Daphne asked, gently taking hold of her sister's arm to pause her advance. Have you ever side-alonged anyone before? Ron rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Yes, and yes. She'll be fine, don't worry. A crack sounded nearby as Mrs. Weasley departed with her father. Okay, Daphne grudgingly relented. Be back in a mo, Ron said, taking hold of Astoria's upper arm and turning in place. True to his words, both Weasleys returned a few seconds later, with Mrs. Weasley escorting her mother and Ron taking Daphne's arm. Ready, she nodded, preparing herself for the discomfort of apparition. One squeezing sensation later, and Daphne found herself situated on a run-down Muggle street, dirty and decaying row houses lined up before her. Okay girls, Ron said. Think about the note you read. Daphne focused on the words written on the scrap of parchment, then let out a gasp of shock when a home suddenly squeezed into existence between the two Muggle row houses on either side. It was larger than the others, and though they all shared a similar architecture, number 12 was distinctly more Victorian in appearance and design. With Astoria at her side, Daphne followed Ron to the entrance. Stay quiet when you enter, he warned, holding a finger up to his lips. Least until we made it to the kitchen. Alright, she started to say, interrupted by a swift, "Shush." As Ron opened the door. The entrance hall was dark, foreboding, and nothing at all like the sort of home she'd have imagined one of the most storied pureblood families in Britain to reside in. Gruesome decor dotted the environment, a troll leg umbrella stand and house elf heads lined up on a plaque. A heavy curtain masked the wall directly opposite the front door, and the carpet she tread upon was grimy, thin, and in places worn down to nothing. Her family trooped along, following the Weasleys into a cavernous kitchen with stone walls and high ceilings. Dim light from flickering gas lamps ineffectually illuminated the room. What did he say, Greengrass? This home, proper, enough for you? Ron asked in a normal volume, which Daphne took to mean they were allowed to speak. Right, well fancy a munch. We ate before we left. Perhaps a cup of tea while we get situated, though. Her father said diplomatically, taking a seat at the huge table filling the center of the room. Is your family residing here, as well? No, Mrs. Weasley assured while she set a kettle to boil and prepared a tea serving. We stayed here briefly over the winter holidays, but there's too much to be done at our home. My eldest son is to marry come summer, and there are so many preparations to be made. Bad luck for you, Ron whispered to Astoria sotto voce. Mum's cooking was about the only comfort to be found in this house. Creature's as liable to poison you as he is to feed you. Creature? Astoria asked in confusion, letting out a squeak of fright when a wrinkled, aged house elf popped into existence alongside her. Course he answers now, Ron grumbled. Creature's the Black family elf. You're a good elf, aren't you, buddy? The elf, his ears, nose, and lips all drooping, spat upon the floor. Blood traders and squatters invading mistress's house. A disgrace. Disgrace. Off with you, creature. Mrs. Weasley shooed, and Daphne imagined a broom in her hands literally sweeping him away. You're not to bother the Greengrasses during their stay, do you understand? Entirely defiant of her command, Creature turned his back on the Weasley matriarch to regard Daphne and her family more closely. Greengrass. Grimmauld Place belongs to the most ancient and noble Blacks. Not to Greengrasses. It's not theirs any longer, though, is it? Ron said, loading his tea with milk and sugar as Mrs. Weasley set the tray down on the table. Why don't you go make yourself useful and actually clean something for once? Mistress will hear of this. The elf vanished as swiftly as he appeared. Mistress. Ava repeated. I was led to believe Potter was the Black's heir. Who is that elf referring to? There is a portrait of the last Lady Black in the entrance hall. Creature spends much of his time conversing with her. That's why I warned you to stay quiet when we came in, Ron added. The old bag's a real screamer if you wake her up. Mrs. Weasley pursed her lips at her son's comment, but eventually nodded in agreement. She has an unpleasant personality, it's true. Why not simply move the portrait? It's stuck to the wall magically, which so far has resisted all efforts at removal. Let's finish our tea, then I'll give you a quick tour of the house. As a group, they wandered from room to room, becoming acquainted with their new abode. Astoria and Daphne took a room with 2 beds on the first floor, the girls' room, where Hermione and his sister had stayed, according to Ron, while her parents decided on a room previously owned by Regulus Black, as stated by a nameplate on the door. Grimmauld Place was decayed, decrepit, and by all rights should have been derelict. To Daphne, it seemed scarcely an improvement over the Muggle hovel they'd been residing in previously. The air of dirtiness and disuse was only reinforced on the top floor, where an unwelcome surprise was found in what used to be the master bedroom. "Look, Daphne." Astoria practically bounced up and down in excitement. "Is that it's a hippogriff?" Emerging from the ensuite bathroom with two buckets, one filled with water and the other with a collection of still bloody meat, Arthur Weasley greeted them with a grimace. "Hello, all. Apologies for this, Buckbeak normally stays with Hagrid, but he suffered a, loss of a close friend recently. Buckbeak won't be here long, don't worry." Daphne shot a worried look at her mother, who looked preternaturally calm at this latest development, before turning back to man feeding the bloody hippogriff in their house. "Hello, Mr. Weasley. Have you been well?" "Ah, Daphne, wasn't it?" He set down the bucket of chum, ineffectually wiping his hand on his trousers before holding it out to her. Manners won out over good sense, and Daphne shook his hand. "I hear you spent a week in Surrey. Must have been quite a fascinating experience. I've often thought of trying to give Muggle living a go myself, you know, just spend a day here or there getting by with their gadgets. Unfortunately, my husband's work at the ministry keeps him quite busy." Mrs. Weasley's tone told the truth about her opinion on that idea. "It was great," Astoria said enthusiastically. "You wouldn't believe the sorts of things Muggles have. Have you ever watched television before?" "I don't believe so, no." "What is it?" Astoria chattered on energetically about their time at Privet Drive while Mr. Weasley finished feeding the hippogriff. The tour seemed about finished, so Daphne meandered back to the kitchen, finding the dishes from tea still sitting on the table. Ron wasn't lying about Creature's uselessness, apparently. Dobby. Her friend appeared with a pop. "Hello Miss Greenie. Are you finished putting Privet Drive back the way it was?" "Oh yes. Muggleses won't ever know Dobby was there. Would you be able to help me here?" They were interrupted by another pop, Creature immediately leaping onto Dobby. The two elves tussled with each other, rolling this way and that, punching and kicking while shouting insults. "You is a bad elf. Creature serves the blacks, you don't belong. Dobby won't let Miss Greenie live in dirty houses." She was stunned for a moment before shaking herself out of her surprise, moving to break up the fight. Before she could reach the two elves, though, Dobby pushed off of Creature, springing to his feet and holding a hand out, blasting Creature out of the kitchen and into the entrance hall. A loud screech emerged from where he was launched. "What is this? More filth, invading my home. Disgusting scum. Creature. Can't you do your job, you miserable little beast?" Daphne gestured for Dobby to remain in the kitchen and stepped into the entrance hall, walking up to the portrait. It was of an elderly woman, still regal and imperious despite her age. Her experiences with Alicent fresh in her mind, Daphne regarded the portrait with a neutral expression. "Hello. You must be the former Lady Black." "Former. I am the Lady Black. Who do you think you are, trespassing on my family's property like some scurrilous vagabond?" "We are not trespassers. We were invited." "By whom?" "The same thieves and peasants that have invaded my home for the last year. They've no right, just like you have none to be here." "I tried, mistress," Creature started to say, but Daphne spoke over him. "I won't be spoken to like this. My family and I are here at the invitation of your heir, the current head of your family. He generously offered us refuge, who are you to rescind his generosity?" "My heir. I have no weight." The woman peered at Daphne, eyes raking up and down, taking in the somewhat conservative, knee-length dress she wore. "Has he returned? We all thought him dead, but he must have survived." "Oh, I knew he would survive to carry on the grandeur of the Black name." Was she referring to Harry? No, certainly not. Nonetheless, the portrait seemed to have calmed down, and she wasn't eager to inquire further and endure more of the mad woman's screeching. "So you see, we have not invaded anything, we. What is your name, girl?" "Daphne Greengrass. I know of your family. Cecil is your father." Daphne nodded. "He was an up-and-coming young businessman in my time. It was a credit to the purity of your blood that he retained such good sense despite your family's many years abroad." "My father is a very successful man," Daphne agreed, somewhat taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation. "And your name is listed among the Sacred 28. This was starting to feel like her meeting with Umbridge, way back at Hogwarts. "Yes." Another appraising look from the portrait. "I suppose you're pretty, in a rather conventional way." Thank you. Beauty can be more trouble than it's worth, my niece has proved that." "And you're young," plenty of time to bear many children. I lucked out with my younger son, but believe me when I say you cannot trust your children to not disappoint you." Perhaps realizing Daphne's discomfort with her rambling stream of consciousness, the portrait paused and refocused. "Has a contract already been signed between the two of you?" Daphne stood in front of the portrait, the lengthy silence turning awkward. She didn't know how to respond to what this, obviously deeply confused, portrait was saying. Eventually, she settled on, "Well, I only just arrived. I'm sure that we'll have an opportunity to talk more. Of course, dear. Tell Reggie to come and speak with his dear mother. The very idea that he is off wooing lasses without visiting me, the nerve." Despite her words, she chuckled, clearly in a cheerful mood. "And please, call me Walburga, or even Mother Black, if you'd prefer." "Daphne, where did you run off to?" "Coming," she called back to her mother and, with an uncomfortable wave to the portrait, Daphne hurried out of the entrance hall. As she climbed the stairs to meet her family, Daphne couldn't help but feel like Grimmauld Place might not be the improvement over Privet Drive she'd hoped it would be. A sinister green light glowed at the tip of Voldemort's wand, and he reared back like a beater about to strike a bludger. Harry, whether from exhaustion or inexperience, overcommitted, a faded and weak shield flickering in front of him and the headmaster. Only, as the Dark Lord swung his wand forward, his spell launched towards a different target, towards Daphne. She was paralyzed, heartbeat pounding in her ears as the spell flew directly towards her. Involuntarily, she cried out, widening her eyes and tensing in anticipation. The impact never came. Daphne watched Harry leap from where he stood protectively in front of the headmaster, launching himself in the path of the oncoming spell. There was a flash as it struck him in the back, and Daphne had an up-close and personal view. His green eyes locked onto her own, an instant later vacant and empty, his body falling to lie at her feet in heap. "Wake up!" she screamed, dropping to her knees, unable to stop herself despite knowing how futile her efforts were. "Wake up! You have to! Wake up!" Astoria cried, shaking Daphne's shoulder, the other clutching at her hand. "Where are we?" Daphne said, blinking rapidly at her sister's shadowed form. Her terror amped up at her unfamiliar surroundings, her own hands gripping at her sister so hard Astoria gasped. "Ow!" It took Daphne a second to release her, chest still heaving, her body slow to relax from her fight-or-flight instinct. "Right. Grimmauld Place, they were in Grimmauld Place. I'm sorry. Are you all right? Are you? You were crying in your sleep." I'm fine. It was just a bad dream. You should get back to bed." Daphne swung her legs to the floor, rising to help Astoria back to bed. She was doing better, no longer requiring the arm braces to get around, but old habits died hard. "Sorry for waking you. What was it about?" "I don't recall," she lied. "Best to get some rest." "Why?" Astoria asked, smile evident in her voice. "'S not like we've got a big day tomorrow." That was true enough, but Daphne persisted nonetheless. "Hush, you. I'll go see if Dobby's willing to make some hot cocoa, to help you back to sleep." "Well, all right." Daphne pulled on a dressing gown and stepped into a pair of house slippers before patting her way down the hall. Even after more than a week since their move, she remained uncomfortable in this house. It was unnerving enough in the daytime, when there was at least some natural light to brighten its dreariness. Now, though, in the middle of the night, with the gas lamps creating flickering shadows all around her, teasing her peripherals with constant movement. No wonder she wasn't sleeping well. Deciding not to wake Dobby, Daphne went through the motions of heating some milk and adding chocolate, stirring the warm mixture as she returned to the room she shared with her sister. Pausing in the doorway, she regarded Astoria with a fond smile, the sleeping girl gently snoring away, blissfully asleep. Daphne set the cocoa on the nightstand for a moment, taking care to move slowly as she tucked the blankets securely around her little sister, then taking the drink and exiting the room once more. Aimlessly, she roamed the hallways, sipping at her drink as she walked to the top floor of the Hosu. The hippogriff's water bucket was full but, though despite the lateness of the hour, the beast's eyes tracked her from the moment she opened the door until she closed it behind her. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if there were more to do here, she thought, as she went down a flight of stairs to the second floor. There wasn't even schoolwork to occupy her time. Just day after day of reading bad news in the Prophet, watching her mother fret while her father was at work, and worrying for Harry. This summer holiday, such as it was, promised to be the worst yet. At least the family was together, healthy and whole. She cracked the door to her parents' room, seeing their slumbering forms in the darkness. Still, Daphne found it harder and harder to suppress the instinctive desire to act, to do something. She'd spent more than a year in frenetic motion, careening headlong into life-altering situations and events. It was terrifying, no question, but she'd felt useful. The exact opposite of her life at Grimald Place. Raising the mug to her lips, Daphne finished her cocoa. It was a mistake, drinking that so late. Rather than make her drowsy, the sugar only added to her restlessness. She tiptoed into the kitchen, rinsing out the mug and leaving it behind. As she departed to head back for the staircase, Daphne's eyes fell on the heavy black curtains on the wall facing the entrance. She'd not spoken with the portrait since their first day in this house. Who could blame her? It wasn't as though she'd had positive experiences with magical portraits. Her caution might be understandable, but it was possible it was misplaced. After all, for better and for worse, Alicent was the catalyst for Astoria's eventual recovery. She toyed with the drawstrings that kept the curtain closed, threading them through her fingers. It hadn't taken long to puzzle out the misconceptions the portrait held. Daphne walked past a nameplate that read Regulus Black, Reggie, every time she visited her parents' room. Her parents knew little of him, as they were both older than Sirius, Regulus' elder brother, but the tapestry hanging in one of the corridors showed he died during the Dark Lord's first rise. A Dark Lord that the Black family overwhelmingly supported, according to her mother. Daphne knew all of this, but apparently Walburga did not. She tugged sharply at the strings, the curtain pulling back and revealing the severe, elderly woman. "You've returned." "Hello, Wal," Daphne paused, then corrected herself. "Hello, Mother Black." Walburga preened at her greeting. "A pleasure to see you again, dearie. Have you finally come to join me for a chat?" "I'd like that," she said, smoothing out her dressing gown. "Forgive my appearance, I've been having trouble sleeping as of late." "Oh, is that so?" Walburga's concern was cloying, overbearing, and without a doubt artificial. "Perhaps unburdening your mind will bring you some relief." "Perhaps," she agreed. "Why not take a seat? Creature can wear as that miserable little beast." "Creech." Daphne held up a hand. "That's all right. I have my own elf. Dobby." With a pop, her friend appeared, two sleeping caps hanging from his ears like cotton pigtails. "Miss Greenie calls." Turning to face him and drawing herself up, as though to mirror Walburga's posture, Daphne imperiously ordered, "A chair, elf. And a cup of tea to go with it." She winked at Dobby with the eye Walburga couldn't see. Dobby grinned maniacally, bobbing his head in response to her demands. "Right aways, mistress," he cried, vanishing an instant later. Within a few seconds, a leather armchair appeared in front of the portrait, then a small coffee table, and finally a tea set atop it. "You brought your own elf to my home." Daphne took a seat, pouring herself a cup of tea but left it to sit, steaming on the table. She'd only just finished a mug of cocoa, after all. "I did. Your elf has proven to be rather unreliable. Certainly you don't expect me to clean and dust myself." Walburga blinked, then offered what seemed a genuine smile. "I would never. Accept my apologies for this unexpected lapse in hospitality. I'm surprised, that stupid little elf always favored Reggie. I'd have expected with his return, Creature would be overjoyed." Daphne leaned back in the chair, primly crossing her legs and adopting as regal a posture as she could. "Perhaps that's why he's been so difficult. Your heir has been absent since my family and I moved in." "And why is that?" "I raised him better than that. It's not very gallant to neglect your betrothed." Daphne reached out and lifted the teacup from the table, allowing her a distraction to break eye contact and gather herself before responding. "The Dark Lord's return keeps him rather preoccupied." That was the truth, at least. The Black Heir, Harry Potter, was quite busy dealing with him. "The Dark Lord?" Walburga's eyebrows raised. "You don't mean Lord Voldemort, himself, risen like a phoenix from the ashes," Daphne said, twisting her lips into what she hoped looked like a smile. It felt more like baring her teeth. Walburga was quiet after her pronouncement, so Daphne went on. "I'm sure that must come as nearly a great relief as your heir's return." Yes, of course. "That's wonderful news." Daphne took a moment to relish, for once, being the one in the know, having her opponent on the back foot. "You were there for the First War, weren't you?" I was, Walburga said, her response slow and cautious. It must have been so inspiring, to see firsthand the way he gathered the righteous to his banner. Not to say he isn't a commanding figure now, of course, but I envy your experience, Mother Black. You've met the Dark Lord. Of course, Daphne said, taking a sip from teacup, pinky out. Certainly we have that in common, do we not? You must have been one of his devoted followers. I wouldn't go quite that far, Walburga murmured. No. But the Blacks were firm supporters of his cause. Your nieces wed some of his most faithful servants, after all. Yes, and Reggie was well, I suppose I don't have to tell you anything about that. Indeed, Daphne agreed, the likelihood that Regulus died in service as a Death Eater ticking up several notches in her mind. She waited for Walburga to continue, but the portrait was quiet for several moments. The people, the interlopers that trespassed in this house. What became of them? They've been evicted, Daphne said with a breezy gesture of her hand. You don't think I'd allow Muggle lovers in my future home, do you? Absolutely not. Walburga enthused, and it seemed to Daphne that the quiet suspicion eased and the portrait regarded her more warmly. Oh, you don't know what it does for my old heart to see the world set right. Well, time to go all in, as it were. Tell me more, please, about the way it was before, Daphne said earnestly. I want to hear all about how the Blacks brought about our Lord's campaign to victory. Walburga giggled, as though she were a schoolgirl and not a decrepit old crone. I can't say we deserve all the credit. The Dark Lord is a remarkably powerful man. But, your family is so powerful and influential. Surely he couldn't have achieved so much without your support. You didn't hear it from me, my dear. Walburga tapped her nose with one finger, confirming Daphne's statement, or at least, that Walburga believed Daphne's assertion to be true. I will say that our family has always had a keen eye for talent. Something my Reggie no doubt employed when choosing you. She added. Somehow she held back from rolling her eyes. I want to hear all about it. Who were your allies in gathering support? Who were weak links, that needed pressuring to join our crusade? I want to be prepared to serve our Lord to the best of my ability, you know. Walburga needed no further prompting, and she began to tell the story of a young, unknown wizard's rise to murderous glory, spinning the tale for attentive audience. All the while, Daphne focused intently on the information provided, cataloging bits of useful intelligence about people, places, and events. Yes, it was much, much more satisfying to be useful. What are you doing? Astoria didn't look away from the window at Daphne's question, choosing instead to continue staring out the window. Nothing. Then, with a rather, in Daphne's opinion, dramatic sigh she added, like always. She approached her younger sister, peering over her head to take in the view of the Muggle square surrounding Grimmauld Place. Masses of people, scurrying about. All of them no doubt equally as horrid as those disgusting beasts in Surrey. If you're bored, let's find something to do. How does that sound? Can we go out? What, out there? Daphne was momentarily flabbergasted at the proposition. Certainly not. How come? Look how sunny it is. I bet it's warm out. Are we going to spend the whole summer inside? It's hardly summer, yet, Daphne offered, in lieu of an actual reply. I want to go out. I want to move around. I want to see things, too, to live. Astoria said, pressing both her hands against the window. It's not safe, she started, but her excuse fell flat. They'd been attacked in their own home, with all of its protections and defenses. As disgusting as Daphne found them to be, it was unlikely a Muggle street would offer the same sort of danger that Death Eaters do. Mum and Dad would never let you go out, you know that. Couldn't you take me? You're of age now, please. A wistful smile stretched across Daphne's face at Astoria's plaintive, pleading tone. She leaned down, keying the top of her sister's head. I'll ask Mum, but you know as well as I what she'll say. None of us are familiar with Muggle spaces, much less comfortable trying to blend in with them. She could see, in the reflection of the window, the way Astoria's expression lit up with excitement. It took a considerable amount of time and energy to win her mother over, but after nearly a full hour of guarantees and promises, the Greengrass sisters opened the front door and stepped out into the sunshine. The two of them walked along the footpath, Daphne using one hand to clutch her sister's, keeping the other tucked beneath her jumper clasped around her wand. They walked for a half hour, but when Daphne saw Astoria's stride start to become stilted, Her pace slowing, she quickly steered them to an empty bench along the side of the street. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm just a little tired," Astoria said, wearing a thin sheen of sweat over her forehead. "Sorry. What are you sorry for?" "Here, let's get your hair up," Daphne said, quickly gathering her sister's hair and tying it up to keep it off her neck. "Do you want to rest for a bit before we head back?" Astoria nodded, her eyes darting all around the busy street. They were on some kind of commercial stretch, merchants with carts of strange goods and exotic foods hawking their wares, all the while a constant stream of metal carriages rumbled to and fro belching noxious smoke. To Daphne, it was frightening, overwhelming, but her sister was enraptured, barely able to keep her gaze still for more than a few seconds at a time. "Daphne. Yes. Can we go look at the vendors?" She pursed her lips, but couldn't think of a valid reason not to. It didn't seem any more dangerous than being outdoors to begin with, truthfully. "All right, but you have to listen to me, okay?" "Yes." Daphne helped her up, and the two of them started walking among the merchants, making their way among the various muggles lined up to partake in their fares and services. She'd never felt so out of place. Some of the people weren't even speaking English. In England, Astoria was practically dancing in place as they looked around, excitedly pointing here and there. "What's that?" "Ah, I don't know." "What about that, there?" "I don't know, Astoria." She pulled Daphne closer to a cart with trays of rice and other unrecognizable foods. "That smells really good. What's Vietnam's food?" The vendor, a wrinkled Asian woman probably older than Walburga, motioned them forward. "Vietnamese food," she corrected. "Here, have a taste." "We don't have any money," Daphne protested, but the woman waved away her words with the serving spoon she held. "Free sample. Try." Daphne stiffened as Astoria reached out, taking the flimsy, clear cup with rice and the nameless meat. She gave it a hesitant sniff, then opened her mouth and threw it back, chewing cautiously with her eyes closed. "It's so good," she groaned. "I've never had anything like it. It's delicious." "Thank you," Daphne said for her, and the vendor laughed and told them to come back soon. "Come along, Astoria." "Daphne. We have to come back with some Muggle coins." "Shish," she whispered urgently. "You can't talk about things like that out here." "Oh, sorry. But really, can we? Where would we get their type of money?" Daphne asked, breathing a sigh of relief as they left the crowded commercial area for the slightly less crowded footpath to take them back to Grimmauld. Astoria stared at the empty container she'd received her sample in wistfully. "I bet Harry could give us some." Daphne shrugged. "Maybe he could. But I think we shouldn't bother him with such things. It's difficult. Right now, you know that." "Yay," Astoria agreed in a muted tone, and Daphne winced as she realized her statement probably resurrected unpleasant memories of the night Death Eaters attacked their home. "Tell you what, why don't you have Coco send him a letter? Maybe he has a bit of Muggle money he could send back in the post." Astoria nodded, but didn't reply, and the two of them walked back to Grimmauld in silence, at a slower pace this time. They turned onto Grimmauld Place, the street, with Daphne pausing to focus on the enchanted pass phrase as they neared their destination, the house squeezing into existence between its Muggle neighbors. "Are you hungry?" Astoria shook her head. "Why don't you go lie down, and I'll bring you some water." Astoria stopped on the front stoop, turning around to look out over the Muggle environs. "We're safe here, right? Inside the protective enchantments." Daphne nodded. "Yes. The house is hidden from Muggles. Would it be all right if, can we sit out here, just for a little while longer?" Astoria, Daphne started to say, then sighed, helped her sit down on the stoop, watching as she stretched her legs out once she was seated. "Today was a lot for you, you need your rest." "Just a little while longer," she repeated. Daphne sat down alongside her, the two Greengrasses watching Muggles hurrying along, unnoticed despite only being a few feet away. "Daphne?" Astoria asked after a few minutes. "Yes, she started, then fell silent. Daphne waited, and eventually, she said, "Do you think we'll go back to school in the fall?" "I don't know. Maybe. We'll have to go back eventually," she said. Astoria looked down at her hands, flexing her fingers like she was preparing to pick up a quill at any moment. "It feels like forever since I was last at Hogwarts." Daphne nodded, but didn't respond. "I didn't think I'd ever make it back, once I left." She reached out and placed her hand over Astoria's. "That's all in the past. The only thing you need to worry about now is keeping your marks up, okay? Astoria rolled her eyes. Yes, Mum, she said sarcastically, a hint of the sassy, spoiled child peeking through. More time went by, enough that the sun started to retreat behind London's intimidating skyline. We should get inside, it won't be long, till dinner. Wait, I need to talk to you. No, it can wait, we've been out the whole afternoon, it's time to. Astoria held onto her arm, keeping her from standing. Not yet. Astoria, I want to know how you did it. Daphne crinkled her brow. Did what? How you and Harry, I mean, how you saved me. What? Daphne froze, her movements stilled. I want to know how you saved me, she repeated slowly, like she was explaining something to a small child. Mum and Dad, all the healers, they all said it couldn't be done. But you and Harry did it, somehow. I want to know what happened. Daphne was flummoxed. Sure, she'd imagined how this conversation would go, pictured it endlessly over the last year and a half. At first, when she'd initially set out to complete her task, she'd thought it would be a tale of triumph, of her cunning winning out over centuries-old dark magic and thick-headed Gryffindors. Later, it was something she'd thought she would tell of together with Harry, side by side and hand in hand, the story of how they'd rescued Astoria and found each other. Those fantasies all melted away and evaporated over the last few months, lost in the darkness of her despair at her own failure, her desperation and grief, and the blind terror of the end of her 6th year. When the malediction was miraculously dispelled, she'd hardly spared a thought to how she'd explain it to the little girl to whom it would matter most. But she wasn't a little girl any longer, not really. Daphne blinked, her imagination superimposing the child Astoria was before her sickness intensified with the teenager presently sitting next to her. It was easy to forget that, while Astoria was pulled out of Hogwarts a few months into her 3rd year, by all rights she should be starting her all year in the autumn. The isolation she'd endured due to her sickness made her more innocent, more sheltered, but she wasn't naive, and Astoria was nothing if not sharp. Somewhere along the way, Daphne had frozen her sister in time, forgetting that she'd grown up just as she herself had, albeit under vastly different circumstances. Astoria didn't quail under her stare, fearlessly meeting her sister's gaze. I deserve to know, she said quietly. Daphne swallowed, then wet her lips, her mouth suddenly feeling dry, her throat strangely scratchy. Tonight, after dinner, she said faintly. I'll tell you after dinner. She nodded, turning back to her muggle watching, but Daphne kept her eyes on Astoria, staring at her for the rest of their time together on the stoop. After tonight, there'd be no more secrets. They retired to one of Grimmauld Place's sitting rooms after dinner. Daphne settled into a cushioned armchair near the fireplace. Astoria nearby on a worn and dilapidated sofa. Dobby appeared with a pop, offering them tea and biscuits before vanishing just as quickly as he arrived, and, with that, there were no further distractions. A lengthy quiet settled over the room, disturbed only by the crackling of the fire. Where to even begin? Daphne, Astoria ultimately asked, the more the silence stretched. Sorry, she said, clearing her throat and letting her head fall back against the chair, staring aimlessly towards the ceiling. The winter holidays, I mean the ones after Mum and Dad pulled you from Hogwarts, they were difficult. I remember. I could hear you screaming at them from my room. The idea that there was nothing anyone could do, I couldn't accept it. Daphne paused, sinking into memories that felt like a century ago. It was impossible to listen to their excuses, so I tried to get away from Mum and Dad. That was when I encountered a portrait in the attic. The one where Mum put all the family stuff too ugly to display, but too old to throw away. Astoria giggled. That's the one. This portrait, Alicent was her name, was of one of our ancestors. There was a secret compartment, built into the frame and sealed magically, that told the truth of our family's curse. Daphne briefly explained the tale of the spurned betrothal, and the Potter's vindictive revenge. And it lasted for centuries. A single curse affected people who weren't even born. Daphne recalled her impromptu lessons with Professor Snape over the previous year. Strong emotion impacts spellcasting, she quoted, and dark magic is unpredictable, imprecise. Regardless, my mission was clear. I was going to save you, no matter what. And I'd stumbled upon a method to do so. All it would take was I only needed to, Daphne stuttered, like her tongue refused to speak the words. All I needed was for someone from the Potter family to love a Greengrass. Oh. Astoria's face reddened. You mean, you two that's how you got together? Just wait, Daphne said quietly. The thing about it was, he and I weren't exactly friends. I don't think I ever so much as said a word to him. You missed a lot of that year, but Umbridge, here, Daphne couldn't hide the disgust from her tone, was making things pretty miserable at Hogwarts. Not to mention, he's a Gryffindor, Astoria interjected. Right. So, I thought, well, I tried to get his attention, but at the time, he was hung up on Chong. Who's that? Naturally, Astoria didn't have any reason to know who she was. A Ravenclaw, a year older than me. She's their starting seeker. Oh, Astoria said in recognition. You mean Harry was with her? Daphne smiled briefly at her sister's disbelief before returning to the story. Anyway, I couldn't seem to get him to notice me. At least, not in a positive way. So I decided to get closer to his friends. I figured he couldn't ignore me that way. Like Ron, and that girl from Ravenclaw you told me about. Her gaze drifted back to the fire, as though Luna's face would somehow appear. Yes, it was Luna that had been her closest ally, providing her information like the Quibbler issue with Harry's interview and support practically from the start. Their first date, even, in the kitchens, had been at Luna's behest. She felt an acute ache, missing her quirky little friend. You mean, you were only nice to me because you wanted to get to Harry? Her chest hitched, the memory of Luna's tears choking Daphne. I thought you actually liked me. Are you okay? Hastily swiping her sleeve over her eyes, Daphne cleared her throat several times. Yay, I'm fine. Where was I? Astoria stared at her for several seconds before quietly replying, you were getting to know his friends. Right. Daphne nodded. There was some friction, but by the time we took our owls, Harry and I were friends, of a sort. That's when you and Pansy stopped being friends. When Daphne looked over and raised her eyebrows at the question, Astoria elaborated. You told me, that time you visited over Easter break, that you weren't getting along. No. Well, sort of. She weighed whether to skip over that night, the events in the headmistress's office and the Forbidden Forest, before she recalled her promise to herself, and to Astoria, no more secrets. So, with a deep breath, she told of being summoned to Umbridge's office, of Draco practically salivating at the thought of Harry enduring an unforgivable curse, of their terrifying flight into the forest, and the rest of them leaving her behind to journey to the Ministry of Magic. Wow, Astoria breathed. There's more, Daphne said. After they'd left, I didn't know what to do with myself. I didn't know if Harry would come back at all. So, I wandered for a bit, and ended up back in the forest. Are you crazy? Knowing there were giants and centaurs out there. While I was out there, I found the headmist. I found Umbridge, Daphne said, continuing as though her sister hadn't spoken. She was furious. She said she was going to kill Harry for what he'd done. Her fingers flexed, muscles going taut as though she were back in the forest, her robes wrapped around her hands, pulling harder and harder, with all of her strength. Daphne. She blinked, meeting Astoria's worried gaze. I couldn't let that happen. Harry was your only hope. Umbridge was injured, weak. If I let her leave the forest, though, she'd recover and come after him. A pregnant pause fell over the two of them, heavy with the weight of what they both knew was to come. So I made sure she'd never leave the forest. There was an audible gulp from the direction of the sofa following that ominous statement, and Daphne paused for a moment. She'd never told anyone that before. No one. Astoria didn't speak, so Daphne continued on, every word she spoke easier than the last. It was almost as though finally being able to confess, to confide, to release everything she'd done, everything she'd endured was somehow liberating. Daphne talked, and talked, the entire sordid tale pouring out of her, without interruption or recrimination. Lost in her story, she'd just finished retelling how Professor Slughorn helped convince Harry of the hand fasting when she caught movement from the corner of her eye. Daphne glanced at her sister, seeing Astoria shoot up from the sofa and pace in front of the fire. Wait, I don't understand. Everyone said Harry helped you find a cure. Well, yes, he did. It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like he had anything to do with it. Astoria's hands fluttered, trying to express her frustration. He barely even knew I existed. Of course he didn't. That was the whole point. But, sit down, baby, I'm almost done. Rather than return to her seat at the sofa, though. Astoria squeezed into the armchair next to Daphne. I don't know if I want to hear the rest. Why not? Astoria crossed her arms, but the gesture wasn't one of obstinance or frustration. Rather, it was like her sister was comforting herself, wrapping her own arms around her body. I saw how you looked at him. I saw how he looked at you. She hesitated, then continued, it doesn't seem like it was all a lie. It wasn't. But, she seemed to fumble for the words, and Daphne took the opportunity to try and clarify. I know how it seems, she said slowly, trying to put herself in her sister's shoes, especially considering how it started. But we ended up falling in love. That part wasn't a lie. A long moment of silence passed. It wasn't, she insisted, and Daphne could hear her voice rise an octave as the words started spilling out in a tide of justification. He couldn't know everything, not right away. I couldn't take that chance. Everything had to go just right. It was your life on the line, for Merlin's sake. And the lies just kept building up, and if even one of them fell apart, the whole bloody thing would have come tumbling down. Daphne shook her head, long strands of hair falling over her eyes as her voice finally quieted. I didn't want it to happen like this. I didn't want to lose him or you. She trailed off when Astoria shifted in the seat next to her. Daphne sat, motionless, as she wrapped her arms tightly around her. I know, sis. I know. Astoria held her for several seconds. I wish I could make it better. I wish I could pay you back for doing the impossible, for giving me a second chance. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry for everything you had to go through. It was worth it, Daphne murmured. There's still time to fix everything. I know there's a way to make this right. Astoria didn't respond, but she wasn't able to hide her doubtful expression when she pulled back from their embrace. It was mid-afternoon, the early summer heat transforming her school robes into a veritable oven. Standing at the castle gates like an enormous sentinel, Professor Hagrid raised an arm in greeting, his face awash in pain and grief. Miss Greengrass. This way, if ye would. They walked in silence for most of the way, Hagrid occasionally sniffing loudly. When the entrance was in sight, though, he spoke up. It's hard to not feel like everything's lost, he began, running a massive hand over his face. Dark days ahead, no doubt about that. Daphne didn't respond, unsure what to say. Instead, the two of them trudged along the path, Hagrid directing her to the hospital wing. She breathed a sigh of relief upon entering the castle. The warm, summer sun cast an altogether too cheerful glow over a day such as this. Hogwarts, with its flickering torchlight and shadowed corridors, felt more appropriate. As she neared the infirmary, though, raised voices caught her attention. Familiar voices. Turning the corner, Daphne halted her steps, seeing Harry, Ron, and Granger shouting in the middle of the corridor. Could you even ask that of us? Granger screamed, her face blotchy and tear-stained. We'll find a different way. There isn't another way, Harry said, his stoicism a stark contrast to Ron's tightly wound anxiety and Granger's emotion. I won't have any part in this. Granger ground out in a voice that was half seething, half sobbing, stabbing her finger into Harry's chest. And I'm not going to let you do it, either. Ron gently tugged at her arm, pulling her away from Harry. She's right, mate, this isn't the answer. It was then Harry caught sight of Daphne, his eyes briefly locking onto hers before he regarded his friends. When it's all over, you may not have a choice. You. Granger cut herself off and took a deep, trembling breath, then wiped her eyes and tucked her curly hair behind her ears. When she spoke again, she was more collected. It's been a hard day for you more than anyone. I can imagine how much pressure you must be feeling. But this isn't the end. We'll figure this out, Harry. I promise. Come on, let's go back the burrow, Ron said, and Harry nodded, his eyes flicking once more to Daphne before he turned and walked away with the others. Daphne wanted to chase after them, but knew at least half of that instinct was a desire to avoid the purpose of her visit to Hogwarts. Doing her best to push her curiosity out of her mind, she continued forward, opening the doors to the hospital wing. Right this way, dear, Madame Pomfrey said, taking hold of Daphne's elbow and guiding her to a curtained area in the corner of the infirmary. Headmaster, Miss Greengrass is here. Albus Dumbledore was scarcely recognizable. His beard was thinning and patchy in places, and across his skin there were splotches of blackened, almost scaly flesh. An odor of rot hung in the air of the infirmary, and Daphne had to resist the urge to cover her mouth and nose. Though his every breath was a wet rasp, Dumbledore still managed a facsimile of a grin as she approached, his dry and cracked lips twitching upwards in greeting. "Headmaster," she greeted, taking a step closer as Pomfrey closed the curtain behind her. You wanted to see me. Miss," he coughed, and she waited several seconds for his breathing to even out. "Daphne, thank you for coming. I'm afraid there isn't much time, and still much to discuss." "You should save your strength, sir," Daphne said, but even as she spoke she knew it was unnecessary. It was transparently obvious the headmaster was at death's door. He ignored her platitude. "I ask again for your word, your commitment to stand by Harry's side in the forthcoming struggle. He will need every advantage possible, and the one you carry is more formidable than most." "I'll be with him until the end," she said. "As long as he lets me," she added silently. "Harry has," another coughing fit interrupted him. "He has a mission to undertake, of the most vital importance. I have complete faith that you will carry out an important role in aiding him." "What mission?" she asked. "What does he have to do?" Dumbledore's eyes were glassy, less focused than when she entered the hospital wing. "Winky," he breathed, and a house elf popped into the room next to his bed. "The bequeathal for Miss Greengrass, please." "Yes, sir." The elf squeaked, and vanished momentarily, reappearing with a heavy book. She held it out for Daphne to take. She accepted it, glancing down at the wrinkled leather binding and faded cover. "The Great Chase, how not to play games with your game." She stared in befuddlement for a moment, then realization dawned. This was the library book she'd used a year ago to track Harry to the Dursleys. "Sir, it's a gift. Madam Pants informed me you were the first student to so much as open that book in the last 2 centuries. Under the circumstances, there were no objections to me purchasing it from the school." Daphne held the book, feeling awkward and unsure of what to say. "Thanks, but..." Dumbledore closed his eyes, wearing an exhausted smile. "It's meant to be symbolic. You taught me a lesson, that day we spoke in my office. I thought I'd planned for every eventuality, thought my magic and protections were foolproof. But you bypassed all of the defenses at Privet Drive without even realizing they were there." Speaking at length seemed to wear on the dying old man, and he paused for several seconds to regain his breath. "You taught me solutions can be found in unexpected places. Remember that, you never know when something you thought to be useless might save your life, or the lives of those you care for." At that moment, Professor McGonagall and an elderly man, one who, when Daphne gave him a closer look, bore a strong resemblance to the headmaster, appeared at the edge of the curtained area. "Please, come in, Minerva." Dumbledore's arm twitched, as though he were attempting to wave them forward, but his withered and blackened limb barely responded. "We were just finishing up." "Miss Greengrass," McGonagall nodded, and Daphne returned her greeting before turning back to the headmaster. "Thank you, sir, for the gift and for the lesson. Take care of him, Daphne." She gave her word with a nod. Hugging the battered old book to her chest, Daphne turned and left the hospital wing. There was a strange numbness, an odd lack of feeling to walk away from arguably the most renowned wizard in all of Britain, knowing his life was at an end. For her entire life bar the previous year, Dumbledore was nothing more than a face and a name, a celebrity, a legend, a hero. As she walked out of the castle and made her way towards the gates to apparate back to Grimmauld Place, she idly considered how long it had likely been since anyone had seen past the fame and reputation to actually know Albus Dumbledore. It must have been so lonely. Daphne wondered if it would be the same for Harry. She asked in surprise, coming to a halt in front of where he stood, leaning against the massive gates. I thought you'd already left." He gave her a tight smile, and Daphne's stomach did a somersault. "I was going to, but then I remembered a dinner engagement I'd been putting off." He reached into his back pocket, pulling out an envelope addressed in very familiar handwriting. "Feel like getting some Vietnamese." That sounds lovely," she said with a grin, and while there was no inauthenticity in her smile, Daphne did pause when he turned to lead her out of the gates, regarding Harry for a confused and perplexed moment. Her heart screamed at her to embrace the joy at finally getting some interest from the boy that so much regret, heartache, and desperation was tied up with. How many times had she pictured pretty much this exact moment, after all? But, for all the butterflies that came with being on the receiving end of that crooked smile of his once more, Daphne couldn't shake the nagging familiarity of their casual interaction. This was it felt like last summer at the Weasleys, when Harry was holding back the prophecy from her. "You coming?" Daphne blinked, and her smile grew fractionally wider as she took in the image of him, his lanky form haloed by the bright sunlight. She quickly caught up to him, and they walked out of Hogwarts together side by side, the brightness of the sunny summer day no longer seeming so out of place. But still, despite it all, Daphne felt. She wished she knew what Harry did that made Ron and Granger so upset. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.